Made it. Just in time. I stared at the towering altar in the distance, a good 100 feet tall, and sucked in a ragged breath. Today was the rite of heaven. Every kid on Blue Star who turned 16 had to climb this altar of destiny, undergo the baptism, and forge their own Lord's heart. Once you had a Lord's heart, you became a Lord, and you got a domain of your very own. For everyone else, this was just a ceremony. For me, it was my entire shot at survival. Next up, ye can. A voice drifted down from the altar. Soft, but it flowed into everyone's ears like a clear mountain stream. I straightened out my coarse shirt, the one with a half-dozen holes in it, and stepped forward. The moment my foot touched the altar, my heart was pounding out of my chest. The great void is boundless, and fortune knows no limits. Everyone is the hero of their own story. To our future Lord, good luck. The priestess's voice was so gentle it could have cured the sick. I couldn't help glancing up, and a blinding vision of snow-white robes filled my eyes. 2 lifetimes as a single guy, and I'd never seen anything like her. Blood rushed straight to my head. Her slender fingers pressed against my brow. A faint glowing mark bloomed on my forehead. Thank you, priestess. I stammered, then fled to the center of the altar like a scared rabbit. What an adorable little brother, she said with a smile, no mockery in it, and began chanting the rite. The light exploded, swallowing me whole. When I opened my eyes again, I was floating in an endless void. Nothing around me but a flood of starlight rushing in from every direction. The mark on my brow flared, and the starlight poured wildly into my body. Everything went black, then bright, and I was back on the altar. Hovering in front of me was a ball of energy about the size of a fist. Dull, gray, completely unremarkable. Gray. The color drained from my face. A Lord's heart came in 8 grades, from lowest to highest. Gray, white, green, blue, purple, yellow, red, silver. Gray was rock bottom. Inferior. 6 years. 6 years an orphan, scraping by on the edge of starvation since the day I crossed over at 10 years old. All of it for this single moment. And the heavens handed me the most worthless lump imaginable. The scream of frustration in my chest nearly tore out of my throat. This wasn't how it was supposed to go for someone who'd crossed over. Where was my cheat code? My invincible system? The overpowered life I'd been promised? Ye can. The priestess's voice pulled me back. History has seen people achieve immortality with the humblest of Lord's hearts. Don't lose heart. She'd recognized me. The kid with no parents. The one who'd clawed his way to survival on sheer grit. I took a deep breath. 2 lifetimes of hardship. A setback like this wasn't going to break me. Thank you, priestess. I'm okay. I bowed to her deeply, gathered up my Lord's heart, and walked down off the altar. If someone out there could reach immortality with a gray heart, then why the hell couldn't ye can? I'd fought for this second life. Throwing in the towel before I'd even swung a punch. That's not my style. At the teleportation platform across the plaza, a guard stopped me. Beside him, a man in glasses waved a mirror, a truth mirror, the kind that reveals your real bone age. He checks out. Let him through. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The world spun, and a flash of white light swept me up onto a high platform. Before me sprawled a bustling crowd and a massive palace humming with spiritual energy. Divine Moon Academy. I'd arrived. Well, if it isn't the little beggar from the slums. You made Lord too. The second I stepped off the platform, 3 teenagers blocked my path. I knew them. Huang Xingxing and his 2 lackeys. Rich brats from Divine Moon City who made a hobby out of sabotaging me and shoving me around. I'd swallowed 6 whole years of it. Huang Xingxing. A good dog knows to get out of the way. You mutt. You dare talk to me like that. He blew up on the spot. I'd always taken his abuse lying down. He couldn't handle me suddenly growing a spine. I don't know whether dogs dare to talk back to you, I said, locking eyes with him as 6 years of buried rage started boiling up. But get out of my way one more time, and I won't mind kicking you into a dog. Back when I had no power, no status, I could swallow anything. But I was a lord now. I could defend myself. So why the hell should I keep taking it? Kill him. Huang Xingxing lunged first, cursing, every ounce of vicious spite written all over his face. His 2 lackeys charged in behind him. You asked for it. Crack. A sweeping kick took Huang Xingxing's legs out first. My right foot hit the ground, my left snapped up in a flying kick, and the second guy went sailing. The third was still frozen when my elbow smashed into him. 2 breaths. All 3 of them were on the ground, howling. What's going on here? A teacher walked over. Teacher, they wouldn't let me register, then jumped me. I had no choice but to fight back. Not a flicker of guilt on my face. The teacher looked me up and down, and to my surprise, gave an approving nod, and clapped me on the shoulder. 1 against 3. Tough bones. Go get registered. Teacher, we're the ones who got beat up. Huang Xingxing protested. You know exactly what kind of trash you are. Get lost. The teacher didn't even glance at them as he walked off. I stood there stunned. So the inner court really was different from the outer. Later I'd learned the truth. In the inner court, only strength mattered. Background meant nothing. Money got you nowhere here. Holding my lord's token, I found my classroom. The place was protected by a guardian array. No one would dare pull anything. So it was the perfect spot to take stock of what I had. A single thought, and my consciousness dove into my lord's heart. 3 buttons appeared before me. Lord. Domain. Descend. I tapped Lord first. Lord. Ye can. Race. Human. Level 1. Constitution. 1.2. Spirit. 2. Skills. None. Items. Heart of nature. Ordinary people had constitution and spirit both at 1. My spirit was double that, and my constitution ran a bit high too. Probably from 2 lifetimes of experience, years of trekking into the mountains, and the occasional low-grade spirit fruit I'd managed to scrounge up. My eyes locked onto that last line. Items. Heart of nature. My heart skipped a beat. I'd spent 6 years preparing for this day. I'd dug up mountains of information on lords. But I'd never, not once, heard of a freshly forged lord's heart coming with an item already inside. And more than that, buildings, equipment, wonders. The absolute ceiling for any of them was silver, the legendary grade. This heart of nature was gold. Gold. My hand started to shake. Could this be it? The cheat code I'd waited 6 years for? I opened it. Heart of nature. Grade, epic. Description. The world core left behind after a great realm shattered, corrupted by mysterious forces in the endless void. Merge it into a domain, and wondrous things will happen. Use it? My mind went blank with a roar. Epic? That grade didn't even exist in the 8-tier system. This thing was above legendary? Easy. Stay calm. I forced down the urge to use it immediately and opened domain instead. Domain. Level 1. Area, 200 square meters. Buildings, small thatched hut. Residence, 0. Grade, inferior. Domain trait, resentment of a 2 lifetime single guy. Trait description, a thoroughly unremarkable doghouse. Fit only for scraping by and rotting away. Domain attribute, suppresses male enemies' stats by 5%. My face went dead black. Resentment of a 2 lifetime single guy. I stared at that line, my face twisting with rage. So what if I was single? Who did I ever bother? And they wrote it right into my domain trait, jabbing me word by word. Max offense. Even higher insult. Fine. We'll see about that. I sucked in a breath, pictured that gleaming golden heart, and let anticipation shove my anger back down. The description spelled it out clearly. Merge it into the domain, and wondrous things would happen. I hit use. The golden heart dissolved into a streak of light and plunged straight into my pitiful 200 square meter domain. Don't let me down. Golden light erupted. I checked my domain again. Domain. Level 1. Area, 500 square meters. Buildings, ancient life grotto. Residence, 0. Grade, epic. Domain trait, power of Xuanzu. Domain attribute 1. Suppresses male enemies' stats by 50%. Domain attribute 2. All female residents' stats boosted to 10x. Domain attribute 3. 100% chance to summon heroes and troops that are beautiful women. Domain attribute 4. Insufficient level. The area had more than doubled. I grinned like an idiot on the spot. The busted, thatched hut was gone. In its place stood a short, chubby, hollow tree, barely 5 meters tall, looking exactly like a big glossy green dumpling, fresh sprouts poking out the top. On either side of the hollow, a couplet was carved. Within the cave lies a vast world. Inside the gourd, sun and moon stretch long. Standing inside the hollow was a jade-green gourd as tall as a man, etched with images of the sun and moon, mist churning out its mouth. One look and you knew it was no ordinary thing. Sun Moon Immortal Gourd contains the primal essence of a world. Can evolve domain buildings. Holy crap, this is a treasure. Too bad I was dirt poor and couldn't afford a single building, or I'd have tested it right then and there. Even better, my domain grade had rocketed straight to epic. On Blue Star, Silver Legendary was considered top tier, and here I was with Gold Grade Epic. The heavens had finally opened their eyes. I gazed smugly at that glittering word, epic, and the very next second, the trait description had me half dead with fury all over again. Resentment of a 2 lifetime single guy? I unloaded on that status panel, cursing everything from my ancestors to this current life, full firepower. I nearly ripped the panel apart. The stats were absurdly broken, sure, but that description was pure salt in the wound. Mid-rant, the classroom suddenly went silent. The air turned bone-chillingly cold. A rift in space cracked open out of thin air above the podium, ice crystals shattering with sharp crackles, and a pair of long legs stepped out through the door. The frost goddess, Lumingly, she's actually our teacher? Ice blue robes, hem falling to the knee, brows like crescent moons and eyes like stars. Cold, gorgeous, otherworldly. But when her gaze swept across the room, the whole class shivered. That look said one thing, loud and clear: back off. My name is Lumingly. I'm in charge of your rookie trial. Straight to the point. Congratulations on becoming lords. The trial ahead will decide your futures, so you'd all better pull yourselves together. First-time rookies entering the void get rule-based protection, so the enemies won't be too strong. But if you run into something you can't beat, don't hesitate. Bail immediately. She rattled off the rules in one go. Each person could bring at most 2 buildings. Food and gear were up to you, but the smart ones brought only 2 buildings plus dry rations. Because monster difficulty scaled with the Lord's own strength, so hauling in godly gear just got you killed. Get yourselves ready. It opens in 1 hour and runs for 10 days. With that, she settled onto a meditation mat, closed her eyes, and slipped into a trance. The students swarmed out to stock up. So broke. I fingered the few source crystals left in my pocket and quietly headed for the trade market. The kids with families had parents who'd long since prepped their food, drinks, and carefully handpicked buildings. Buildings were a luxury to me, too expensive to even look at. After a few laps, all I bought was the cheapest water and dry rations. No supplies, sure, but my traits are ironclad. Survive the first few waves, farm some loot, and I'm golden. I gritted my teeth and was the first one back in the classroom. An hour later, Lumingly opened her eyes. The trial begins. Good luck to you all. She waved a jade hand, and a spray of glowing runes settled onto each student. This was the school's protection seal. If something truly went wrong, a teacher could pull you out. But only this once. Every time after, the void was on you. What I didn't know was that behind me, Huang Xingxing and his 2 buddies had compared their trial numbers and realized they were sequenced right next to mine. A sinister grin crept across their faces. You worthless beggar. You're dead this time. Huang Xingxing glared at the back of my head, grinding his teeth. And me? I'd already pressed descend on my lord's heart and was swept away into the boundless void. The world spun, and I dropped onto a patch of dry earth. Right beside me was that short, chubby, belly-bloated tree, my home base, the ancient life grotto. Aside from it, my domain was bare. Not a single blade of anything. A pale mist wrapped everything, blurrier the farther out you looked. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of snapping branches came out of the fog. You've got to be kidding me. Not even a second to catch my breath. My gut tightened, and I shot to my feet. The trial had begun. My domain was empty, but as long as the ancient life grotto didn't get smashed, I couldn't die. Without a second thought, I dove into the tree hollow. Oh, that feels good. A warm, gentle current flooded into my body, every pore on me flaring open. I couldn't help but breathe it in deep. It hit like a shot of pure adrenaline, energy surging through every limb. Screech! 2 shrill cries yanked me back to reality. I poked my head out. Bursting from the fog were 2 4-legged snakes, each about a meter long, scaly hides, dog-like heads, mouths full of jagged teeth. Ugly enough to make your skin crawl. Void Dog Lizard Level 1, Common. Constitution 1.1, Spirit 0.5. Skill Bite. Description: a lizard corrupted by the void's malice. Pitiful, yet adorable. That vicious face is supposed to be adorable? I said flatly, but honestly, I was relieved. Right now I was a general with no army. If the first wave had thrown something tough at me, I'd have died on the spot. Come on then. Let me show you the moves I picked up surviving out in the wild. I pressed myself against the hollow's entrance and waited. The first dog lizard came screeching, jaws wide. Take this. The right kick I'd been winding up landed square in its scaleless belly. Crack. -70. Bone snapped. Half its health gone in one shot. My foot touched down. I pivoted and drove an elbow into the second one's skull. Bam. -100. Critical hit. Nearly one-shot it. Truth is, it's not that I'm some monster fighter. It's that these 2 had roughly the constitution of a grown adult. Moves like that would kill a person, let alone a meter-long lizard dog. Die. I charged in and stomped the first one dead. The other one, in its death throes, chomped down on my foot. Ow, okay, so it is a real dog. I bit back the pain, pinned its head down, and rained fists on it until it, too, punched its ticket. Hum. Two wisps of energy drifted up from the corpses, sank into the ancient life grotto, and got swallowed by the sun-moon immortal gourd. I didn't think much of it. That was the vanguard. There'll definitely be more behind them. I kicked the corpses aside, collected the loot, and hurried back into the hollow to recover. Weak as those two pups were, they dropped two bronze treasure chests and a small pile of crystals, source crystals and realm stones. Source crystals were this world's currency, usable in the real world to buy things. Every bit of domain growth and building upgrade ran on them. Realm stones had only one use: upgrading your core building. My ancient life grotto. Those rich kids never lacked source crystals, but they were always bottlenecked on realm stones, because you had to farm those with your own two hands. No shortcuts. This is my first bucket of gold. I carefully tucked it away. 20 source crystals and 10 realm stones. Money in hand, my confidence surged. I took a deep breath and opened the chests. Ding. Obtained 30 source crystals and a hero altar. Ding. Obtained 50 source crystals. So this is what they call starting off with a bang? I swallowed hard. Scoring a building on my very first kill, that was insane luck. I tossed out the hero altar. It hit the ground and took root, growing into a simple, ancient altar about 3 meters square. Hero altar level 1, common. Durability 100. Cost, 10 source crystals per use. Description, connects to dimensional worlds. Can summon heroes to fight for you. Ding. The Sun Moon Immortal Gourd has detected an upgradable building, hero altar. Evolve it. Almost forgot about that. I shuddered with excitement. Evolve. Hum. A tendril of mist burst from the gourd and settled onto the altar. The altar seemed to get pulled into a whirlpool of space and time, warping violently. A few breaths later, it had become a hexagonal pool built of crystal, several times larger than before, ringed by 9 small stone pedestals in different colors, all wrapped in flowering green vines that fenced the pool in the center like a railing. It looked exactly like a bathhouse. The water shimmered, mist curled off the surface, and honestly it made me want to jump in for a soak. Celestial Fiend Nirvana Pool, Level 1, Legendary. Durability 1000. Cost, 100 source crystals per use. Description, a supreme treasure forgotten by the ages. Can commune with all realms and draw in the resentment, remnant souls, or origin essence of beings with the potential to become celestial fiends, granting them rebirth through nirvana. Legendary grade. Now we're talking, but one summon costs 100 source crystals? That's daylight robbery. It's like it calculated my entire net worth down to the last coin. It stung, but I dumped every last source crystal in my pocket into the pool. Hum hum. The pool swallowed the crystals and lit up with a rosy pink glow. O sage, this humble spirit sought no quarrel with the world. I came forth only because you summoned me. Why do you now cast me aside once the river is crossed? I cannot accept this. A woman's plaintive voice rose from the pool, so full of grievance and hurt it could soften anyone's heart. Whoa, that soul-melting voice. Don't tell me it's that seductress Sudaji. I swallowed hard, eyes glued to the water's surface. Hum. The light flashed, and a woman of breathtaking beauty stepped out of the pool. Long flowing hair, cheeks like peach blossoms, a slender willow waist, teardrops like pear blossoms in the rain. One turn of her eyes, and it was all pure allure. The moment she emerged, a statue in her exact likeness rose atop the first stone pedestal beside the pool. I stared at the figure in the Nirvana pool, and my throat went bone dry. This woman was the peerless fiend consort who brought down the entire Shang dynasty. One of the 3 fiends of the Xianyuan tomb, the 9-tailed fox, Sudaji. I swear, I just said it off the top of my head. Who could have guessed this celestial fiend Nirvana pool understood me so well it actually delivered Sudaji herself? My lord, she'd spotted me too. The next second she realized she wasn't wearing a single thing, and with a startled, "Ah," she ducked right back into the pool. Only then did I snap out of it, my face flushing red hot. She'd been reborn through Nirvana, so of course she came out without a stitch on. And me, the big dummy, had just stood there gawking, taking in the entire view. I scratched my head, trying hard not to look at the little head bobbing above the water. You've been reborn. You get what's going on, right? Some of it. The Lord's summons gave Daji the chance to be reborn in human form. Daji is a hero under her Lord's command. She tilted her head, as if digesting the knowledge suddenly flooding into her mind. Good. I'll grab you some clothes. Make do with these for now. I fished a clean set of garments from my storage pouch, set them by the pool, and quickly backed off to the side. This storage pouch was the low-end gear I'd been issued when I enrolled at Divine Moon Academy. Those rich second-gen kids all used treasures they could store inside their own bodies, retrieving items with a single thought. My ragged pouch didn't even compare. Thank you, my lord. She'd recovered now, far more composed. Made sense. In her past life, she'd been a 1,000-year fox spirit who killed without blinking. The bronze-searing torture, the pit of venomous vermin, all her inventions. There was no way she scared easily. A moment later, dressed now, Sue Dodgy walked over to me. Just plain coarse clothes. Yet on her, they somehow took on a whole different flavor. Bashfulness laced with curiosity, those soul-snaring eyes flicking my way now and then. She was sizing me up, and I was reading her stats. Sue Dodgy. Race, human. Grade, legendary. Level 1. Constitution, 30. Base 3, 10x domain boost. Spirit, 50. Base 5, 10x domain boost. Charm, 300. Talent 30, 10x domain boost. Bloodline, nine-tailed celestial fox. Talent, born seductress, LV.1, charm plus 30. Skill, enchantment, bewitches all who behold her, making foes lose themselves. I read it and nearly jumped out of my skin. Holy crap, your base stats alone could stomp me flat, and with the domain boost on top, you could take on 5 of me with one hand. Remembering how I'd griped about my resentment of a 2-lifetime single guy trait earlier. Yeah, I take it all back. This is amazing. The Lord gave Dodgy the chance to live a second life. Dodgy couldn't be more grateful. How could she ever be disrespectful? She covered her mouth and laughed softly, that blend of pure innocence and quiet allure making my chest tighten. More than once I caught myself wondering if I was dreaming. You don't have to be so formal. Just call me young master. I scratched my head again. 2 lifetimes single, and suddenly face to face with a peerless beauty like this. I honestly couldn't hold it together. But say I wasn't moved? That'd be a lie. What man doesn't have a Sue Dodgy living somewhere in his heart? All right, young master. She seemed to notice how nervous I was and spoke up first. Why don't you show me around the domain? Sure. I let out a breath. I'm a student at Divine Moon Academy on Blue Star. Today's the first day of the Rookie Lord's trial. I just descended, so the domain's pretty bare. Aside from the Nirvana pool I summoned you from, there's only the ancient life grotto. That's the core building. I started toward the short, chubby little tree as I talked. Young master, wait for me. I was walking fast, and she suddenly stepped up and took my hand. The moment that boneless soft touch met my palm, goosebumps shot up my whole arm. Unreal. I gritted my teeth, turned my hand to clasp her small one, slowed down, and walked with her. My hand trembled a little, but I held on tight. She looked down at it, something hard to name flickering in her eyes. This master, he's so naive, so endearing. Wow, this feels wonderful. The second we stepped into the ancient life grotto, she closed her eyes and savored the energy inside, her face glowing with contentment. When she opened them, the way she looked at me had changed. He seems so down on his luck, but the foundation he's sitting on runs deep. Dodgy, from now on, this is our home. The grotto's aura wrapped around me, and my heart settled. I was just about to pull her down to sit, and, work on building a little rapport. A sound came from outside. The second wave. Here it came. Crack, 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 way denser than last time. The enemy count had definitely gone up. Scree, scree. The instant I rushed out of the grotto, 4 void dog lizards came shooting out of the mist. I'd figured it'd double at most, but then the fog churned on both sides at once, and 4 more spilled out of each. You've got to be kidding me, 12 at once? Was that really necessary? Lizard dogs everywhere. My scalp went numb just looking at them. Don't worry, young master. You've got Dodgy. She stepped out from behind me, those fox-like eyes arching. A flash of pink through her pupils, and the 4 dog lizards charging my way instantly slowed, turned, and started tearing into each other. The ones on the sides came at us too. I set my stance and kicked a few on the right flying. But these things had thick hides and tough flesh. If I couldn't hit their weak spots, I couldn't one-shot them, and 2 fists were no match for 8 legs. Slugging it out was a losing game at best. Don't be scared, young master. Dodgy's here. Her voice rang out, crisp as an oriole's. The 4 dog lizards tangling with me suddenly whipped around and bit into their own kind. I turned to look and froze. The 4 on the left were already dead as dead could be, scales shattered, drenched in blood. Dodgy, I thought your only talent was enchantment? How are you this savage? Young master, that's pure brute strength. Nothing to do with a skill. She laughed, swaying like a flower in the wind. Compared to the pampered life of her past, throwing herself into the fight firsthand was thrilling and new. I guess I'm just weak then. My mouth twitched as it clicked. The dog lizards had a constitution of 1.1. Hers was 30. They weren't even in the same universe. That delicate, dainty look had fooled me completely. For her, killing these things was child's play. The last 4 punched their tickets soon enough. This wave netted me 500 source crystals, 90 realm stones, plus 8 bronze chests, and 3 black iron chests. 11 chests. Looks like not every monster drops one. I glanced at the one I'd kicked to death. The problem was probably me. But 3 black iron chests this time? That's weird. Unless it's because of... I snapped my head towards Sudaji, my eyes lighting up. Young master, what is it? That scorching stare made her tense up, then relax again. His eyes burned, sure, but there wasn't a shred of lust in them, and that baffled her. Don't all men think with what's below the belt? Why can this master stare right at me with a completely clear mind? Did I lose my charm when I was reborn? The more she thought about it, the more panicked she got. She knew exactly what she was working with. Compared to the immortals and great fiends who could move heaven and earth, the one thing she had going for her was her born allure. Lose even that. And what did she have left? Daji, you're my lucky star. Huh? She was mid-existential crisis when I got so excited I straight up scooped her off her feet, laughing like a little kid. Why, young master? She was completely stunned. 1 second I'm questioning my whole existence, and the next it flips? And the master looks so happy. He really seems to like me. That's when it hit me. Soft, warm, fragrant in my arms. My whole body stiffened and my face flushed red again. Sorry, got a little carried away. I fumbled to set her back down. Before you showed up, I killed 2 of these dogs, and the loot was pathetic, not a single black iron chest. This wave, the source crystals and realm stones doubled, and it dropped black iron chests. That's all thanks to you. Your charm stat is 300, and it's directly boosting the drop rate. Young master, really? The light that had dimmed in her fox-like eyes came flooding back. Of course, there are 2 kinds of extremely rare chosen ones in this world. The first has sky-high fortune. Every disaster turns into a blessing. They trip over treasure just walking down the street. They'll fish a peerless secret manual out of a garbage heap. That's a child of fortune. The second kind just has everything go their way. Thirsty, and sweet rain falls from the sky. Hungry, and someone brings them food. Want a treasure, and a wealth spirit shows up at the door to hand it over. That's a child of destiny, which is you. Either way, they turn bad luck into good. I talked while tucking away the source crystals and realm stones, then pushed all 11 chests over in front of her. So, Daji isn't completely useless after all. She crouched in front of me, her confidence slowly coming back. If you count as useless, then nobody in this world is any good. Come on, help me open them. Yes, young master. It was her first time doing this, and she found it fascinating. Her jade finger tapped the first black iron chest. Ding. Congratulations, Lord. You've obtained 100 source crystals and the domain building wooden fence. A fence? Perfect. Now the domain won't be wide open on all sides. I rubbed my hands together, thrilled. A strange light danced in her eyes, like a door to a whole new world had just swung open. Pulling treasure out of the unknown, it was intoxicating. She moved on to the next one. Ding. 30 realm stones. Ding. 100 source crystals and the building outhouse. Ding. 60 source crystals and the equipment palace fan. Ding. 15 realm stones and the equipment long saber. 1 round in. 440 source crystals, 100 realm stones, 6 pieces of equipment, and 2 buildings. We're rich. My eyes lit up. With her skilled hands, chests of the same tier were clearly yielding more resources, and 8 items had dropped, a way higher rate than mine. I knew full well that pulling a hero altar on my very first try was probably just rookie luck. Without her, I doubt I'd have gotten a single thing out of this batch. Go. I casually tossed out the wooden fence. Hum. The fence swelled in the wind, ballooning to a 25 by 20 layout in a blink and enclosing the entire domain. Ding. The Sun Moon Immortal Gourd has detected an upgradable building, wooden fence. Evolve it. Do it. A wisp of hazy vapor drifted out of the gourd and settled onto the fence. SSS. Amid the sound of sprouting buds, the wooden fence came alive. The planks thickened and grew, transforming in moments into a row of stakes thick as a man's thigh. Everyone crawling with emerald thorns, spikes bristling, all over. Thorn Venom Wall. Level 1. Grade, Superior. Durability, 1000. Passive, Thorn Spikes LV.1. Poison attack, slows enemies. Deals 1% continuous damage per second. With this wall up, why would I fear a few mangy dogs? I flung the outhouse into a corner of the domain and set the Sun Moon Immortal Gourd to work on it too. Decomposition Tree House Level 1. Grade. Perfect. Durability 5,000. Slots. 2. Description. A treehouse nurtured by the power of nature, capable of breaking down waste into the purest nourishment. I stared at the design and did a double take. This style, why did it reek of night elves? Could it be that the heart of nature I'd gotten came from an elven world? The thought nearly made me shout out loud. In my past life, gaming, night elves were my go-to race every time. Bases bursting with life, buildings that seemed to breathe, and elf-maiden soldiers with killer figures. They were my dream race. All of it. Young master, you're incredible. Are you an immortal reborn? Sudaji watched the fence and the outhouse transform, stars in her eyes. This is just the beginning. Tip of the iceberg. There are way more surprises coming. Just wait. I took her hand naturally. Since there's no notice that the fighting's over, there's definitely more coming. Let's head back and rest for a bit. She smiled sweetly and let me lead her along. Back in the ancient life grotto, I kept the long saber for myself and shoved the other 5 pieces of equipment on her. These things took effect just by slotting them into the equipment inventory. No need to actually wear them. You could wear them if you wanted, and it'd change your appearance. But Sudaji flat out refused. They're too ugly. I looked at her skin, smooth as polished jade, that figure practically spilling over, that waist you could wrap one hand around, and nodded in complete agreement. True, none of these looks is worthy of you. Young master, I'm stronger. The moment she finished equipping, she felt a power surge awake inside her, enough to blast the sky apart. I pulled up her stats and sucked in a cold breath. Sudaji human. Grade, legendary. Level 1. Constitution 100, Spirit 80, Charm 300. Bloodline, 9-tailed celestial fox. Talent, born seductress. Skill, enchantment. Whoa, with constitution like that, you could probably pin 100 of me down with one hand. Looking at it made my teeth ache. Daji got a second life and got this strong. All because of you, young master. Without you, Daji is nothing. She sat down beside me, obediently hooking her arm through mine and nestling close. So Daji will never, ever hurt you. That softness nearly made me float off the ground. Maybe because I was the one who'd summoned her, but from the moment she was reborn through nirvana, the girl had felt an inexplicable attachment to me. Like she was starved for a sense of security and only felt grounded at my side. Don't worry. I'll protect you with everything I've got too. I gripped her hand, then slid my arm around her waist. A few days of getting used to this, and I was way steadier now. Not like the beginning, when one touch turned me red. She melted into it, obedient as a clingy cat. Young master, what do we do next? Having tasted the sweetness of power, she was itching to prove herself. The domain's got 2 more buildings. Your stats have multiplied, and the next wave will only be bigger and stronger. We need to prepare. I wanted to upgrade the Thornvenom Wall and Sudaji, but one look at the source crystals required, and I gave up on the spot. The problem was the starting point was too high. Ordinary buildings started upgrading at 100 source crystals, climbing to 200, 500, 1,000. My Thornvenom Wall was superior grade. It opened at 1,000, then 2,000, then 5,000. Sudaji was even more insane. A legendary hero going from level 1 to level 2 demanded 10,000 right off the bat. The real killer, buildings and residents couldn't exceed the level of the core building. To upgrade anything, I had to upgrade the Ancient Life Grotto first. But it was epic grade, starting at 20,000 realm stones. I had 200. Enough for 1%. A high starting point really was a pain in the ass. Fine. Guess my only play is heroes. I sighed and walked over to the Celestial Fiend Nirvana pool. Honestly, the design made sense. The core building acted as a cap. Otherwise, anyone who got lucky early would have shot straight to the top. Congratulations, Lord. You've obtained 1 ice silk blouse. Congratulations, Lord. You've obtained 1 gold-threaded silk robe. Congratulations, Lord. You've obtained 1 wine gourd. What the heck is all this? I dumped source crystals into the pool, and what came out wasn't a hero. It was a pile of random junk. Whatever happened to communing with all realms and drawing in the remnant souls of celestial fiends for rebirth? 900 source crystals in, and not so much as a splash. Pure waste. My heart ached so bad my brows knotted up. Young master, these things look like they're from my old world. They're all fine pieces. Seeing me upset, Sudaji leaned in to comfort me. Yeah, these clothes are perfect for you. I handed her the ice silk blouse and the gold-threaded silk robe, and hung the wine gourd on my own waist. Crack, crack. The dense sound started up again. I turned to look. Clouds and mist churned in all four directions of the domain, and a huge swarm of void dog lizards came pouring out. Dozens from each direction, half of them elites. Over 2 meters long, limbs far thicker than the common ones, like a pack of dog-headed crocodiles. My whole body went tense. I'd been ready for the third wave to be bigger and stronger. But this scale, this was a damn monster tide. Void dog lizard, elite level 2, grade, fine. Constitution 10. Skills, bite rend. Can knock over earthen walls and tear apart beasts. Sending elites, and level 2 at that. You really think highly of me. I drew the long saber and made to charge the thorn venom wall. Daji grabbed me. Young master, leave it to Daji. This batch crushed the last one in both numbers and quality, but she wasn't the least bit phased. Daji, I know you can flatten them easy, but with all four directions closing in at once, you can't cover everything. I'll hold the north gate. The other 3 sides are yours. I patted her hand and charged out before she could answer. By now the dogs had reached the wall, savagely biting the thorns and ramming it. Red numbers kept popping up over their heads. Thorn spikes poison damage, draining 1% of their health per second. As long as the wall held out for 100 seconds without breaking, these beasts would waste away on their own. Savage beasts through and through. Standing behind the wall, I stabbed at their bellies one by one through the gaps. Now and then an elite scrambled over the top, and I'd rush over to cleave it down. That's the difference between brute force and technique. The monsters came on ferociously, but there wasn't a trace of fear on my face. If anything, I was shaking with excitement. The more monsters, the bigger the haul. Clear this, and my domain's strength would climb another tier. Maybe I could even fish another hero out of the Nirvana pool. Boom, boom, boom. Compared to how carefully I was playing it, Daji was practically out for a stroll. She just vaulted over the wall, dropped an enchantment, and instantly bewitched a whole swath of them. One swing of the palace fan, one dead monster, cutting from the west gate to the south gate without so much as a blink. Those level 2 elites, stats multiplied several times over, couldn't survive a single hit from her. She had the void dog lizards questioning their whole existence. Daji, get to the east gate, quick. I suddenly shouted from the north. Nobody was guarding the east gate, and the monsters had already torn open the northern stretch of the wall there. The ones on my side saw their opening and started rushing toward the east gate to reinforce. On it, Daji pushed off the ground and shot into the monster horde like an arrow off the string. That one warrior holds, the past presence completely rewrote my understanding of her. This was the same dainty little sweetheart. No wonder she was the leader of the 3 fiends of Xianyuan Tomb. Watching her turn into a walking tank, I felt strangely reassured. But right then, a surge of danger shot up my spine. I looked up. A monster over 3 meters tall had appeared at the north gate. It walked upright, gripping a spiked club as tall as it was. Boom. One swing smashed a whole section of the wall to pulp. At that same instant, the elites in all 4 directions went berserk, hurling themselves at Daji with no regard for their own lives, like moths to a flame, clearly meant to tie her down. Oh hell, a dog king. One look at its blue stat bar, and my heart sank. Void Dog King, BOSS level, grade, constitution, skills, bite, rend, savage charge, precision strike. Description, the leader of the void dog lizards. Prefers to lurk in the shadows watching its underlings die, then emerges at the last moment to deliver the finishing blow. Level 2 high. Can't see its stats. I froze for half a second, then bolted for the ancient life grotto. With my constitution of 1.2, plus my weapon and combat experience, I could barely go even with an elite. Go toe-to-toe with the Dog King, and one swing of that club would send me to meet my grandma. Daji, I wasn't worried about. The Dog King was after me. Those elites could send in wave after wave and still not scratch her. At best, they'd tie her up with their lives. If I could hole up in the grotto and hold out until she broke free, I still had a sliver of a chance. Worst case, I'd just abandon the trial. The plan was beautiful. Reality, less so. The Dog King was a boss. Its stats had to crush the elites. I couldn't even outrun an elite. What made me think I could outrun this? AWOO, the Dog King let out a roar, its massive frame launching off the ground like a moving boulder hurtling straight at me. Shit. No time to dodge. I spun around and threw the saber up sideways to block. Boom. The next moment I was hit like a mountain had rammed me. The saber shattered on the spot, and I got blasted into the ancient life grotto like a cannonball. Young master. Over at the east gate, Daji, mid-slaughter, saw it happen, and her eyes went blood red in an instant, like someone had crushed her heart in one fist. She let out a piercing, anguished howl. In her past life, she'd been a pawn to a sage, used up and thrown away. She'd finally found someone who treated her with genuine care, and now she had to watch him die right in front of her. That helplessness drove her to a rage close to madness. Why am I this weak? Why can't I protect the one person who's truly kind to me? Boom. Under the crush of raw emotion, red light exploded off her body, and a fluffy white fox tail burst out behind her. Her hair whipped wild. Her robe billowed. She was every inch a fiend queen descending upon the world. In that instant, she'd awakened the celestial fox bloodline and grasped a new skill. One sweep of the fox tail, and the elites surrounding her were sent flying, bursting apart in sprays of blood. Her alluring eyes blood red, she slashed her hand down hard, and a demonic gale whipped up behind her. Whoosh! Every monster that tried to lunge got swept up and slammed into the earth. Riding the gale, she tore toward the grotto like a woman possessed. AWOO, the Dog King, which had meant to finish me off, sensed the danger, screeched to a halt, spun around, and swung its club. But Sudaji didn't dodge, didn't flinch. She reached out barehanded and grabbed the spike-covered club head-on. "You beast, give me back my young master's life." She surged with force, crushing every spike on the club flat, then whipped her fox tail and yanked the Dog King clean off the ground. Before it could even land, she leapt up, grabbed it by the tail, and smashed it into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The whole domain quaked. The Void Dog King was pounded until its scales split, its flesh turned to pulp, every bone shattered. Only when it had gone completely still did she fling it to the ground. And I just happened to walk out of the grotto right then, clutching my chest. Looking at that puddle of meat paste that used to be the Dog King, I couldn't help but wince. "Young master." The second Sudaji saw me, all the ferocity drained away and she turned back into that fragile little sweetheart. She rushed over in a few quick strides, tears rolling down like a snapped string of pearls. "Don't cry, I'm fine." I pulled her into my arms and gently patted her shoulder. "Young master, from now on you're not allowed to leave my sight." She burrowed into my chest, arms locked tight around my waist, like she was afraid I'd suddenly bolt. "I won't," I said. That was a special situation. I looked at her tear-filled eyes, so pitiful I couldn't stand it, and before I could stop myself, I dipped my head and kissed her on the forehead. She didn't pull away. Instead, she shrank bashfully deeper into my arms. That utterly at my mercy look stoked the little flame in my chest into a roaring blaze. Right then, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Battle over. Beginning settlement. I let out a long breath. Finally done. No more monsters would come before dawn. Battle settlement. Enemies. 114 Void Dog Lizards, 100 Elites, 1 Dog King Boss. Rating SSS. Clear reward. 20,000 Source Crystals, 10,000 Realm Stones. Rating reward. 60,000 Source Crystals, 25,000 Realm Stones, plus 3 domain buildings, barracks, arrow tower, and farmland. Now that's a fat haul. I'm rich. I got so excited I shot straight to my feet, damn near forgetting about the girl in my arms. "Young master, what is it?" Sudaji stood up with me, still refusing to let go. "Today's officially over. No more monsters coming. Come on, let's collect the loot." I pushed through the pain and headed for the Dog King's corpse. That hit had been no joke. Every move sent a jolt of pain that had me baring my teeth. "Young master, you're still hurt. I'll go." Sudaji shoved me firmly back into the grotto and rushed out herself. She even looks good running. I watched her back and decided to stop toughing it out. Clearing the battlefield really was a hassle. With a single thought, the domain panel floated up before me. Upgrade domain. I dumped all 20,000 realm stones straight into the Sun Moon Immortal Gourd. The gourd lit up, and a vast surge of energy blasted out of its mouth, wrapping around the entire grotto. Crack, crack, crack. The grotto shot up from under 5 meters to over 10, its interior space stretching wider along with it. The domain area jumped from 500 square meters straight to 1,000. Ding. Ancient Life Grotto has advanced to level 2, Awakening Power of Nature. It has become the Ancient Life Tree and can now train sprites. My own level climbed from 1 to 2 along with it, and every injury on my body healed in an instant. Damn, that feels good. I pulled up my stat panel and scanned it. Constitution 31, Spirit 32, description reading, a minor lord who can barely fend for himself. 30 flat points added to my base stats. Not bad. Looking at the ever-growing treehouse, I muttered offhand. With this much space, it'd be great to partition off a living room and a storeroom. And the treehouse seemed to understand. Crack, crack, crack. It divided itself into 3 rooms, a living room in the middle, a bedroom on the left, a storeroom on the right, all exactly as I'd pictured in my head. The gourd stood in the center of the living room, ringed by a round table and wooden stools, complete with a wrought tin sofa. No way, it read my mind straight up. That beats making me spell it out. With my way with words, there's no guarantee I'd have explained it right anyway. Master, I have birthed a consciousness. I can freely alter the treehouse's size, and I can train sprites to contribute to the domain. A gentle voice sounded in my head. The feeling reminded me of those first encounter scenes in old Investiture of the Gods legends, and a wave of emotion surged through me. From now on, this guy's got a tree mama too. I pulled up the domain info. Domain level 2. Area 1000 SQ meters. Grade, epic. The domain traits made my eyes go wide. Power of Xuansu. My resentment of a 2-lifetime single guy had been empowered by a mysterious force into a top-tier trait. Suppresses male enemies' stats by 50%, boosts all female residents' stats to 10x, and gives a 100% chance for summoned heroes and troops to be beautiful women. Power of Nature. The ancient life tree has revived and can train sprites to develop the domain. Holy crap, now we're really cooking. I sprang up. If the ancient life tree recognized me as its master, then didn't that make me an elf king? Pointy-eared elf maiden soldiers. Didn't that mean I could have as many as I wanted? Young master, you're all better? Sudaji drifted in on her demonic gale, dumped a huge pile of source crystals, realm stones, and chests on the ground, and froze at the sight of the completely transformed grotto. The domain and the Lord are one. I upgraded the domain, so naturally I got upgraded too. I rolled up my sleeve and flexed my bicep. Now I'm not just back to full health. I'm tougher than before. Uffed. She covered her mouth and laughed, thinking I was just too adorable. Come here, sit down, and rest a bit. Looking at her adorable, so easily tipped over demeanor, my heart went warm and I pulled her straight into my arms. Once a man's had his first time with a woman he likes, he wants it 1,000 times more. I was truly hooked on her. She didn't mind. She was happy about it. She said she loved the way I smelled, and she could tell my feelings were real. But young master, there are still so many chests we haven't collected. She'd already cast herself as the domain's little steward, and seeing all that loot scattered around, she couldn't sit still. Relax. From now on, there'll be dedicated hands to clean up the battlefield. I turned to look at the ancient life tree. How many sprites can you train? At my current level, 10. 10 it is. 10 wisps of clear energy shot out of the gourd and drifted toward the ancient tree. 10 hollows opened up along the trunk. The energy slipped inside, and before long it took shape as 10 sprites. Pointed ears, big eyes, wings clear as cicada silk, dressed in leaf skirts, beautiful as works of art. So that wisp of energy the monsters gave off when they died and drifted into the gourd, that was primal life essence, and it had become the nourishment that birthed the sprites. Master, master, the sprites swarmed around me, nuzzling my face, unbearably affectionate. I reached out my devil's claws and gave each of their little heads a rub. Thanks for cleaning up the battlefield, you two. Our pleasure. They immediately flew into the battlefield, hauling packages big and small, bustling about in a flurry. And the two of us, the pair exploiting this child labor, turned around and slipped into the treehouse. Dodgy, you've been at it all day. Go wash up. I slid an arm around her waist. She leaned against my shoulder, her face full of bashful charm. The treehouse's bathing room was covered in green leaves and fresh flowers, wonderfully crisp and clean. The moment any filth appeared, it was automatically broken down, not even a trace of odor left behind. A giant sunflower hung overhead. Touch it, and it poured down a stream of water at just the right temperature. Honestly, I wanted to wash up with her. But on second thought, we'd only known each other a day. Rushing it would be too much. So I obediently walked into the other stall. Still, catching a glimpse of that pale stretch of her neck got my blood pumping all the same. Half an hour later, the two of us changed into clean clothes and returned to the tree hollow. Time to inspect the spoils. I rubbed my hands together and looked at the chests littering the ground. 50 bronze chests, 105 black iron chests, 40 silver chests, and 1 gold chest. Dodgy, get to it. Don't open them one by one. Use the one-click open. Young master, how do I one-click open? She was baffled. That's when it hit me. One-click open was a lord's exclusive privilege. I thought for a moment, pulled her into my arms, and tried sharing my field of vision. See it? I pointed at a bronze chest, and the one-click open button popped up. I see it. How amazing. I held her hand and tapped it. A flash of green light, and all 50 bronze chests opened at once. Obtained 2,000 source crystals, 300 realm stones, 3 farmlands, 1 well, and the troop token, spearman. I frowned. Couldn't blame me for being unimpressed. The rating reward alone had come with 80,000 source crystals. This was barely a mosquito's leg by comparison. 4 buildings and 1 troop token. Decent enough. Before I descended, Loomingly had said it. The endless void was friendly to rookies, with an insanely high drop rate during the trial period that gradually fell back to normal levels the further in you got. That's why she'd hammered it home. Survive the trial period at all costs. But only if you kept yourself alive. Lose money and you can earn it back. Lose your life and you lose everything. Keep going. I guided her hand to the black iron chests. 105 black iron chests, 10,000 source crystals, 2,000 realm stones, 2 cannon towers, 1 restaurant, the equipment blood moon ring. 40 silver chests, 8,000 source crystals, 1,600 realm stones, 1 watchtower, for farmlands, the troop token frenzied blood serpent, the equipment blood fiend bone whip. I was over the moon. Now I had a restaurant, I had a water source, food and shelter both solved. Young master, just the last one left. Sudaji hugged over the gold chest the dog king had dropped, her eyes shining. Open it. Hum. A tap of her jade finger, and the gold chest burst with golden light. Gold chest opened. 10,000 source crystals, the equipment wolf fawn club, the equipment star of the deep sea, the skill book savage charge. Whoa, a gold grade item dropped. I snatched up the star of the deep sea. Star of the deep sea pendant. Grade, flawless, gold. Constitution plus 30, spirit plus 100, charm plus 10. Skills, water parting art, recovery. The description said it was a mesmerizing gem from the deep seas of the void realm, picked up by the dog king. I was wondering how a mud at the bottom of the food chain even understood tactics. Turns out this thing was topping up its brain power. I hung the star of the deep sea around Sudaji's neck. This suits you. Wear it. Thank you, young master. She'd taken a liking to it at first sight and didn't refuse. I handed her the other 2 pieces. This blood fiend bone whip and blood moon ring. Their stats can't match the star of the deep sea, but they're still superior purple grade gear. You keep them. Red light coiled around the whip, and for a second it threw me off. Wasn't this Miss Jingjing's exact set? Young master, you're giving all the good stuff to me. What about you? Sudaji's eyes had gone red at the rims. She could tell. I wasn't giving her any chance to refuse. I've got this. I hoisted the wolf fawn club onto my shoulder and struck an imposing pose. The wolf fawn club was only rare blue grade, but it came with precision strike. Every swing hit a monster dead on, plus 30 points of constitution. That was plenty for me. From now on I'll protect you, young master. What happened today will never happen again. Sudaji wound the blood fiend bone whip around her waist, using it straight up as a belt. All right, next it's time to renovate the domain. I knew the score. If the last wave on day 1 was already this vicious, tomorrow would only be more monstrous. Better to fortify now. First I dumped 5,000 source crystals to expand the thorn venom wall to 25 by 40. Then I spent another 1,000 to level it up to 2. Durability 2,000, fixed damage per second raised to 2%. Next I placed the arrow tower and the 2 cannon towers at the west, south, and east gates. Ding! The Sun Moon Immortal Gourd has detected upgradable buildings. Evolve them. I nodded, and vines instantly cocooned all 3 towers. Entangling Tower Superior. Durability 1,000. Skill, ground spikes plus entangle. Pins enemies within 10 meters, with poison and paralysis. Hellfire Cannon Tower Flawless. Durability 2,000. The instant its shell bursts it becomes hellfire, capable of melting even iron and stone. Beautiful. 3 towers plus the venom wall. I won't be caught this flat-footed again. I waved my hand and leveled all 3 up to 2. Then came the restaurant. One splash of the gourd's power of nature, and the wood came alive. It sprouted branches, vines twined around it, and in a few breaths it flowered and bore fruit. Grapes, watermelons, lychees, mangoes all hanging from the tree. Elven flavor house grade. Perfect. Durability 5,000. Ingredients are always at peak freshness. Rumor has it even elven royalty love to dine here. I moved the well next to the flavor house, and sure enough it transformed into the moonlight well. It drank in moonlight on its own. Its water restored HP and MP, and it even beautified the skin. Both were special buildings that couldn't be leveled up. Finally, it was the watchtowers and barracks' turn. I set the watchtower near the north gate. It evolved into the elven watchtower, mounted with a far-seeing lens, perfect for standing sentry. The barracks gave me pause. In its base form it produced militia, the standard pick for rookie lords. But I had the white-grade troop token spearman and the purple-grade token frenzied blood serpent, which could steer the evolution in a set direction. But I was a cheating bastard, wasn't I? Let the power of nature evolve it freely, and even I wouldn't know which way it'd go. If what came out was worse than spearman, the barracks would be wasted. I've traded the shotgun for a cannon, and I've got defense towers as a backstop. Let's roll the dice. I tossed away the troop tokens and bet on the power of nature. The barracks swelled and warped. Elven Archer Training Ground Rare. Durability 500. Population 20. Can train Elven Archers. Phew. I let out the breath I'd been holding. Not quite like those short night elf archers from my past life, but close enough. I leveled it to 2 and started training right away. The door opened. 20 tall, graceful beauties with white hair and pointed ears walked out, longbows in hand, short swords at their waists, brimming with valiant spirit. My blood ran hot in an instant. Damn, these were tens of thousands of times more gorgeous than those short night elf archers. We greet our king. All 20 stunning beauties dropped to one knee in unison. All of you rise. Looking at this row of beauties I'd only ever dared dream about, I couldn't even describe how good I felt. Thank you, our king. Their movements were pleasingly uniform. My dear warriors, today's fighting is done, but monsters could come at any time tomorrow, so no one is to let their guard down. Choose a captain among yourselves and set up patrols. When you're hungry, go eat at the flavor house. Dismissed. Yes, sir. A crisp, decisive bunch. They immediately huddled together to pick a captain. I took Sue Dodgy's hand and headed for the Elven flavor house. After half a day of hustling, I was starving. Every one of these sprites is a rare beauty. You're a lucky man, young master. She hooked her arm through mine, unable to hide the jealousy in her voice. Dodgy, no matter how many beauties end up in this domain, your place in my heart is one nobody can shake. I reached out and slid an arm around her waist. There are countless elven beauties, but there's only one Sue Dodgy, a born seductress through and through. Dodgy will always stay by your side, young master. Having gotten the answer she wanted, she pressed herself right up against me. Inside I was cheering. Now this is the life a lord is supposed to live. Divine Moon Academy. My class. Loomingly, seated cross-legged on her meditation mat, opened her eyes. With a hum, a screen of light materialized before her. The Academy's internal network, something only teachers could access. Day 1 rookie trial concluded. Data released. 2 at SSS-Rank, 7 at SS-Rank, 31 at S-Rank. The moment the data appeared, the network went dead silent. 2 SSS. My heavens, did Divine Moon Academy step in some good luck this year? We didn't have a single one last year, and now 2 show up at once. Someone find out which class these prodigies are in. If they're in mine, I'll gift them a flawless grade building. The network instantly boiled over. And no wonder, among the Dragon Nation's 36 academies, Divine Moon wasn't dead last, but it was close. 2 super prodigies appearing at once. Who wouldn't be thrilled? It's only day 1 data. Whether they're prodigies depends on the final rating. A frosty voice doused all the enthusiasm. The speaker was Lu Mengli, the Frost Goddess, the Dean's daughter, one of the 3 grand elders of the inner court. Elder Lu is right. The teachers were choked into silence, but no one dared push back. Unable to resist the crowd's insistence, the 3 grand elders acted together, channeling a divine artifact to pull up the 2 prodigies' information. Unfortunately, the Void's rules blocked them. They could only trace the sector, not the individuals. It's got to be Li Jiqing from my class. She forged a flawless lord's heart. I knew she had it in her. And the other one's actually in Elder Lu's class. Impressive. But Lu Mengli closed the network. Every generation produces its talents. However great an SSS prodigy's potential, before they've actually grown into it, they're just prodigies. How many started out strong only for their temperament to fail them, dying in the end to their own arrogance? She'd seen far too much of that. None of these academy affairs meant anything to me. A freshly enrolled orphan. Right now I was in the ancient life tree's bedroom, staring wide-eyed at Sue Dodgy. Because there was only one bed in the room. Dodgy, how about I sleep on the floor and you take the bed? I fished bedding out of my storage pouch, only to find I'd prepared just one set. Awkward. Young master is the lord, Dodgy's master. How could you sleep on the floor? The bed's so big, why don't we share it? Her face flushed red, that bashfulness carrying an indescribable allure that set my heart racing. Then let's share. The words leapt out as if by some devil's prompting, and even I was startled once I'd said them. Had those brazen, wolfish words really come out of my mouth. We'd only known each other a day, and I was already thinking about sharing a bed. What a beast. But the girl had invited me herself. If you turn her down, doesn't that make you worse than a beast? Between being a beast and being worse than one, I chose to be a beast. We both took off our outer clothes and lay down side by side. A faint fragrance clung to her. The ancient tree gave off a fresh, clean scent, and my nervousness slowly melted away. I'd fought half the day, so my stamina had recovered, but there was no escaping the mental exhaustion. And so, I just fell asleep like that. A heaven-sent chance to be a beast, and I slept my way right into being worse than one. Sudaji didn't sleep. She propped herself up on one arm and quietly watched my breathing gradually even out, her face more content than it had ever been. They say the human heart is unfathomable, that those not of one's kind must harbor different intentions. Yet the young master lets his guard down completely around me. Has the world been deceiving me all along, or does the young master truly care for me? She smiled softly, a smile to topple nations. Finally, she pecked me on the lips and obediently curled up into my arms. Day 2. Boom, boom, boom. Sleeping soundly, I was jolted awake by the thunderous noise. I sat up, and Sudaji was gone from my side. Daji. I threw on my clothes in a few quick motions, hoisted the wolf fawn club, and rushed out. Good grief, smoke and dust were rising all around the domain. A pack of short, sleazy-looking fat little things, wielding weapons of every kind, were hammering at the thorn-venom wall like maniacs. The elven archers had spread out, coordinating their fire with the defense towers. Sudaji, holding the north gate as a one-woman army, saw me, whipped up a demonic gale to blast the monsters back, and flashed to my side in a blink. You're up, young master. Did you eat the breakfast I left for you? Got up in a rush and missed it. What's the situation? I stared at the chest-strewn ground, my head buzzing. The monsters came first thing this morning. This is already the second wave. After one night sharing a bed, Sudaji had clearly loosened up, no longer so reserved. I slept that deeply. I felt a little sheepish. You were just too tired, young master. These small fry are nothing. Leave them to Daji and the warriors. Just eat your meal in peace. She flashed a sweet smile and dashed back to the north gate. Crack, crack, crack. The blood fiend bone whip lashed out like a crimson serpent. The moment a monster touched it, it died. I swept my eyes over the battlefield. Level 2 small goblins, level 3 big goblins, mixed in with a few level 4 elites. Goblin warriors wielding meteor hammers, goblin archers gripping longbows. Beauty really is a blade that scrapes the bone. Yesterday, I was too busy having fun and forgot to level up the archers. I slapped my forehead, pulled up the panel, and dumped 1,000 source crystals to level them all to 2. Elven Archer level 2, rare. Constitution 15, Spirit 20. Skills, Precision Shot, Piercing Arrow. Never misses. Nice. Now any one of them could squash the unupgraded me with a single slap. I nodded, satisfied. I knew that side didn't need my attention. 20 elven archers crouched behind the thorn-venom wall, a primordial power surging into their bodies, arrow rain hissing out in torrents. 20 of them putting up the presence of 1,000-strong army. I turned and walked toward the celestial fiend Nirvana pool. I had enough source crystals now. Time to summon my second hero. Who will number 2 be? I stared at the 8 empty little stone pedestals. My curiosity piqued. Once all 9 pedestals are filled, does this pool become useless? Why bother thinking about that? I shook my head and started wailing on the credit card. Congratulations, Lord. You've obtained 1 pair of leather shoes. Congratulations, Lord. You've obtained 1 Hisho Wu root. Congratulations, Lord. You've obtained 1 purple sash immortal robe. A flash of purple light and a robe glowing violet dropped in front of me. 3,000 source crystals for an immortal robe. Worth it. I put it away and kept wailing. Congratulations, Lord. You've obtained 1 sack of flour. Congratulations, Lord. You've obtained 1 broken blade. Right as I burned through 10,000 source crystals, the pool water finally changed. Sudaji had just fended off the second wave and come over to report, arriving in time to catch the scene. Am I finally going to have a sister? She stared at the churning water, expectation in her eyes, along with a trace of unease. Those elven archers were pretty, sure, but too innocent, too sheltered, lacking her seductive edge. Yet anyone who walked out of the Nirvana pool had the potential of a celestial fiend, probably not one of them weaker than her. Father, how cruel your heart is. Why did you seal your daughter away in this lightless place? The voice was cold and despairing. First a stroke of snow white rose from the pool, then a forehead smooth as jade, and a pair of purple pupils. By the time the figure stood fully upright, I froze. Sudaji froze too. White hair, purple eyes, skin white as snow. A figure that rivaled if not surpassed Sudaji's, and a pair of long legs that flat out crushed hers. I'm 5'10", not short for a guy, yet she was even a hair taller than me. This place is not Chishui, why am I here? She rubbed her temples as though her head ached. Chishui? Could you be? A shudder ran through me. Sudaji couldn't believe it either, her lips trembling. Sealed by her father in a lightless place. A place called Chishui, the Red Waters. Only one person fit all those conditions. The Yellow Emperor's daughter, the drought goddess Ba. And since the Yellow Emperor's surname was Ji and his given name Xianyuan, the Xianyuan tomb that Sudaji and her two sisters had occupied was in fact the grave of Ba's own father. Lady, are you the Yellow Emperor's daughter, the drought goddess Ba? I asked cautiously. Indeed. My name is Ba. You may also call me Xian. You are the Lord. She was still digesting the flood of knowledge pouring into her mind. I'll call you Xian, then. My name is Yi Kan, Lord of this domain. From now on, we're partners. Facing a heaven goddess taller than me, one whose passing, legend said, left 1,000 miles of scorched earth, I still felt a little uneasy. The last thing I wanted was for my little plot of land to turn into cracked, dead ground in the blink of an eye. As for why I called her Xian instead of Ba, that was a matter of surnames. Xianyuan the Yellow Emperor's clan name was Ji. There's no need for the Lord to worry, she said, as if she could see straight into my heart. Reborn through nirvana, my resentment has long since dispersed. All that remains is a single lingering attachment to this world. My apologies for staring. I scratched my head. Just then Sudaji tugged at my sleeve. What is it? I turned back. Her clothes. Her pretty face was crimson, one jade hand blocking my head from turning back around. Ah, that's when it clicked. I was mortified. I quickly opened my storage pouch, grabbed a bunch of garments, and shoved them at her, including the just-acquired purple sash immortal robe and a golden glow feather robe. The purple sash immortal robe is for you. Understood. Sudaji took it, then pulled Ba along toward the ancient life tree. I stayed put, replaying the scene from a moment ago, and couldn't help sighing at how unreliable the historical records were. From now on, anyone who tells me the drought goddess Ba is short, bald, and ugly, I'll beat them to death. With that, I hoisted the Wolf Fang club onto my shoulder and strode majestically toward the north gate. The elven archers were hauling resources alongside the sprites. They were curious about Ba's appearance too, but after a couple of glances they buried themselves back in their work. Guarding the domain was their top priority. Only day 2, and it's already this frenzied. Looks like I need to ramp up construction. Looking at the goblin corpses littering the ground, my heart felt a little heavy, but the moment I glanced at the busy sprites, my confidence surged right back. Wolf Fang club over my shoulder, I walked toward the ancient life grotto. Sudaji and Ba were just coming out of the bedroom. Sudaji had changed into the purple sash immortal robe, her lovely frame wrapped in a faint violet halo, noble and alluring. Ba had changed into the golden glow feather robe. Those astonishing curves and snow-white skin, half hidden beneath the golden glow, were downright tantalizing. You both look wonderful. I sighed with genuine feeling. Of course, Sister Xian is a noble heaven goddess. Sudaji hooked arms with her, very affectionate. Looks like after that little episode earlier, the two had taken a first step toward accepting each other. The past is water under the bridge now, Ba said. From here on, I am simply Xian, a woman under the young master's command. Xian, you're a hero to the human race, but the human heart is selfish. I looked at her. You crossed the interests of the majority, and no matter how much you gave back then, they'll forget it all. Your father was a great leader, but first he was chief of the human race, and only then your father. So don't hold it against him. The legendary savage aura really was gone from her, but the grievance still lingered. The young master seems to know my past. She looked at me, curious. The truth is, I come from the same world as you two. The difference is, I'm a person from a later age, reborn into the human race of this world. And you, I resurrected you with the celestial fiend Nirvana pool. I didn't overthink it and just laid out my origins. I see. Both were a little moved. Such a well-guarded secret, and I was actually willing to share it. Let's set all this aside for now. I've been busy so long my stomach's growling. Eat first. We'll open the chests when we're back. I took the two beauties by the hand and headed for the elven flavor house. Ba watched my behavior, froze for a beat, then smiled. This lord's temperament was a lot like the people from her past life, all so direct. As we went in, The elven archers had split into two teams, one on alert, one eating. Fighting from the crack of dawn, none of them had had breakfast. Young master, Sister Sien just got here. You'd better put on a good show. The moment we walked in, Su Daji's eyes lit up. Ever since she'd tasted my cooking, nothing else would do. Not that I cooked all that well. It's that in the age she came from, there was no such thing as decent food. Relax. I patted my chest. The perk of the Elven Flavor House was that the ingredients were fresh, waste could be topped up with source crystals, and one stock of supplies could make 10 servings. With the heat and proportions preset, the food came out fast. Before long, soup dumplings, spring rolls, millet porridge, soy milk, 10 servings all done. Truly a feast fit for the heavens. Ba and Su Daji ate with their eyes narrowed in delight. Only then did I notice the elven archers off in the distance, nibbling their fruit and staring longingly at me, lowering their heads the moment our eyes met. Warriors, come eat with us. Everyone gets a share. They didn't move. Only the captain leading them stood up. King, we are but the most ordinary soldiers of the elven race. Is this truly permitted? The elves didn't place much weight on rank. Class within the tribe could be broken through by strength, so everyone revered the strong. But right now they were still the lowest tier archers, unqualified to sit at the king's table, much less eat food the king had cooked with his own hands. In our domain, we don't stand on that much ceremony. I used 2 more stocks of supplies to whip up 20 servings. For the domain to grow, the food problem has to be solved. Looks like I should consider a troop type specialized in cuisine. Young master, can chess drop that kind of troop? Su Daji asked, curious. Depends on luck. If I really can't roll one, I'll go buy it. Good food and beautiful women, neither is to be squandered. I downed a mouthful of soy milk in one gulp. Ba shot me a thoughtful glance, but said nothing. Full and satisfied, I led the 2 beauties to the storeroom in the ancient life grotto. Daji, come here. I beckoned, and Su Daji obediently nestled into my arms. Hand pressed to hand, we did the one-click open. Ding. Congratulations, Lord, obtained 18,000 source crystals, 10,000 realm stones, the domain building farmland, the domain building's arrow tower, and elemental tower X2, the equipment frost bracers. Adding in the monster's direct drops, this haul totaled 31,000 source crystals, 13,000 realm stones, plus 4 buildings and several pieces of green and blue-grade gear. The domain didn't have enough area, so I set the farmland aside for now. As expected, the arrow tower evolved into an entangling tower. I placed it at the south gate to pair with the Hellfire Cannon Tower. The 2 elemental towers evolved into a frost tower and a chain lightning tower. The frost tower slowed enemies with light injury, so I put it at the east gate with another Hellfire Cannon. The chain lightning tower did area damage, so I put it at the west gate with another entangling tower. As for the north gate, there was a hero holding it. Arrangements made, I turned my gaze to Ba. Drought Goddess Ba. Race, human. Grade, legendary. Level 1. Constitution, 40, base 4, 10x domain boost. Spirit, 60, base 6, 10x domain boost. Bloodline, body of true yang. Talent, command over heavenly fire. Skill 1, flame of heaven's judgment. Controls heavenly fire to incinerate opponents. Skill 2, soul control, can command dead souls to fight for her. Quantity and duration scale with level. Description, once the beloved daughter of the Yellow Emperor, she helped him defeat Chiyo's Earl of Wind and Master of Rain, but was gravely wounded in doing so. Her divine power went out of control, and everywhere she passed, 1,000 miles turned to scorched earth. The common people suffered untold misery, and resentment sprang up everywhere. Tormented by that resentment, Ba's temperament changed drastically, and she began devouring the primal souls of all living things across the 3 realms to stave off the loss of her divine power. Heartbroken, the Yellow Emperor later, on the advice of Shujun, the ancestor of farming, sealed Ba beneath the red waters of the northern lands. She really is a pitiful soul. I spent 10,000 source crystals to level her up to 2, then decked her out in all the fresh green and blue-grade gear I'd just gotten. The domain's second female tank was born. Drought Goddess Ba. Race, human. Grade, legendary. Level, 2. Constitution, 339. Base 24, 10x domain boost. Equipment, plus 99. Spirit, 376. Base 26, 10x domain boost. Equipment, plus 116. Bloodline, body of true yang. Talent, command over heavenly fire. Skill 1, flame of heaven's judgment. Skill 2, soul control. Thank you, young master. In the age Ba came from, Humans and gods alike dressed in crude, simple garb. Refined armor like this was a first for her. She found it utterly novel. However mighty Ba was, in the end she was still a girl. Boom, boom, boom. The earth suddenly began to quake. The long-awaited third wave had arrived. Goblin generals? Seeing the ranks emerging from the mist, my brow arched. At the center of each goblin unit was a chariot, and atop it stood a burly goblin, clad head to toe in thick armor, its spikes glinting cold. Goblin General, semi-boss. Level. Grade. Constitution. Spirit. Skills. Command, Fleshbomb Chariot. My name is Yi Kan, and I stood atop the Elven Watchtower, looking down at the Goblin General beneath it. A layer of gray mist wrapped around it, obscuring every stat. Can't see its stats, at least level 6. I frowned. Over these past few days I'd figured out the pattern. As long as a monster was 3 levels above me, I couldn't read a single thing. I need to get an eye of true sight skill or something like it. Fast, or I'll stay stuck on the back foot. Roar. The general let out a furious bellow, and the goblin horde beneath the tower surged toward my domain like a green tide. Where'd this pack of green-skinned midgets even come from? They're so ugly I want to puke. Ba stood beside me, disgusted enough to knit her brows. This place is nothing like our human world, I said, staring at the battlefield. The origin ground of all realms, the burial ground of all living things under heaven. Here, anything can happen. Don't try to make sense of it with common logic. The words had barely left my mouth when I lifted a foot to leap down from the tower. A jade hand pressed down on my shoulder. In that instant, the strength drained from my whole body, and I couldn't move. Under the crushing weight of Ba's terrifying stats, I was nothing but a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken. Lord, whoever heard of throwing yourself into the field to die? She crooked her fingers into a seal, her lips moving faintly. A massive fireball burst into existence out of the empty sky and hurtled straight down outside the north gate. Boom. A sea of fire spread instantly. The goblin vanguard charging out front didn't even have time to scream before they were burned to ash. Sister Sien, magnificent. I couldn't help giving her a thumbs up. She froze for a moment. The word sister seemed to strike something in her. She remembered those days imprisoned north of the Red Waters. The common people treating her like a plague god. Her own kin hiding from her as though from a ghost. Even her father unwilling to spare her a single visit. Family, is it? I haven't felt this in a very long time. Don't dwell on it. I grabbed her hand. From now on, we're all together. Me too. Sudaji rushed over and grabbed her other hand. Ba nodded and closed her eyes. The next moment, from the piles of corpses outside the north gate, purple goblin wraiths condensed one after another out of thin air, then turned and lunged at their still living kin. That eerie sight left the charging goblins dumbstruck. On the spot, the two groups of greenskins tore into a chaotic melee. So this is soul control? Incredible. I watched, eyes shining. With a fierce warrior like Ba, it was as good as 100,000-strong army. A pity my strength is too weak right now. I can't bring out even a tenth of it. She shook her head. Young master, you take command here and keep control of the whole field. Leave the north gate to me. Daji, you take the south. Sudaji nodded but didn't move. She waited until Ba leapt down from the tower, then abruptly spun around, went up on her toes, and gave me a quick peck on the lips. Young master, I'm going too. A twist of her waist, and she'd already jumped off the tower. I wiped my mouth and grinned. This silly girl was becoming more and more human. No, she'd basically turned into a love-struck little thing. She'd developed a sense of crisis. And no wonder, with a boundlessly charming older sister type like Ba standing there, who wouldn't feel threatened. With the two of them holding the north and south gates, there was no suspense left there. I moved my troops around. I shifted the south gate's Hellfire Cannon Tower to the west gate, moved the Entangling Tower to the east gate, and pressed 15 Elven archers to the west gate. Then I took the remaining 5 archers, leapt down from the tower, and held the east gate myself. Ba watched my maneuvering from afar, frowned slightly, but didn't stop me. I wasn't far from her anyway. If something went wrong, she'd have time to save me. Roar. Seeing that a puny little lord like me actually refused to know my place, the East Gate's goblin general flew into a rage, leapt off its chariot, curled into a ball in midair, and became a giant spike-covered iron sphere, rolling toward the East Gate along the ground at a terrifying speed. King, fall back. We'll block it. The elven archers rushed up to shield me. Don't be foolish. I yanked them back. A broken gate can be repaired, but if people die, it's all over. Retreat. Backing up 10 paces, I had the frost tower spray out an icy mist to freeze its speed first, then took aim with the Hellfire Cannon Tower and let it have it. Boom, boom, boom. This general had thick flesh and high defense, but it couldn't withstand a sustained barrage from 2 towers. By the time it slammed into the thorn venom wall, it only cracked it in a few places. The gate didn't break. Instead, it got wrapped up by the vines like a rice dumpling, blood blisters bursting all over its body. Roar! It panicked, flung off its armor with an explosive roar, and with its bare hands tore the cracked venom wall open into a gap. That was exactly the opening the archers had been waiting for. Their arrows poured recklessly into the seams of its armor. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the blink of an eye, it was riddled like a sieve. But it was a semi-boss after all, its constitution absurdly tough. Arrows that could punch through goblin elites left only light wounds on it. Growing cocky, it plucked out all the arrows, beat its chest, and taunted me. Damn it, I just love the show-off types like you. I raised my club and stepped out ahead of the group. Precision strike activated, and I brought the Wolf Fang club swinging down. Bam! Its head was smashed into a busted watermelon on the spot. Hammer in hand, the world is mine. I hoisted the club onto my shoulder. Did you really think this 50-plus constitution of mine came for free? Swoosh, swoosh. Sudaji and Ba landed at my side one after the other, both their faces drawn tight. Young master, you're not to take such risks again. A moment ago, they'd both been dealing with generals elsewhere. Ba was even splitting her focus, using soul control to reinforce the west gate. And the moment they looked back, I'd already charged out. That instant had genuinely scared a cold sweat out of them. Sudaji had been through it once and was okay. But for Ba, it was the first time. I'd resurrected her from the celestial fiend nirvana pool. And from the moment she opened her eyes, our lives had been tied together. The instant I hit danger, her chest tightened, like the sky was about to fall. Don't worry. I waved a hand. I know what I'm doing. A semi-boss like that can't one-shot me. What's that? Before I'd finished, my expression shifted and I locked my eyes on the mist. Sudaji, remembering the Dog King's ambush last time, threw herself in front of me without a word. Ba immediately pressed close to my side too. In the mist, a black silhouette flickered in and out of view. A figure wrapped in a black robe, leading a gray camel behind it, 2 earth-yellow crates hanging from the camel's humps. Strange. Goblins are laying siege. The boss should be a goblin king. Where'd this camel-leading, black-robed figure come from? The next moment, the black-robed figure actually turned and walked away, leading its camel. He gave up. Sudaji looked utterly bewildered. The settlement hasn't come up yet. Today isn't over. I shook my head. Then what was that about? He's probably not the siege boss. He's a wandering merchant. I said, not entirely certain. After all those years sunk into games in my past life, I recognized that get-up at a glance. But wasn't everything hidden in the void a monster steeped through with malice? Where would a wandering merchant come from? Weren't they afraid of the malice? My head was full of question marks. Once the trial's over, I've got to ask the teacher about this properly. Woo-woo. The thought had barely formed when a heavy horn blast sounded from within the mist. A carriage 10 times bigger than that general's chariot rolled out, surrounded on all sides by goblin elites. Sprawled atop it sat a giant goblin, one hand gnawing on a beast's leg, the other arm wrapped around a female humanoid monster, its big hand roving all over her. Goblin King BOSS. Level. Description: a disgusting thing congealed from malice and evil thoughts, greedy and lecherous. Whatever race it mates with produces only hideous goblins. It most loves to violate human women. One look at that description and rage shot straight to my skull. Because the woman in its arms really was human, just steeped by the malice into a walking corpse. Damn it. Kill it. Yes, young master. Sudaji and Ba had been watching with fire in their eyes. Before the words even landed, they'd already charged out. The moment the Goblin King spotted these 2 beauties, its eyes lit up, and a revolting reaction stirred on its body. It flung the woman in its arms aside, roared, and unleashed Ogre's Descent, shooting up to over 2 meters tall and charging forward in great strides. Facing a thing like this, Sudaji genuinely couldn't bring herself to use enchantment. She whipped up a demonic gale to pin down its speed, then swung the blood-fiend bone whip and lashed it head to toe, venting a bellyful of fury on it. Ba didn't sit idle either. She wrapped it in the flame of heaven's judgment, determined to scrub this filthy thing from existence. And with a dance of her 10 fingers, dredged up dozens of goblin wraiths to turn back and gnaw on their own king. And just like that, the mighty king of the Goblin Kingdom didn't even get to touch my domain's gate before being tortured to death by 2 enraged beauties. The elites carrying it caught the fallout and all punched their tickets. The few that slipped through and tried to charge and got frozen into blue ice by the Frost Tower, then blasted to slag by the Hellfire Cannon Tower. The rare few who exploited a cannon's cooldown to sneak up to the Venom Wall got riddled like sieves by the Elven Archers. Divine Moon Academy. The instant the black-robed figure appeared outside my domain, a red alert screamed across the school network. Alert! A cosmic tier aura has appeared in Trial Zone 3. 3 lines of red text flashed in a row, and Lu Mengli's eyes snapped open. Trial Zone 3, that was the very class she was overseeing. That zone is protected by the Academy's divine artifact. We've checked it over and over. How could a cosmic tier being possibly appear there? Now, forget the ordinary teachers. Even the 3 Grand Elders couldn't sit still. On Blue Star, aside from levels, Lords had an authoritative tier system. Below level 10 was Rookie, 10 to 19 was Planetary, 20 to 29 was Stellar, 30 and up was Domain Lord. Higher still came Realm Lord and Cosmic, and then Immortal. Anything above that was in the realm of gods and immortals. Mighty as the 3 Grand Elders were, they were only Realm Lords. In the entire Divine Moon Academy, the only one who reached Cosmic Tier was the Dean, and the Dean was away. The 3 Grand Elders were still hesitating over whether to notify the Dean at once when the alert sounded again. Alert! The Cosmic Tier being has withdrawn. It didn't touch the students? It's not a void monster. Everyone was thoroughly stunned. Elder Lu, there's something uncanny about this. You'd better go contact the Dean. After turning it over and over, the first Elder passed the ball to Lu Mengli. The zone in question was her responsibility, and being the Dean's daughter, she had an easier time speaking with him. Fine. Lu Mengli didn't refuse. Several thoughts had already run through her mind. If that thing wasn't a monster, then it was most likely one of those uncanny neutral powers in the endless void. There were still 8 days until the trial ended. Just because it hadn't struck now didn't mean it wouldn't later. To be eyed by an existence of that caliber meant a true anomaly had emerged in her class. A seedling this fine had to be protected. Guided by the Academy's divine artifact, she soon reached her father, and soon got her answer too. The Dean's instructions: this matter is classified as an Academy S-level secret. No teacher is to discuss it or spread word of it. Once she'd announced it, she dropped 4 words into the Elder's chat. The Myriad Realms, Traveling Merchant. The first and second Elders saw it, and both shut their mouths. Ding. Battle over. Beginning settlement. That was the exact sound I'd been waiting for. 300 small goblins, 150 big goblins, 100 elites, for semi-bow SSS, plus 1 Goblin King. All cleared. Rating SSS. The rewards came crashing down. 110,000 source crystals, 55,000 realm stones, plus 2 buildings, a workshop, and a lake. By the time the Elven Archers took down the last Goblin Elite, it had just passed noon. Today's siege, wrapped. Chests littered the ground. I let out a breath. But when I looked up and saw that black silhouette in the mist, my brow nodded again. Young master, what do we do? Both Su Daji and Ba were staring at me. They couldn't read that black-robed figure's depths either. He has no hostility. Ignore him for now. Develop the domain first. Strength is what really matters. The two nodded. But at that very moment, the black-robed figure came back, leading its camel. It didn't approach my domain. It stopped on the open ground outside the northeast corner and unloaded the 2 earth-yellow crates. Young master, he looks like he's setting up a stall. Su Daji looked like she'd seen a ghost. A wandering merchant. I turned to Ba. Sister Xian, keep an eye on him. Daji and I will go open the chests. Of course, young master. Ba flashed me a smile. Just that one smile, and every other beauty in the domain instantly paled by comparison. And if I wasn't mistaken, she'd shed a little of her distance toward me and grown a little closer. Has the young master fallen for Sister Xian? Su Daji hooked my arm, deliberately rubbing up against me. Any man would fall for her. All right. I pulled my arm free and gave her perky bottom a smack. Behave, or you'll set something off by accident. I'll talk. She rolled her alluring eyes. I really wanted to bring this little seductress to justice on the spot, but remembering the domain's situation and that black-robed figure of unknown origin outside, I could only force the heat back down. You open the chests first. I'll upgrade the domain. She knew what mattered and turned to head into the ancient life tree. I pulled up the panel and dumped 50,000 realm stones straight in to upgrade the domain to level 3. Moonlight-like vapor sprayed out of the Sun Moon Immortal Gourd and wrapped around the entire ancient life tree. The tree shuddered violently, creaking, and in a blink shot up to 100 meters tall, its canopy sheltering the whole domain beneath it. I scanned the new panel, Domain Level 3, Epic Grade, 2,000 square meters. The best part was unlocking 2 new attributes. Injured domain residents could heal on their own, and the closer to the ancient tree, the faster they recovered. The ancient life tree could also automatically replenish building stockpiles. Excellent. That meant I'd never have to worry about my warrior's wounds again, and I wouldn't have to manually restock the defense towers either. Ancient life tree, train 10 sprites. Yes, master. 10 more little hollows opened on the tree, 10 sprites flew out, and the cleanup crew doubled on the spot. I dumped another 100-something thousand source crystals to upgrade Sudaji, Ba, the 20 elven archers, and every building that could be leveled, all to level 3. The archer's combat power is lagging a bit. I set the workshop next to the archer training ground. One wrap of the power of nature, and the workshop became a perfect grade elven workshop. I opened the crafting list and grinned. Wind set, elven repeating crossbow, all standard issue, and upgrade gear for elven archers. With this equipment, their overall strength would jump a whole tier. Ladies, all of you over here. The archers set down what they were doing and assembled swiftly, forming 2 rows, heads high and chests out. King, all elven archers assembled. Please inspect us. The leading captain stepped forward, adoration all over her face. You're all the finest warriors of the elven race. As a reward, you're getting new equipment. I poured enough source crystals for 20 sets into the workshop. A flash of blue light, and 20 wind sets came out. Try them on, all of you. Thank you, King. Their eyes lit up, and they started changing right in front of me, not treating me as an outsider in the least. Other than getting a real eyeful, I honestly didn't know what to say. Thank goodness their underlayers were finally made, or thick-skinned as I am, I'd have had to flee. Once changed, all 20 were clad in pale blue, the fitted design tracing their curves just right, noble and confident. Truly the people of my elven race. Every one a great beauty. The domain's security is in your hands. To guard the domain and guard the king is our greatest honor. They spoke in unison, their gazes fervent. It's not wartime now, so relax. Get back to it. I smiled and left. Next, I expanded the thorn venom wall to 50 by 40, then pulled out the lake, only to hit a snag. The domain was too small. There was nowhere to put it. Still need to hurry and upgrade. I put the lake away and walked toward the ancient life tree. Young master, I've opened all the gold and silver chests. There are too many black iron and bronze ones. I had to wait for you. The moment Sudaji saw me return, she nestled into my arms. Only at times like this did she dare do it so openly. After all, it was for work. What did you get? My interest was piqued. Look, she handed me a crimson bead. Wildfire Divine Pearl. The name was in silver. My spirit jolted. A magic treasure, legendary grade. Constitution plus 100, spirit plus 300. Passive, fire damage plus 100%, plus immunity to all fire tribute damage. Holy crap. I stared at the stats, a wave of bliss washing over me. This is practically tailor-made for Sister Cien. Ba was already plenty strong. Add this bead, and she'd be a bona fide fire element archmage. Kill gods when gods stand in the way. Kill Buddhas when Buddhas do. Young master, Sudaji hugged my waist, shaking with laughter. Sister Cien was already strong, and now she's got this treasure. With your current constitution, winning her over might be quite the challenge. That is a problem. I tweaked the bridge of her nose. But you could crush me now too. So does that mean I can't win you over either? That's hardly the same. Her lovely face flushed. Daji hasn't shared the act of man and wife with the young master yet. But after sharing a bed last night, I've long since been your woman. You really are a pestering little sprite. I didn't dare keep bantering with her. Any more flirting, and I'd lose my grip. I grabbed her hand and pointed it straight at that mountain of chests. The mountain of chests all burst open at once. Congratulations, Lord. Obtained 166 source crystals. Congratulations, Lord. Obtained 48 realm stones. Tally complete. 60,000 source crystals, 30,000 realm stones. Plus Farmland X4, Arrow Tower X3, Elemental Tower X2, Barracks X1, and 1 troop token, Elven Hunter. Without a word, I set up the defense towers first. The 3 arrow towers evolved straight into 3 vine-type plants, venomous thorns. Each had 9 massive vines, like a hydra. They looked like plants, but were actually offense-oriented defense towers. I dumped them all at the south gate. The 2 elemental towers changed too, evolving into blaze cannon towers, set up on either side of the north gate, probably riding on the coattails of the ancient life tree's upgrade. But the biggest surprise was the Elven Hunter, purple, superior grade. I'd been agonizing over whether to summon the frenzied blood serpent for the second barracks. Now there was no need. Given the choice, of course I'd pick the humanoid option. After all, with my resentment of a 2-lifetime single guy buff, everything I summoned was uniformly gorgeous women. Immortal light wrapped around it, and the barracks fused with the troop token, becoming a great tree with a giant human face. 2 ivory-like spikes at its mouth, a tuft of green leaves hanging from its chin. From afar it looked like an elderly grandfather. Ancient war tree superior grade. Population 20. It trained the elven race's most elite warriors. Enemies, in their eyes, were just rabbits in the forest. Without hesitation, I summoned. After a brilliant flare of light, 20 stunning women appeared before me. Black eye masks over their eyes, figures graceful and swaying. We greet our king. They dropped to one knee, gazing at me in excitement. They'd sensed the aura of an elf king upon me. Before the great elven world shattered, they'd all followed a great king. Alas, there was no turning back the tide. Their homeland collapsed, and they were buried along with it in the long river of time, forgotten by the world. And now, they'd returned. They'd thought no elves remained in the world at all. They never expected that when they opened their eyes again, they'd be back before the ancient war tree, and see me, this king. My face had long since changed, yet they recognized me at a glance. Rise. I swept my gaze over the kneeling elven hunters. From today, this is your home. Follow me, and we'll fight across all the realms of heaven. The surge of blood in their hearts, I felt it clearly. We would offer our hearts for our king. Oath sworn, I wasted no time and immediately leveled up and re-equipped this batch of newly arrived beauties. This time the Elven Workshop produced a green set, and beyond the crossbow, the weapons now included crossblades and black iron longsabers. Long range and close range both covered, truly all-around hunters. By the time I finished this pile of work, it was well into the afternoon. Young master, go find Sister Cien. I'm hungry. I'll go grab a bite first. That girl Dodgy was very perceptive. She knew to leave me and buy a little private space and didn't cling to me. You're the clever one. I yanked her into my arms and kissed her hard before letting go. She'd been a touch downcast, but that kiss wiped away every trace of her resentment. Everyone's watching. Happy inside, she still punched me lightly before running off. Over there, the elven archers were leading the newly arrived hunters around the domain with reverence. After all, elven hunters were exactly what the archers aspired to become. I walked over and sat down beside Ba, took out the wildfire divine pearl, and handed it to her. Sister Cien, this bead suits you. She didn't refuse. She'd long since sensed the terrifying power within the bead. With this treasure, she could better guard the domain and guard me. Young master, she suddenly looked at me. Dodgy is a good girl, and a pitiful one. Don't let her down. Looks like you two have gotten a clear read on each other's stories. I smiled. I can feel that little cautiousness of hers, and the low self-worth buried in her heart. But I've never thought less of her for it. She loved life too, chased freedom with everything she had. She was just too weak, and in the end became a pawn of the strong, then got kicked aside. I took her hand. This life, I'm going to take her, and you, to see all the splendor of this world, and live truly fully. Then I'll wait and see. Ba's tone was calm, but that trace of resentment in her eyes grew fainter and fainter. In her past life, she'd campaigned at her father's side, all alone. Later her divine power went out of control. She was confined north of the Red Waters. And in the end she lost her nature and brought calamity upon the living, until her father had no choice but to seal her away. She'd always hated her father for abandoning her. But from Dodgy and me, she finally learned the truth. After sealing her, her father had been racked with grief, wishing he could take her place. But he was the chief of the human race, with the whole tribe on his shoulders. He couldn't afford to indulge his own heart. Perhaps it's time to let go. Whether you let go or not, we'll shoulder it together. I pulled her to her feet. Come, let's go meet that black-robed figure and see where he's from. I'm coming too. Dodgy's familiar voice came from the foot of the watchtower. I turned to look. She was standing below holding a tray, 3 cups of soy milk on it. This silly girl had secretly learned to make soy milk, though I've no idea whether she'd overheard everything just now. Outside the domain, the black-robed figure sat cross-legged on the ground, hands tucked into his sleeves. The gray camel crouched behind him. The 2 earth-yellow crates were set side by side before him, unopened. Only when I approached with Dodgy and Ba did he extend his withered right hand and lift the lid of the right-hand crate. One look at that hand and a chill ran down my spine. It was a bone claw. Well, I'll be undead. My expression went grave. I gave Dodgy and Ba a look, then tucked my hands into my sleeves and sauntered up to the stall. My posture was so practiced that anyone who didn't know better would have thought he and I were blood brothers. The crate wasn't large, but everything inside had been shrunk down, and there was plenty of stock. One sweep of my eyes, and they lit up. It held what I wanted, especially that elven Treant troop token. Treants weren't an offensive troop, but they were nimble, innately immune to spells, and could cleanse allies' negative status. Their spears carried poison. One jab landed a hit, and the target immediately slowed. They were the best support the elven race had. Most crucially, they could commune with nature and nurture spirit plants, expert farmhands. I still had a dozen-plus farmland parcels sitting in my storage pouch, and I'd have to use them sooner or later. How much for these two? I pointed at the elven Treant troop token in a barracks building. The black-robed figure raised his head. 2 balls of ghost fire ignited beneath the hood, casting a blurry skull outline. Someone timid seeing this would probably wet themselves on the spot. Luckily, I was prepared and barely held it together. Dodgy and Ba didn't even bat an eye. Their focus was entirely on my safety, standing guard at my side the whole time. He stretched out his bone claw and traced a few strokes in the air for characters surfacing. 300,000 source crystals. Damn, that's deep. I felt at my coin purse. Even counting realm stones, I couldn't scrape together 300,000. And realm stones were bound. They couldn't be traded at all. The black-robed figure shot me a glance and moved to pack up the crate. Wait, since you're a wandering merchant, you buy things too, right? As I spoke, I pulled the spearman and frenzied blood serpent tokens out of my storage pouch, along with a heap of miscellaneous equipment. He didn't so much as glance at the pile of gear. He only picked out the 2 troop tokens and wrote, 61,000 source crystals. Wow, this middleman's markup is brutal. My mouth twitched. Young master, maybe don't buy it. Dodgy tugged my sleeve. There are still 8 days. We're bound to farm plenty of stuff. Maybe even an elven Treant. Can't gamble on luck. I patted her hand. What's in your hand is what's yours. I pointed at the Treant. This one, I'll take it. 200,000 source crystals. The black-robed figure changed his price on the spot. Jacking up the price on the spot. I knew exactly what he was doing, but I had no choice. I could only grit my teeth and empty out nearly my whole treasury to make up the sum. He probably saw I couldn't afford anything else and moved again to close the crate and find another buyer. I reached out and stopped him. The black-robed figure looked up, the ghost fire in his sockets flaring a faint red at once. A supremely dangerous aura bore down. Dodgy's and Ba's faces changed sharply, and they threw themselves in front of me. But I pulled them behind me. Don't tense up. I've got a big deal to discuss with you. The red light dispersed, but the ghost fire betrayed a hint of contempt, as if to say, a broke wretch like you. The hell kind of deal could you offer? Mr. Merchant, have you ever heard of a loan? I didn't care in the least about that look of disdain. My eyes were bright as I stared at him. Even if I couldn't buy the barracks, there was still one thing in the crate I absolutely had to have. From the very start, Dodgy's gaze had been glued to a pair of twin sabers, the Sun Moon blades. It's where I pay part of the deposit first, take the goods, and settle the balance later. And you charge me interest by the day. I earnestly explained loans to him, along with what he stood to gain. Waiting here 8 days meant closing a big sale and pocketing free interest, no loss to him at all. At first he was confused, but the more I explained, the brighter his ghost fire burned. After chewing it over a few times, he gave a solemn nod. Excellent. I immediately pointed at the pair of Sun Moon blades. I want these. The black-robed figure's ghost fire flickered, actually betraying a hint of joy, and he handed the blades right over, writing, 1 million source crystals. Holy crap, this is daylight robbery. I felt both my kidneys quiver, but I still gritted my teeth, took them, and shoved them at Dodgy. Young master, it's too expensive. Dodgy wanted them, but her heart ached. She knew the domain's finances inside out. 1 million source crystals was no small figure. No amount of gold can buy what your heart desires. I know you used twin sabers in your past life, and these blades hold the power of Grand Yin and Grand Yang, a rare divine weapon. Take them. I shoved them into her hands, brooking no refusal. She couldn't very well keep pushing them away, but inwardly she swore. She'd kill more enemies and help me pay off the debt as fast as possible. Mr. Wandering Merchant, then I'll trouble you to stay here a few more days. I waved at the black-robed figure and led the two back to the domain. He wasn't anxious. He packed up the crates, took the camel, and slipped back into the mist. Because he knew full well I'd be stuck here for 8 days. Even if I bolted early, he could track me to Blue Star, and no power on Blue Star, however mighty, would dare fall out with the myriad realms traveling merchant. Young master, thank you. Daji stroked the sun-moon blades, so moved her eyes reddened. In her past life, though she was a 1,000-year fox spirit, her powers were feeble. She didn't even have a decent magic treasure. Otherwise, she and her sisters wouldn't have had to rely on seductive tricks to bewitch the ruler, and she wouldn't have ended up beheaded. What's a thank you between the two of us? I tapped the blade, and the stats floated up. Sun-moon blades. Slot. Weapon. Grade. Legendary. Attributes. Constitution plus 200. Spirit plus 200. Skill 1. Power of Grandine. Passive. Plus 100% damage against male enemies. Skill 2. Power of Grandyong. Passive. Plus 100% damage against female enemies. Description. Forged from Grandine Divine Iron and Grandyong Divine Iron. Drawing on the power of Grandine and Grandyong. When both blades strike together, even gods and immortals cannot withstand them. Sister Daji, now even I couldn't beat you. Ba's eyes lit up. What a thing. A savage weapon that devoured both men and women. Sister jests. Daji shook her head. Your strength is your own. Mine relies on outside tools. That's nothing to worry about. I wrapped an arm around each of their waists. As long as we keep fighting, we'll have bread, and we'll have milk too. Ba's waist stiffened. Clearly she wasn't used to it, but one look at my grin and her taut body slowly relaxed. With 10 more sprites and 20 more hunters, the domain suddenly came alive. Been busy half the day. I'm starving. Let's eat first. Both beauties voted yes unanimously. In their past lives, one a heaven goddess and one a 1,000-year fox. Both were used to feasting on mist and dew, with little appetite for worldly food. But now, reborn through nirvana, everything started anew. Naturally, they had to eat. And after tasting my cooking, the two had thoroughly become chowhounds. If I didn't make it, it just tasted like nothing. Today we're doing coconut chicken hot pot. Who knows how the elven flavor house was built, but the thing could even grow coconuts. I got to work, and soon the room was flooded with fragrance, luring over all the elven archers and hunters. Even the sprites hiding up in the ancient life tree flew over to join the fun. Good thing I prepared ahead and made 6 pots. 4 extra large ones for the archers and hunters, 2 small ones. 1 for us, 1 saved for the sprites. Master, we get a share too? The sprites usually perched on the flavor house roof eating fresh fruit and rarely came inside. But today the hot pot had coaxed out all the coconut fragrance, and it had them swallowing hard. Of course, everyone who's here gets a share. Don't be shy, dig in, and if it runs out we'll add more. Thank you, Master. Thank you, King. The elven warriors and sprites, eyes shining, kicked into feeding frenzy mode. 2 adorable sprites even huddled at our table, flying up now and then to put food in my bowl, drawing envious looks from the warriors in the distance. While I was reveling with the beauties, the 3 other rookie lords in the same zone had quietly left their domains and met up. Every night after the siege ended, there was a lull outside. As long as their domains were adjacent and they carried each other's guidance tokens, rookie lords could meet up out there. Huang Xingxing came with a 20-strong saber squad, his face arrogant. His 2 lackeys, Shi Laojin and Li Huaishui, had made it through day 2 as well, drilling a unit of light infantry and archers. The 3 of them combined had a full 60 men. Boss, you call it. How do we do this? Both Shi Laojin and Li Huaishui looked to Huang Xingxing. When Huang Xingxing and his crew set their sights on me, I had no idea at all. These 3 little punks had it calculated shrewdly. They knew that if they wanted me dead, they could only strike during the monster lull from nightfall to dawn, and the sooner the better. Because the further the trial progressed, the more dangerous it got outside, and even the lull couldn't be counted on to stay safe. Descent positions are ordered by student number, so that brat's nearby. Today we scout, tomorrow we strike. Huang Xingxing was fully armed, viciousness pouring from his eyes. The one thing he couldn't stand was a commoner who refused to accept their lot, much less a little beggar who wanted to stand as his equal. So I had to die. As for me, I was standing atop the elven watchtower at that moment, surveying the little kingdom I'd carved out. Fed and content, I was planning for tomorrow. Best if I can roll a barracks tomorrow. Then I can get training on the schedule. I'd long since set my course as a warlord, but I wasn't giving up the farming path either. After all, I'd inherited the legacy of the great elven world. I was the new generation elf king, able to train broken troops like Trance. Even if someone else snatched a troop token, it'd be useless. Without the ancient life tree, the elves were rootless water, and it all came to nothing. Day 2 and the fighting's already this big. Tomorrow will only be nastier. Better sleep well. I leapt down, bathed, and changed. Back at the ancient life tree house, Sudaji and Ba had just finished washing up and were huddled together whispering. Seeing me, both their pretty faces flushed in unison. Ba stood and made to leave. Sister Xian, where are you going? I scratched my head, thoroughly confused. I'll sleep in the hall tonight. She flashed me a smile and pulled the door shut behind her. Sudaji threw herself into my arms, gazing up at me pleadingly, her hands already working to undress me. Daji you. My heartbeat spiked at once. Young master has such vast potential. In the future, more and more sisters like Sister Xian, strong and beautiful, will surely gather at your side. Daji, past life and present, is only ever a little sprite. The one thing I have to offer is myself. I hope the young master won't mind. Before she could finish, I pulled her in and stopped her mouth. That night, the treehouse bloomed with spring, thunder cracked, and 1,000 drifts of snow were whipped up. Good thing I was the lord and could use a lord's power to wall the treehouse off. Otherwise, the commotion would have toppled half the domain. The next day, I was still in a dream when I felt a boneless, soft little hand roving over my body. I opened my eyes. Young master, get up and eat breakfast. Sudaji lay beside me, softly breathing into my ear. When did you get up? Looking at her, fully dressed, gazing at me with tender affection, my mind went blank. Last night we'd gone at it until the sky paled, and in the end, I was the one who collapsed first, unable to hold out. It was only in that moment that I came to my senses. With my 70-something constitution, how could I possibly be a match for her 600 plus? We weren't even in the same league. Been up a while. Young master's body is too frail, you need lots of tonics. She kissed my cheek and pulled me up. I haven't even washed up yet. I felt at my kidneys and gave her bottom a slap. Damn it, I'll get my revenge. Hee hee, I'll be waiting for the young master to take his revenge. She laughed, all charm, copping a feel while dressing me, more radiant and lovely than yesterday, clearly having been well nourished. What's the situation today? Any monster siege? I reached back and pulled her into my arms, my forehead pressed to hers. Her heartbeat was noticeably faster, and she couldn't resist wrapping her arms around my waist. But remembering my constitution, she quickly reined in her strength. Young master, today's a bit strange. Not only have no monsters come, it's even quieter around the domain than the past 2 days. Quiet. Then that means it's coming soon. I kissed her and rushed out of the treehouse. But I rushed too fast, my breath hitched, my legs went weak, and I nearly dropped to my knees. Thank goodness I grabbed the wooden wall in time. Behind me, Sudaji covered her mouth and snickered, following out with breakfast. I washed up in a few quick motions, took the spring roll she handed me and stuffed it in my mouth, then climbed the watchtower. She chased after me with soy milk and millet porridge, looking exactly like a little wife afraid her husband would go hungry. Don't worry, I've got my eye on things. Ba turned back and smiled at me, a hint of teasing in her eyes. But the moment she met my gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson. Only then did I catch on, cursing myself as a scoundrel. A moment ago, for no reason at all, I'd started comparing her figure to Sudaji's. But someone like her saw through it at a glance, and things instantly got awkward. Thankfully, the storm arrived. Several towering figures charged out of the mist in all 4 directions. 4 savage bull elites over 4 meters tall, bull-headed and man-bodied, gripping heavy hammers. Obviously the strength type built for breaching walls. Moo! They bellowed at the sky, white steam blasting from their nostrils, and charged the domain. Boom! 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 Their hooves pounded the earth, deafening. At the same time, countless smaller savage bulls poured out of the mist, brandishing spears, bearing down like a tide. If no one stopped this thick-hided, thick-fleshed bunch, they'd tear down my thorn-venom wall in a few breaths. Luckily, my domain was no longer what it once was. 11 defense towers, 40 elven warriors, plus 2 lovely ladies who were clearly mages, but whom I'd armed as tanks. I could absolutely lie back and be a kept man. Young master, leave these bulls that only know how to charge headlong to us. You stay here and eat. Sure enough, Sudaji shoved breakfast into my hands, turned into a streak of purple light, and shot toward the east gate. In her view, she'd wrung me dry last night. Sending me into the field now would be no different from sending me to my death. Moo, that savage bull, seeing a weak little female human dare to challenge it head-on, blew its top and swung a hammer bigger than her own body straight at her skull. Sudaji sneered, drew a moonblade, and casually slashed out an arc like moonlit silk. Moo. The savage bull looked disdainful, figuring a limp little slash like that wasn't even enough to scratch its itch. Then it met its tragic end. SHHK? A soft sound, and the heavy hammer was cleaved in two, along with the bull itself, sliced clean down the middle. Young master, Daji was right. There's no need for you to lift a finger today. Ba sized up the savage bull's worth at a glance, smiled at me, and charged the north gate. Ah well, being underestimated. It's all that little seductress Daji's fault. Tonight I've got to win back my honor. Face full of resignation, I channeled my grief and indignation into appetite and dug in. Soon, the four elites were cleared by the two of them. The remaining small fry could be handled by the defense towers and elven warriors. No need for the two of them. Just 33,100 more realm stones, and I can upgrade the domain to level 4. Then my stats go up 50 points, and the domain hits 5,000 square meters. I calculated my grand farming plan, along with how to win back my honor tonight. Master, we'll give you a shoulder rub. Two crisp voices sounded by my ear. The two sprites who'd fed me at the table yesterday, at loose ends and come to my side. Then I'll trouble you too. I didn't refuse. I'd loved the elven race in my past life, and now I was their king. I'd be a fool not to enjoy it. The two little things were overjoyed and thoughtfully kneaded my shoulders. In the eyes of the elven race, getting to accompany the noble king was an immense honor. King, we're off to work. The moment the battle ended, the sprites got busy again. Young master, I can one-click open chests by myself now. Sudaji came bounding excitedly up the tower, then regretted the words the instant they left her mouth. Now she couldn't use chest opening as an excuse to lounge in my arms anymore. Silly girl. I saw through her little scheme at a glance and pulled her into my arms. From now on, stop calling me young master. Call me husband. Huh? Wouldn't that be improper? Her eyes went misty with charm, her heart surging with excitement. But she quickly restrained herself. She knew her place. Now she wasn't just herself. She was my woman, and had to consider this family in all things. Improper? What? I frowned. Wasn't this a good thing? Young master, receiving your favor is already immense fortune for Daji, but Daji is of low birth. This might not win the crowd over and could undermine your authority in the domain. She thought it over and voiced her concern after all. Authority my ass, my domain my word. I waved a hand. Though flaunting our affection in front of Sister Sien is a bit inconsiderate. Thinking of Ba, I felt a little conflicted. Then we'll just use it in private. When others are around, Daji will still call you young master. She burrowed into my arms and cooed. Husband, does that sound good? Whatever my lady says. I was just about to have a tender little moment with her when the mist in all four directions exploded again. This time what came out were four bulls over 6 meters tall, wielding body-length wolf fawn clubs, savage bull giants semi-boss. Their description was just one line. Gave up on evolving a brain and dumped all the nutrition into muscle, the most vicious siege machines. Moo, they blasted steam, like bull demon kings reborn. Boom. The four giants turned into four raging gales and charged the four gates. At this rate, forget the delicate-skinned elven warriors. Even the thorn venom wall couldn't take a single hit. Husband, the elven warriors can't hold. I'm going. Sudaji went up on her toes, pecked my lips, and drifted out the east gate on a demonic gale. Ba had already charged out, intercepting one halfway. Her jade fingers moved in succession, the flame of heaven's judgment forming fire ropes that bound the giant's four limbs. This tank had a level advantage and brute forced its way through half her spells. Luckily, Ba's stats were fierce enough to make up the level gap, and in the end she held it. Under the flame of heaven's judgment, a thing with only brute strength couldn't escape being roasted into beef jerky. Sudaji's side was even more brutally simple. A demonic gale to slow it, both sun moon blades out, one move, cross lightning slash. Swish, swish. The giant's body was split into four on the spot. She didn't even glance at the corpse, turning to charge another gate. After all, I'd piled every good piece of early game gear on her. The current her was worth 2 BAS. That was the real reason I'd left the tree house clinging to the wall. I'd given all the good stuff to her, keeping only the crummiest wolf fawn club for myself. Purely self-inflicted. The west and south gates had no one holding them, and two giants had already smashed the venom wall and were tearing down towers. The one at the west gate had hides so thick that the entangling tower, chain lightning tower, and hellfire cannon tower firing together couldn't kill it in time. It wrecked half an entangling tower before Ba arrived to save the situation. The one at the south gate had it worse. It faced 3 venomous thorns. Before it could even shatter the venom wall, it got wrapped up by the vines with suckers that could morph into spikes and stab into it to drain its life essence. By the time Sudaji reached outside the south gate, that giant had long since been shot into a beehive by the elven warriors, dead as dead could be. Daji, hurry and open the chests. I shouted at her. Yes. Sudaji's mind was now entirely on me. Whatever I was thinking, she could read at a glance. The further the trial went, the more numerous and stronger the monsters, with 1 extra siege added each day. I had to hurry and pour the resources farmed from battle into the domain, or I wouldn't last to the end. 58,000 source crystals, 36,000 realm stones, 1 each of farmland, stone wall, and black iron wolf-fawn club. Her hands opening chests were faster than anyone's. That'll do. I glanced at the wolf-fawn club stats, and my eyes lit up. Switch positions with Sister Cien. You hold the west and north gates. Let her take this to the east gate, and the south is mine. Black iron wolf-fawn club. Weapon, flawless gold grade. Constitution plus 150. Skill might of the giant bull. Physical attack up 30%. 150 constitution. What a treasure. I stroked the big club, delighted. With this backing me, though I still couldn't match Sudaji and Ba, holding 1 gate would be no problem. More importantly, tonight I probably wouldn't have to leave clinging to the wall. Husband, then I'm off. Sudaji had eyed those stats too, and beyond her delight came another wave of bashfulness. The 2 of us had clearly thought of the same thing. Go on, be careful. The moment she left, I immediately dumped 100,000 realm stones to upgrade the ancient life tree to level 4. The domain transformed. 2,000 square meters stretched straight to 5,000. Then I threw down all 50,000 of the source crystals I'd just gotten, leveling Sudaji to 4 and expanding the thorn venom wall to 100 by 50. Money. You never miss it till you need it. I eyed my flat, empty coin purse, teeth on edge, and remembering I still owed the wandering merchant 1,000,000 source crystals, all my innards ached at once. 5,000 square meters. Now I can fit the lake. I took out the lake and set it in the northwest. Under the sun-moon immortal gourd's immortal power, that originally 100 square meter puddle warped and swelled into a 300 square meter divine lake. Moon Goddess Lake legendary grade. The description read, the moon goddess once bathed here. Soak in it, and you grow ever more beautiful, and your magic power ever stronger. Well, now it'll be hard not to catch the ladies bathing. I breathed a sigh of relief. The bathing problem for the domain's beauties solved. Next I tossed out the stone wall. Under the gourd's influence, the wall swelled into 2 tiers, forming a ring of ramparts inside the venom wall, complete with walkways and staircases. This way the elven warriors could stand on the walkways to fend off enemies, reinforce all 4 gates at a moment's notice, and never again cower inside firing arrows blindly. They could pick their targets with precision. Shotgun traded for a cannon. Time to meet the remaining 3 batches of goods. I'd leveled up and swapped in the black iron wolf-fawn club. My constitution had surged by 200, and my confidence was through the roof. The 3rd wave came right on cue. This time the bulls had wised up. No more sending brainless brutes to their deaths, switching to shamans leading ranged bombardment. Too bad. Ranged was exactly this troop-type specialty, and with such fierce stats, fireballs and chain lightning were like a tickle to me. I marched straight out of the city and got to work. By noon, the 3rd wave was wiped out. The 4th wave, in the afternoon, was led by 4 savage bull chieftain bosses. This lot seemed resigned to their fate. Their siege had 0 technique, just raising ladders and charging in a human tide. This kind of attrition warfare was the biggest headache. Source crystals bottomed out, and the defense tower stockpiles couldn't keep up. Luckily, the 3 of us were tough enough, hacking away while collecting and opening chests, barely keeping the domain running. And it was right then that Ba discovered her own shortcoming. She alone couldn't one-click open chests. Young master, why can Daji one-click open chests and I can't? After the 3rd wave, she finally couldn't hold back and sidled up to me. I scratched my head, at a loss for how to broach it. Because Sudaji suddenly leaned to Ba's ear and murmured something. Ba's face went crimson to the tips. She'd imagined 100 possibilities, but never that the way I'd granted Sudaji the privilege was this. In that moment, the ever-composed Ba wished she could burrow into the ground. In this matter, past life and present, she was a total novice. While all 3 of us were lost in our own thoughts, a streak of golden light suddenly flashed through the mist outside the domain. As the Lord, My perception within the domain far exceeded anyone else's. I sensed something wrong the instant it happened. Boom. The entire north gate exploded. Whoosh. A ball of golden light, like a small burning sun, smashed straight at my face. What the hell is that? My expression changed. Without a second thought, I swung the wolf fawn club at it. Clang. With a thunderous crash, I was rammed by that ball of golden light and slid backward dozens of meters. Young master. Sudaji and Ba came to their senses, faces draining white, getting distracted at a critical moment. If something happened to me, 10,000 deaths wouldn't absolve them. Damn it. Ba flew into a rage on the spot, twisting the heavenly fire into a fire serpent thick as a bucket and biting toward the golden light. Sudaji's hair whipped wild, a demonic gale lifting her into the air, both sun-moon blades leaving their sheaths. Cling, cling. Two arcs of blade light like an inverted galaxy came slashing down and across. And in that instant, I finally got a clear look at what had ambushed me. A small ox over a meter tall, golden light flowing all over it, as if cast from pure gold. Golden divine calf level, grade, stats, all question marks. Skills, savage charge, might of the giant bull, divine ox's blessing, ox fist. Description, an incarnation congealed from the savage bull tribe's faith, a divine ox that knows kung fu. Moo. The divine calf turned back and roared at the fire serpent, its bellow forming rippling sound waves meant to scatter it. Ba wasn't about to yield, frantically channeling the wildfire divine pearl to hold the serpent's shape. Taking advantage of it being tangled with the fire serpent, Sudaji's cross lightning landed. SHHK? SHHK? Golden blood sprayed. This ox's defense was a huge cut above the savage bull chieftain's, and its level flat out crushed Sudaji's. Yet before her brute strength, it was still cleaved until its hide split and its flesh gaped. True to its gold-grade billing, taking that slash didn't cow it. Instead, its bloodlust was roused. Moo. It reared up on its hind legs and, mimicking a human, actually struck a fighting stance. This thing knows kung fu. You two be careful. I immediately shared its info with the two of them. Young master, its grade doesn't seem lower than ours. Fall back and hold the rear. Sudaji threw herself in front of me. Daji, my constitution's nearly 300 now. When it comes to fists and weapons, I might not lose to it. I smiled, flashed straight past her, and swung the wolf fawn club in a full circle down at it. 6 years of wilderness survival hadn't been for nothing. Fierce stats, a divine weapon in hand. Why would I fear one little ox just because its grade was high? Clang, clang, clang. I laid into it with a whole set of ox-beating club techniques. Its ox fist was no slouch either, dodging left and right, throwing hooks and flying kicks and sweeping legs, putting on quite a show. But I wasn't there to spar with it. I was there to kill monsters and farm gear, so to hell with martial honor. Besides, those two provoked beauties would never watch me fight alone. Ba fused the wildfire divine pearl into the fire serpent, using it like a whip to thrash it head to toe. Sudaji frantically channeled the Grand Een and Grand Yang power within the sun-moon blades, treating it like a living target. Humans, you have no honor. The divine calf, flustered, was actually pushed to the point of speaking human words. Unlike the other one-track monsters, the moment it saw it couldn't win, it turned to flee. You've come all this way, so stay forever. My first time running into a gold-grade monster. Was I going to let it go? Clang. I gathered every ounce of strength and clubbed it flying overhead. Then I manually took over all the defense towers and rallied every elven warrior. You don't need to close in, just stand on the walls. If it tries to retreat, hit it with crossbows and crossblades and drive it back. I'll control the towers to cover you. Yes, King. The elves didn't fear death, but they feared ruining my plans even more. Every one of them stared wide-eyed at the battle. The ancient life tree swayed its branches too, gushing thicker life energy to heal us. Clang, clang, clang. Crack, crack, crack. SHHK, SHHK, SHHK. And so a bizarre scene unfolded in the domain. 2 women and 1 man, ganging up on a single golden calf. The moment it tried to charge out, the elves poured on fire with reckless abandon, coordinating with the towers to smash it back. However high its level, however fierce its stats, it couldn't withstand this kind of grind. The more it fought, the weaker it grew. The more we fought, the more fired up we got. By now it was kicking itself raw with regret. It should never have entered this human domain. It was uncanny. The moment it stepped in, half its strength was sealed. These 3 clearly had some trick, their power far exceeding their tier. The might of the giant bull gave it a 30% combat boost, and it still couldn't win. This place seemed built to counter it at every turn. Moo, what in the world are you people? In the end it broke down, its face full of grievance, as if to say, so many of you bullying one adorable little ox. That's just inhuman. On a normal day, Sudaji and Ba might have softened a touch. But not now. It had trodden on two women's reverse scales, daring to ambush their man. A capital crime. Boom. Heavenly fire erupted. The cross lightning slash descended again. I'd been meaning to show off a rock spreads its wings into a soaring dragon in the sky, but the poor divine calf had already punched its ticket, bursting out 5 golden chests. Holy crap, this is a wealth-bestowing boy. Looking at the golden light littering the ground, I panted with excitement. On ordinary days I fought tooth and nail, and even the final boss only gave 1 gold chest. Today the sun rose in the west. Kill 1 gold-grade monster, get 5 straight up. Massive profit. Now that fills the hole those 4 savage bull bosses left. Sudaji put away the sun-moon blades and clung to my arm, still shaken. Ba, also looking rattled, pressed to my side, as if guarding against another assassin popping out. It's over now. I patted their hands. At the same moment, the long-absent settlement chimes sounded. Ding. Battle over. Beginning settlement. Enemies, 1,200 savage bulls, for elites, for semi-boss giants, for semi-boss shamans, for boss chieftains, plus 1 gold boss divine ox. Rating SSS. Clear reward, 100,000 source crystals, 50,000 realm stones. Rating reward, 200,000 source crystals, 100,000 realm stones, the domain building apartment, and the equipment phantom sound pipa. The difficulty keeps climbing, but the rewards keep getting fatter too. Looking at rewards multiplied several times over, what little fatigue I had was swept clean away. The first thing I did was plant the apartment beside the moon goddess lake. The elven warriors could live in the barracks, but the heroes had walked out of the celestial fiend nirvana pool and had no dedicated housing. Sudaji and I could squeeze into the little tree house. But what about Ba? I couldn't very well keep making her sleep on the hall sofa. Sure, the sounds of our activities didn't carry out, but she knew full well what we were doing. That was pressure on everyone. 1 renovation from the gourd, and the apartment was wrapped in flowers, grass, and trees into a traveling palace full of birdsong and blossom. Young master, you've even got a traveling palace ready. Planning to open a harem? Sudaji bumped softly against me, her eyes brimming with allure, sending my blood surging. Beside us, Ba seemed to think of something, her lovely face flushing a layer of red too before she quickly suppressed it. Sister Xian, today's fighting is done. The traveling palace has plenty of rooms. Go pick one first. Seeing her awkwardness, I quickly changed the subject. Ba, as if relieved of a burden, quietly walked toward the traveling palace. Husband, staying this stiff with Sister Xian isn't a solution. You're the man. You should take the initiative. Sudaji watched that lonely figure, unable to bear it. There's plenty of time ahead, no rush. Besides, Sister Xian has a mind of her own. She has her own thoughts. After saying that, I finally caught on and reached out to tweak Daji's nose. Whoever heard of a woman pushing her own man to go find other women? What are you actually thinking? Hee. She burrowed into my arms. Because I know my man is too outstanding, I can't hold on to him alone. So why not find myself a sister I get along with? Then no one would dare bully me either. You're pretty open-minded about it. I smiled. All right, I've got a gift for you. I took out the just-acquired phantom sound pipa. This is... The instant Daji saw the pipa, her whole body went rigid. That design, she knew it all too well. Thank you, husband. Her eyes reddened in an instant. Daji, if I could resurrect you, maybe I've got a shot at resurrecting your 2 sisters too. I ruffled her hair and pulled her into my arms. This pipa, maybe it's a signal. The 3 fiends of Xianyuan tomb weren't good creatures, but everything that happened back then was on Nua's orders. Nua had sent them into the Shang court to bewitch the ruler, hasten the Shang dynasty's decay, and pave the way for King Wu's campaign against Zhou. She'd only said one thing: don't harm the innocent. Nothing else. The 3 fiends were foolish. They treated Nua as their backer and turned the world upside down. In the end, they were left with nothing, becoming sacrifices to the great investiture calamity and bearing an eternal infamy. Only at the moment of death did they wake up to it, far too late. The 9-headed pheasant spirit and the jade pipa spirit had depended on Daji since childhood. That kind of bond, no one could replace it. She'd always kept this longing buried in her heart, never speaking it aloud. When I brought it up, she couldn't hold it in anymore and threw herself into my arms, crying. There. I patted her back. The celestial fiend Nirvana pool still has 7 open spots. If I work at it a little harder, maybe your sisters will come out. Open the chests first. She smiled through her tears and pulled me toward the ancient life tree. Night fell, and the area around the domain darkened. With the battle settled, no monsters would siege us tonight, and none of the 3 of us paid the outside any more attention. Only the elven warriors were still standing sentry and patrolling, guarding our home without the slightest lapse. And it was right then that 3 unfamiliar faces peeked out of the mist. "Boss, you're incredible. You actually found it." Shi Laojin looked at Huang Xingxing with a face full of admiration. "Of course. How else would I be the boss?" Li Huaishui hurried to pile on the flattery. Huang Xingxing waved his hand impatiently, muttering a curse under his breath, telling the 2 of them to shut up and get a good look at what that thing was. These 2 lackeys only had those same few flattering phrases. He'd long since gotten sick of them. "Boss, those look like 3 plants. Is that kid a farming lord?" Shi Laojin scratched his head. "Yeah. What else can that broke wretch do besides farm?" Li Huaishui stared at that ring of thorn-covered ramparts, envy all over his face. He was still using a wooden fence himself. But his luck's insane, isn't it? Only day 3 and he's already got a wall. "Wall my ass." Huang Xingxing curled his lip. "It's just a wooden fence with some vines planted underneath to dress it up." Only 3 days in. He'd never believe in a million years that Yi Qin was developing faster than they were. "Boss, tell us, how do we do this?" Both of them looked to him. Huang Xingxing thought it over. The battle just ended. He definitely won't expect anyone to come now. "Here's the plan. Shi Laojin's light infantry in front, my saber squad in the middle, your archers in the rear. The moment something's off, loose arrows to cover us." Truth be told, he'd wanted to keep his own saber squad in the rear, but that would have made his intentions too obvious. Even these 2 idiots would have seen he was ready to bolt at any moment. "We're with you, boss. Move out." Shi Laojin led his light infantry in first. But atop the south gate's ramparts, the elven archers had spotted them long ago. The king had said, after a battle ends, no more enemies will attack. If anyone comes, it must be another lord. There was no need to be courteous with such people. Anyone who dared approach the domain was to be killed without mercy. Within a few breaths, the south gate's ramparts were lined with valiant elven female warriors. "Captain Cadden, should we notify the king?" The elven archer Luna looked to Cadden. "Mere ordinary troops. Why disturb our king?" Cadden waved a jade hand. "Let them come. Once they reach the base of the wall, annihilate them all." "Yes." The warriors perked up, crossbows loaded, standing ready in battle formation. 6 gold chests. Inside the ancient life tree, Daji stared at the row of chests before her, stars practically shooting from her eyes. "My lady, this charm of yours is my greatest trump card." I wrapped an arm around her waist, my heart brimming with happiness. Of the 4 savage bull chieftains, the only one that dropped a gold chest was the one she'd killed. Naturally, she lifted her little chin, proud as a haughty swan. "All right, open them." I gave her a kiss, and only then did she contentedly tap the gold-grade chests. "Congratulations, Lord. Obtained 1,000 source crystals and the equipment sky crystal earrings." "Congratulations, Lord. Obtained 300 realm stones and the equipment cloud riding shoes." "Congratulations, Lord. Obtained 1,000 source crystals and the troop token heavy cavalry." "Congratulations, Lord. Obtained 300 realm stones and the domain building tower of judgment." "Congratulations, Lord. Obtained 1,000 source crystals and the equipment thunderfire spear." "Congratulations, Lord. Obtained 300 realm stones." 6 chests, 5 items. "Husband, they're all legendary grade." Daji looked at the 3 silver glowing pieces of gear, even more excited than me. "The sky crystal earrings are for you, the cloud riding shoes and thunderfire spear for Sister Cien." Without even a second look, I picked up the prettiest pair, the earrings, and put them on her. "Husband, you're so good to me." This time she didn't hide it and let the earrings' appearance show. Strong stats, and pretty too. Sky crystal earrings. Slot, earrings. Grade, legendary, silver. Attributes, Constitution plus 100, Spirit plus 300, Charm plus 10. Skill, Sky Crystal Guardian. When the wearer faces a fatal threat, the power of the Sky Crystal instantly activates to shield them, equivalent to an extra life. 3-day cooldown. Description, forged by a certain great power to guard their beloved, using their own blood essence as the medium, condensing the power of heaven and earth. "Husband, I can't take these earrings." The moment she saw the stats, she took them off. "What's wrong? Not pretty enough?" I'm only a hero. Even if I die, you can resurrect me in the Hall of Heroic Spirits. But you're the Lord. If you die, you don't come back. She stuffed the earrings back into my hand, her face resolute. I'd suffered 2 boss ambushes, once the Void Dog King, once the Golden Divine Calf. I was the soul of the domain. A life-saving item like this rightly belonged to me. Silly girl, we'd need to have a Hall of Heroic Spirits first. Ignoring her protest, I put them back on her. Until we get the Hall of Heroic Spirits, these earrings are yours. No arguments. Oh, she'd meant to rebut me, but the second half of that shut her mouth right up. After these few days together, she knew my temperament far too well. Once I'd decided something, there was no changing it, unless she could talk me around. But using my safety as her excuse, I wouldn't even entertain it. Next, she opened all the remaining silver, black iron, and bronze chests, crystals and items scattering across the floor. You go deliver the cloud-riding shoes and Thunderfire spear to Sister Cien. I'll sort through this stuff. Boom. The moment she stepped out of the ancient life tree, 3 crimson pillars of light suddenly blazed up at the south gate. That kind of commotion was impossible to miss. Whoosh. I flashed out of the tree house. Daji and Ba were even faster than me. They were already standing on the ramparts. Young master, what's that? The 2 looked at the figures outside the wall, wrapped in crimson pillars of light, faces tense. 3 clowns who didn't know their place. Consider them lucky. I looked at Huang Xingxing, Shi Laojin, and Li Huaishui, drenched in blood, limbs broken, and all that was left in my eyes was a trace of regret. This was the Rookie Lord's trial. All of us students had a failsafe left behind by our teachers. The failsafe couldn't surveil us, but it could sense our life status. The moment we suffered a life-threatening attack or fell into a hopeless situation, the failsafe activated to protect us. A rookie perk. But once the failsafe triggered, it also meant trial failure, and you'd be forcibly dragged back to the classroom. Enemies of yours. Reading my expression, Daji arched a willow brow. If not for my tough luck, I'd have died at their hands dozens of times over these past years. I smiled. But it's all in the past. The current them isn't even fit to fetch my shoes. With that, I nodded to the 2 of them and turned toward the ancient life tree. But Daji clenched her powder-pink fists, unable to calm down for a long while. The man she treasured like her own life. And these petty clowns dared touch him? Ba saw her like that and gave her a tug. Io, is Our Lady of the Domain angry? Sister Cien, those 3 deserve to die. Daji was still pouting, then caught on and blushed. What Lady of the Domain? Sister Cien, you're teasing me. Whether I'm teasing you or not, you know in your heart. Ba crossed her arms, deliberately putting on an envious, jealous, and resentful act. Sister, don't be upset. We just opened some good stuff, and the young master told me to bring it to you. Come back and take a look. Daji, as if trying to please her, pulled her toward the traveling palace. Though she'd temporarily commandeered half my bed, she couldn't sleep there forever. She had to set up a nest of her own. Meanwhile, I tallied the accounts. The remaining chests had given me another 110,000 source crystals and 60,000 realm stones. Adding in what I'd opened during the siege, this wave I'd banked a total of 410,000 source crystals and 210,000 realm stones. Let the storm rage even harder. Without hesitation, I dumped 200,000 realm stones to upgrade the domain to level 5. Whoosh! A storm of spiritual energy instantly whipped up across the domain. The ancient life trees swelled against the wind, shooting to 200 meters tall in one breath, the domain's area expanding wildly, stretching to 10,000 square meters in a blink. Without a word, I pulled the Thorn Venom wall and Elemental wall out to 100 by 100. This time I didn't blindly upgrade buildings. First, I spent 250,000 source crystals leveling Daji and Ba to 5, then maxed out all the defense towers. Whoa! In the blink of an eye, I'm down to just 10,000 source crystals and 10,000 realm stones again. I couldn't even bear to look at my coin purse, and the other buildings hadn't been upgraded yet. Looks like the grand money-making plan needs to go on the schedule right away. But I didn't lose heart and set the Tower of Judgment from the gold chest next to the ancient life tree. The Tower of Judgment was a perfect grade red building, an enhanced defense tower. Once it stored enough energy, it could fire a powerful energy shell that blasted a wide swath. The downside was its charging was too slow. After firing once, who knew what year the second shot would come? The Sun Moon Immortal Gourd has detected an upgradable building. Evolve it. Evolve. The words had barely left my mouth when the Sun Moon Immortal Gourd gushed a great mass of hazy vapor, wrapping the Tower of Judgment entirely. A shudder ran through me. Every time the Sun Moon Immortal Gourd made a big move, it always managed to surprise me. Could this tower turn into a great tree too? I stared hard at the 50-something meter tall pagoda, eyes full of anticipation. A flash of crimson light, and the Tower of Judgment began to rise, shooting to over 100 meters in a blink. But it didn't stop. It kept growing wildly, all the way to over 300 meters, halting only when it towered well above the ancient life tree. By now the tower had completely transformed, like two giant dragons, one black, one red, coiled and twisted together into an upright tower. At its peak were two dragon heads gazing at each other, likewise one black and one red. ZZZT, ZZZT, two ear-piercing electromagnetic sounds, and the black and red dragons simultaneously spat out electric arcs matching their own colors. The two arcs interwove and condensed at the tower's peak into a single giant red-pupiled eye. Demon's Eye. Level 1. Grade, Legendary. Durability, 10,000. Skill 1. Demonic Judgment. Emits black-red eye light to judge enemies within 1 kilometer of the domain. 10-minute cooldown. Skill 2. Demon's Sight. Observes scenes within 10 kilometers of the domain and sees through the details of any enemy below epic grade. Description: a tower of judgment eroded by demonic power, henceforth fallen into a demon's eye. Sick. Now I can finally see through boss stats. Finishing the description, I stood up in excitement. This tower not only had the ability of an eye of true sight, it could also chase down enemies outside the domain. If I ran into a slippery boss like the Golden Divine Calf again, I wouldn't panic. The monk may run, but the temple can't. Next, it's time to arrange the farming. I gathered up the several farmland parcels on the ground and one barracks into my hand, then took out the troop token Elven Trant. After hoarding for so long, I'd finally scraped together 20 farmland parcels, and the domain had expanded to 10,000 square meters. Farming could finally go on the schedule. I headed straight for the southwest corner of the domain and flung out the barracks and Elven Trant. The Sun Moon Immortal Gourd gushed a mass of hazy vapor, wrapping the two items. Moments later, the barracks warped into a short, squat ancient tree over 30 meters tall, withered yellow leaves, cracked bark, and two crystal lanterns hanging from its two tallest branches, looking exactly like an old man at death's door. But sensing it carefully, that withered trunk hid astonishing vitality. Ancient Tree of Knowledge. Level 1. Grade, Superior. Durability, 1000. Population, 20. Description: an ancient tree ravaged by the years, yet stubbornly surviving, having witnessed the turning of ages, watching the tides rise and fall. Vastly learned, it commands the laws of nature, knows how to commune with the natural world, and has passed these skills on to the kindly Elven Trants. Elder Tree, trained 20 Elven Trants. I stared at it, itching to see what the Trants looked like. Yes, our king. Whoosh. Wind rose all at once, and the ancient tree of knowledge opened those cloudy yet wise eyes, its withered branches and crystal lanterns swaying along. A great enemy invaded. Wasn't the forest destroyed? Right? How did we come back to life and return here to Grandpa Tree? Could it be the king has returned and he resurrected us? Several crisp voices came from the tree hollows, and a few little heads peeked out. Sprightly girls with snow-white hair and jade-like skin, confusion in their eyes. The moment they saw me, their eyes snapped bright, and they twitched their little noses, sniffing. The king, it's the king's aura. The girls' eyes reddened in an instant, and they all rushed to my side. Unlike the stiff elven archers, they didn't kneel. They just circled me, their eyes full of hope and trepidation. King, has the great elven world revived? It's revived. From now on, this is the elven race's home. Look, I pointed at the ancient life tree. Wow, the ancient life tree has revived. The elves are saved. And the ancient war tree, the moonlight well, the elven flavor house. The elven warriors have come back too. The Trants were like a group of lost children suddenly seeing their family, hopping in place, which had me on edge because their attire was far too avant-garde. Just 3 leaves covering the 3 key spots. Even more uncanny, those leaves had gone through no processing at all, yet clung firmly to those 3 places. I truly couldn't fathom the principle. All right, there'll be plenty of time to catch up later. Right now I've got an important task for you. I flung out all 20 farmland parcels I'd worked so hard to hoard. Wrapped in spiritual energy, the farmland evolved into spirit energy-rich spirit fields. Wow, spirit fields. Without any prompting from me, the Trants happily rushed over, each picking a plot, already looking like they were plotting what to plant. Trance sisters, I've got some seeds here. I don't know what's good to plant. You're the experts, so I'll leave it to you. I handed over the several bags of seeds I'd opened from chests over this stretch of time. It's spirit rice and green millet and spirit beans. Wonderful. They took the bags, tossing aside even the poisoned spears in their hands. What came next didn't need my oversight. I turned and walked toward the elven archer training ground. King. The moment Luna saw me, she dropped to one knee, fervor filling her eyes. Rise. The trance have just been revived and don't know the domain. Show them around. I helped her up. Luna accepts the command. She grabbed my hand, seizing the chance to cop a feel, and doing it so I couldn't find fault, which made me wonder if she'd learned it from that little seductress Sudaji. Off you go. I waved and headed for the Moon Goddess Lake. I'd been busy all day and hadn't yet experienced the Moon Goddess Lake. Now was the perfect time. But the moment I reached the lakeside, I nearly gushed a nosebleed. There were already people in the lake. A dozen odd beauties peeled bare as little white lambs, water mist steaming up like a fairyland. The instant the elven warriors saw me arrive, they all reflexively stood up. That scene. It's not wartime now. Everyone be at ease, don't mind me. My face burned as I waved a hand and dove straight into the lake. I certainly didn't dare undress on the shore, not with a dozen pairs of limpid eyes watching in the lake. King, let Cadden attend to your bath. The elven hunter captain swam over. All right. I glanced around and didn't refuse. Cadden swam behind me and scrubbed and massaged my back. I have to say, the elven hunters really understood human anatomy. Her technique and pressure were just right, kneading me into total relaxation, drifting so much I nearly fell asleep. Until a slippery, warm softness wrapped around me, and I jolted awake. Cadden had somehow circled to my front and pressed herself against me. Cadden, you. Blood rushed straight to my head. To receive the king's favor is our honor. Cadden is willing to do anything for the king. Her eyes were moist, her face fervent. The lake water was too clear, and with her pressed against me, she naturally felt the change in my body. Cadden, let's talk about this another time. My mouth went dry. The elven race was rich in beauties to begin with, and with the domain buff on top, any one of them was stunning enough to topple a nation. Only being overshadowed by the likes of Sudaji and Bomb made them seem less remarkable. To say I felt nothing for them would be a lie. But I'd only just been intimate with Sudaji. Suddenly accepting another girl, I couldn't turn that corner yet. King, then Cadden will wait. Summon me anytime. As a captain, she was naturally no ordinary person. She could tell I wasn't rejecting her, just too bashful to let loose. Neither of us realized this whole scene had fallen into the eyes of the two sitting atop the traveling palace. The traveling palace was built by the Moon Goddess Lake, originally for the convenience of the women folks bathing, but it conveniently served the two of them as well. Sister Sien, if you don't make your move soon, even Cadden's going to get ahead of you. Sudaji bumped Ba. From the moment the young master resurrected us, we were branded as his. Being with him is only a matter of time. Ba's tone was calm, but acceptance takes a process. Just look at his attitude toward Cadden and you'll understand. He's not a man ruled by lust. He's only just become a lord, and there's a lot he's still adjusting to. Since you've already crossed the line with him, it's easier for you to guide him, help him adapt to his role, and to us, sooner. The trial is just child's play. The real crisis is still ahead. We're heroes. We can't just indulge in pleasure. We have to plan for a rainy day. This domain is bound to us. It's our home. Sudaji had been listening with a grin at first, but by the end her expression turned serious too. Sister truly is a heaven goddess. You see far. Daji understands. She gripped Ba's hand tight and pressed no further. I left the Moon Goddess Lake, heart still pounding, and didn't rush back to the treehouse. First I detoured to the spirit field zone in the southwest. The treants were still busy in the fields, some sowing, some standing at the field's edge leaning on poisoned spears, chanting something. Along with that song, I was astonished to see the seeds in the fields visibly shooting upward. I couldn't help pulling up their stats. Elven Trent. Level 1. Grade, Flawless. Constitution, 20, Base 2, 10x Domain Boost. Spirit, 45, Base 4.5, 10x Domain Boost. Skills, Spell Immunity, Cleanse, Poison Spike, Power of Nature. Description, Trants are nature's darlings, able to commune with plants, animals, and even the land. Spirit plants catalyzed by them yield 10 times the harvest, with a very high chance of producing special crops worth far more than the original species. Combat power's no good, but the support is broken. I couldn't help remarking. King, the moment the Trants saw me, They came bounding over with sweet smiles, utterly oblivious to how alluring their attire was. When you've got nothing to do, you can go swim in the moon goddess lake. I ruffled the head of the one leading them. With this bunch of beautiful girls helping, the domain gained another big source of income. King, we're favored by the power of nature. By nature, we don't touch dirt or grime. We're spotlessly clean. If you don't believe us, take a whiff. Before she finished, one treant hugged my arm and pressed her whole self against me. A refreshing, delightful fragrance drifting into my nose. What are you thinking? I quickly deflected. The moon goddess lake is where the moon goddess bathed. Go there and you might receive the moon goddess's blessing. Your strength will grow stronger and stronger. Truth was, it wasn't that I didn't want to spend source crystals leveling them up. I was just too broke right now. Domain buildings and troops were all waiting to be upgraded, and I was still saddled with a mountain of debt. Really? Then I'll go right now. Me too. The treants had smoking hot figures but temperaments like innocent, carefree little girls, cheerful all day long. Of course, on the condition that no one touched their homeland. The instant their home and companions were threatened, they'd instantly transform into fierce warriors, their poisoned spears smashing at you without hesitation. By the time I got back to the treehouse, a freshly bathed and fragrant Sudaji was already waiting. Husband. The moment she saw me, her boneless soft body toppled into my arms. I was level 5 now. As an epic grade lord, my base constitution had shot up to 181.2, and with the Black Iron Wolf Fawn Club and a full load of low-tier gear, my total constitution was over 400. Little seductress, tonight your husband is going to wipe away his past shame. With Ba no longer standing guard next door, we both loosened up considerably. That night, thunder rolled endlessly in the treehouse, Sudaji's nation-toppling cries echoing throughout, not gradually stopping until the sky paled. Husband was quite the man tonight. She lay in my arms like a lazy cat. In constitution, I was still a touch below her, but I could now hold my own. She'd pulled out all the stops to subdue this beast of a man, yet she knew in her heart she was nearly losing her grip on me. As a kid, I looked down on Chow the villain. Grew up and realized, everyone's a Chow the villain. I held the beauty in my arms, pride in my eyes. Husband, who's Chow the villain? She looked at me, curious. I can tell you, but you're not allowed to read into it. I leaned to her ear and told the story of Chow the villain. Husband, you won't look down on me, will you? After hearing it, she looked at me, all pitiful. I said, don't read into it. I can't get enough of you. Why would I look down on you? I pressed her down onto me. Sudaji was reborn through nirvana, still pure of body, yet carried the experience of her past life. A top-grade beauty like this, any man who'd look down on her would have to be blind. Rumble. Just as the two of us were being tender, the domain suddenly began to quake. A new day had come, and the monsters were here to deliver money again. Divine Moon Academy. Hum. Hum. 3 flashes of light, and Huang Xingxing, Shi Laojin, and Li Huaishui tumbled out of the void, crashing to the ground. What happened to you 3? Lu Mengli's phoenix eyes swept over, her frosty gaze nailing them. Teacher, it's Yikan. He broke the academy rules and attacked us against regulations. Otherwise, there's no way we'd have been eliminated. Recalling the ordeal, Huang Xingxing's face twisted with rage. He'd meant to exploit a loophole in the rules and cut Yikan down in the trial. Instead, he lost the chicken and the rice. He hadn't even glimpsed Yikan's shadow before the female soldiers on the wall riddled him like a sieve. If not for the fail-safe sigils Lu Mengli had planted on them in advance, all 3 of them would have been done for. Oh, Lu Mengli said coldly. You're saying Yikan split his forces into 3, simultaneously found all 3 of your domains, and attacked, and the 3 of you couldn't even beat a third of his strength. She didn't dislike people who dared challenge the rules. She only despised those who had no ability, yet treated others as fools. Teacher, that's not. Huang Xingxing was dumbstruck. He'd wanted to flip the blame and slander Yikan, but he never expected this teacher would be so hard to fool. I wasn't in the classroom, but I heard afterward that the scene was quite lively. Huang Xingxing hemmed and hawed, and his lackey Shi Laojin jumped out first to take the fall for him. Teacher, don't blame us. That Yikan is too sinister. He planted 3 moving vines in his domain that swallowed all 20 of our light infantry in one go. The classroom instantly erupted. 3 against 1, and you still got wiped out. Aren't you ashamed? Feeding him kills is one thing, but flipping the blame and saying someone else ambushed you? Where's your face? I know ye can. A little beggar from the slums, whose lord's heart forged at the very lowest grade. He can barely afford to eat on a normal day. So how could he buy buildings? For this trial, he probably only bought the cheapest water and dry rations. Damn, garbage like that could one-shot Huang Xingxing's trio? You've got to be kidding me. These people had been eliminated by Huang Xingxing earlier and were still nursing a bellyful of resentment. One look at the sorry state of the boss trio, and they instantly felt better. Human happiness, put bluntly, comes from comparison. The time ratio between the Void Sea Realm and Blue Star was 10-1. 10 days inside was only 1 day outside. Huang Xingxing and company had been in for 3 days. Not even half a day had passed in reality, which meant they'd essentially taken 1 lap inside and rolled right back out. Quiet. Lu Mengli swept a cold glance across, and the classroom's temperature dropped straight to freezing. The pack of students instantly shut up, and Huang Xingxing's trio sat down obediently, their earlier arrogance gone. Because they'd finally remembered who the person before them was, a grand elder of the inner court. She was far more than just the Academy's #1 beauty. She hated evil with a passion and was the type who killed without cleaning up after. Years ago, a family in Divine Moon City wronged one of her students, and she'd fought her way straight to their door, wiped out the entire clan, and in the end it was all swept under the rug. Ever since, parents had been desperate to cram their kids into her class. But the Academy assigned teachers by lottery, and no one knew which class she'd take. When Huang Xingxing's trio's parents first heard their sons had gotten into her class, they'd thank the heavens with joy. If they knew about this incident now, they'd probably be sitting on pins and needles. Lu Mengli had no time for such thoughts. She was staring at the Academy's internal network. It was the 4th day of the trial, and those 2 SSS-Rank students' scores hadn't dropped yet. Uncanny. Her heart skipped. That Yi Kan, who'd survived 3 days on the lowliest lord's heart, and casually wiped out 3 foolish landlord's sons along the way. Clearly he'd had some fortuitous encounter. That SSS in my class. It couldn't be him, could it? The moment the thought arose, she shook her head. However great the fortuitous encounter, it couldn't change the grade of a lord's heart. It couldn't be him. And I was busy counting money. Roar, roar. Outside my domain, beast roars rose in a chorus. Black bears, dark as a swarm, surged in from all directions like a tide, and behind them, elite black bears with rings of white fur around their necks hoisted grotesquely shaped heavy weapons, clearly out to storm the city. I hadn't slept all night, but my spirits were excellent. No other reason. I was too broke. In my eyes, these monsters were all resources, and I had to hurry and cash them in. Archers, hunters, trance. Pair up 5 and 5, split to guard the 4 gates. Fight with the defense towers. Without my order, no one leaves the city. Yes. The elven warriors' morale surged, and they split into 4 teams and leapt onto the walls. Fighting shoulder to shoulder beside the king was their greatest honor. Young master, why not rest a while? Su Daji sidled over, her face full of concern. Last night, to prove I was up to it, I'd gone at it with her until dawn. She was afraid my nutrition wouldn't keep up. After all, I had that shameful history of leaving clinging to the wall, and this concerned her lifelong happiness. Rest what rest? Resting is for good-for-nothings. Young people should fight to the death. Charge. I sprang up and slammed into the bear pack outside the north gate like a cannonball. Boom. Several black bears launched into the air on the spot, crashing down in a sprawl, leaving behind a few bronze chests. Truly the man my Su Daji picked out. Even killing monsters, he's this dashing. She propped up her cheek, watching, spellbound. Quit swooning. The elites are storming the city. Ba rolled her eyes and reached the east gate in a single step. Ever since getting the legendary grade cloud riding shoes, her speed had doubled. She still couldn't fly freely, but brief hovering was no problem. She waved a jade hand, and the thunderfire spear flew out. This thing doubled fire tribute damage. Roar. One thrust of the spear, and a fire dragon roared out. An entire line of black bears instantly swallowed up. Even Sister Xian's getting serious. I can't fall behind. Su Daji drew the sun moon blades and charged the west gate on a demonic gale. Swish, swish. The cross lightning slash came down. Boom, boom. The Grand Yin and Grand Yang power gouged 2 deep trenches, shaving off a great swath of black bears. Roar. The watching black bear elites couldn't sit still any longer, swinging their heavy weapons and howling as they lunged in. The 4th day's battle had officially reached fever pitch. Black bear elites, gray bear minor bosses, brown bear major bosses, white bear chieftains, wave after wave. The numbers so absurd they could be called a monster tide. But tired as I was, I stayed off the field the whole time. Su Daji and Ba were fretting themselves sick, yet could do nothing about me. They knew in their hearts. I tasted the sweetness of the gold-grade monster and wanted to use myself as bait to fish. Damn it, there's no gold monster after all. I leaned on the black iron wolf fawn club, sitting spread-legged and imperious atop the watchtower, a bellyful of frustration. 6 waves of siege today, and the last 2 were actually led by a pair, one male, one female, of red bear kings. This deeply devoted couple of bears chose to die together for love, adding bricks and tiles to my domain. Ding. Battle over. Beginning settlement. Battle settlement. Enemies, 2,000 black bears, for 100 black bear elites. Battle rating, SSS. Clear reward, 400,000 source crystals, 200,000 realm stones. Rating reward, 800,000 source crystals, 400,000 realm stones. Domain building, elemental tower, troop, token dark sorcerer, equipment reaper's scythe. No gold monster, but the rewards aren't bad. I tossed the elemental tower at the north gate. One renovation from the Sun Moon Immortal Gourd, and it turned straight into a frost tower, pairing perfectly with the 2 blaze cannon towers at the north gate. As for the dark sorcerer, a legendary troop token was a fine thing, but I wouldn't use it. My domain walked the nature path. The elven girls loved things full of vitality and were innately averse to that whole darkness and death routine. I was the king in their hearts. I wasn't about to do something so off-putting. The Reaper's scythe was too hard to operate, and I had no interest. Sudaji and Bob both had their own dedicated weapons and wouldn't fancy it either. Young master, isn't that black-robed figure still around? Why not sell these 2 to him and pay off your debt? Sudaji was a bit worried. The domain's economy was tight lately, and I still owed that black-robed figure 1,000,000 source crystals. Other things I could sell, but selling legendary grade to him is too much of a loss. There are still 6 days left in the trial, no rush. I pulled her into my arms and took a deep breath by her neck. Feeling my infatuation, she happily let me do as I pleased. After canoodling for a good while, she reluctantly ran off to the storeroom to open chests. I waved a hand and upgraded the ancient life tree to level 6, expanding the domain to 20,000 square meters. Crack, crack, crack. The ancient tree swayed and shimmered, rising to 500 meters, well above the demon's eye. Unfortunately, still no new attributes unlocked. The only change was that the number of sprites I could train rose to 50, making the domain considerably livelier. Ancient Life Tree. When's your next metamorphosis and new attribute unlock? When our king metamorphoses, that is the day I leap forward. At that time, new Xuansu and nature attributes will unlock. An ethereal voice came. Then it's not far off. I'll be waiting. I gathered my spirits and went on to upgrade the ancient war tree, the ancient tree of knowledge, the moon goddess lake, and the demon's eye, blowing through 1.34 million source crystals in one go. Thank goodness Sudaji's side opened another 500,000 source crystals and 190,000 realm stones, or the settlement rewards alone would have come nowhere near enough for my spending. Still not enough money. Looking at the pittance left in the account, I felt a fresh wave of frustration. No matter how much this money was, it never lasted. Being the head of a household is no easy thing. A gust of fragrant wind swept in. Bah, like a heaven goddess descending, floated Featherlight down to my side. Sister Sien, my heart's so weary, I don't want to strive anymore. One look at her peerless beauty and I just grabbed and hugged her. Little rascal. Her lovely form trembled, but she didn't push me away. She only reached out and, with tenderness, stroked my face. Don't worry. Daji and I will help you with everything we have. I knew it. Sister Sien loves me the most. I was deeply touched. You always thought I didn't love you before. Her lovely brows arched, a hint of anger sprouting. I caught on in an instant. I'd misspoken. Here goes nothing. I hardened my heart, wrapped one arm around her waist, and cupped the back of her head with the other, and kissed her. Ba had never faced such a thing. Her mind went blank with a boom. Only after a few breaths did she come back to herself, tasting the warm, soft sweetness from those cherry lips. It feels, actually not bad. Eyes closed, she clumsily responded. At the foot of the tower, Sudaji stared blankly at the two of us pressed tightly together. First a wave of sourness, then relief. Finally, she took a deep breath and walked toward the moon goddess lake. After today, she and Ba would be true sisters, wouldn't they? And I didn't let her down. Carried away by the moment, I scooped Ba up and returned to the treehouse. Though Ba had been a heaven goddess in her past life, she'd never experienced the matter of man and woman. From the moment I kissed her to carrying her into the room, her head buzzed the whole time. Only when the two of us bared ourselves to each other did she realize she'd fallen into my trap. Little rascal, be gentle. She wrapped her arms around my neck, her reproach carrying expectation. Truthfully, she'd long been prepared for this day. She just hadn't expected it to come so fast. The temperature in the treehouse shot up, two people carried away by passion tangling together like rolling waves, canoodling until nightfall with no intention of opening the door. Husband really is something, not the slightest restraint. Going at it like this, how can his body take it? Sudaji looked at the tightly shut tree house and could only return to her room in the end, hugging a little blanket to console herself. The next day, at the Elven Flavor House. Husband, you must have burned a lot last night. Eat more. Sudaji brought over a mountain of breakfast and thoughtfully put food in my bowl. Ever since the sprites expanded to 50, I'd been teaching them to cook. Now the Flavor House was quite lively, and there was never any worry about food. I'm all right, all right. I bit into the dumpling she offered, and taking the chance pulled her into my arms, feeding the dumpling back into her mouth. With that, the resentment she'd bottled up all night instantly dispersed. Weren't you always hoping I'd win Sister Cien over? Why the resentful face? I stared into those alluring eyes of hers. I was just afraid that once husband had Sister Cien, he'd start looking down on me. She pouted, all aggrieved. What is that head of yours even packed with? Who was the extraordinary woman who first questioned whether the dragon must be on top and the phoenix below? How come you're so lacking in confidence now? I arched my sword brows and pinched her chin. I told you long ago, your place in my heart is one no one can shake. Forgotten already. Husband, I was wrong. Don't be angry. Under that gaze of mine, an inexplicable pang of guilt struck her, and she hurried to please me by putting food in my bowl. Just then, Ba, having just picked out her food, walked over too. Like Sudaji, her plate was piled like a small mountain, and mostly with nourishing, yang fortifying stuff. No need to ask, it was for me too. I say, are you two raising me like some kind of livestock? The moment I looked at Ba, that fierce glare of hers vanished. Sudaji relaxed along with her. She wasn't originally the type to fret over gains and losses, but somehow, the moment she came before me, she changed. Ba watched the two of us and smiled faintly, leaning against me as she sat down. Young master, no matter how clever or strong a woman is, the moment she falls in love with someone, she'll do a few foolish things. Ba picked up a mulberry and popped it into my mouth, casting a sidelong glance at Sudaji. Put plainly, our little sister Daji here has come down with a case of the lovesick brain. I pulled Sudaji into my arms. My fault. Yesterday came up so suddenly, I neglected you. It's not the young master's fault. I'm the petty one. She softly nestled into my arms, obedient as a cat. I'll learn more from Sister Cien going forward. Good that you understand. No more getting angry. My other arm pulled Ba in too, both blessings at once, wonderful. Just as I was enjoying myself, two sprites flew over. Master, we've learned the garlic grilled oysters and mutton soup you taught us yesterday. Want a taste? Puffed. I sprayed out a mouthful of soy milk and glared at them. These? Who taught you to make those? You did, master. The grilled oysters are so fragrant. Look, the sisters are practically fighting over them. In the distance, the elven girls really were crowded around a table in a riotous fuss. Ever since these vegetarians broke their meat-free streak with me, there was no reining them in. I rubbed my nose and looked down at the guilty little sprite in my arms. Today's whole spread was tonic food, and that was no coincidence. Daji, was this your doing? Woo-woo. A longhorn blast came from outside the domain. Boom. The elven warriors instantly stopped, grabbed the food off their plates, and charged outside. Young master, eat in peace. Leave it to us. Sudaji slipped out of my arms, her alluring eyes brimming with battle lust. This horn had come at just the right time. Young master, just come out for the last wave. Ba also brought out the Thunderfire Spear. Go on, be careful. Day 5 of the trial, 7 waves of monsters. Short on source crystals, I hadn't upgraded heroes or troops lately, but I dumped plenty into the Moon Goddess Lake. Everyone in the domain except me, the Lord, had triggered the Moon Goddess's blessing. Daji's charm was high and she'd triggered it several times. If her level weren't capped at the domain ceiling, she'd have hit level 10 long ago. Having sent off the 2 beauties, I headed straight for the Celestial Fiend Nirvana pool. I hadn't summoned a hero in a while. Time to gamble on some luck. Spirits of heaven, spirits of earth. How about a beautiful woman hero? I threw in source crystals 1,000 at a time. Congratulations, Lord. Obtained 1 wooden stick. Congratulations, Lord. Obtained 1 sack of millet. Congratulations, Lord. Obtained 1 belly band. 110 pulls, 100,000 source crystals, all useless junk. Not even a single purple sash immortal robe or golden glow feather robe. I don't believe it. This time I skipped the 10 pulls and dumped all 100,000 source crystals in at once for 1,000 pull. Hum hum hum. A great heap of miscellaneous junk instantly gushed out of the pool, even women's undergarments, nearly burying me. Just as I thought it was hopeless, a light lit up in the pool. A woman with hair like a black waterfall, voluptuous and captivating, stepped out. My eyes lit up. Are you Hushime? The nine-headed pheasant spirit Hushime. Like Daji, one of the three fiends of Xianyuan tomb. Daji was too emotional, a total lovesick fool. Having this little sister around would be perfect to keep her company and keep her in check. Minor fiend Hushime greets the Lord. She froze for a moment, then caught on. She'd been resurrected and become a subordinate of this young master before her. I glanced at her panel. Hushime. Race, human. Grade, legendary. Level 1. Bloodline, 9 phoenixes. Talent, Phoenix Nirvana, 10% chance of nirvanic rebirth after dying in battle. Skill, 9 Phoenix War Soul, boosts allies' combat power by 30%. You're reborn now, no longer the minor fiend of before. From now on, call me young master. Her figure and skin had my blood surging. I awkwardly rubbed my nose. Yes, young master. She smiled bashfully, picked a pink dress out of the pile of goods and put it on, then walked over with poise and grace. Hushime wasn't a lovesick fool. She was actually the most level-headed of the three fiends. When their raid on the Zhou camp failed years ago and they were hunted by Yang Jian, it was she who stepped forward to furiously denounce that bunch for their ingratitude. The three fiends had entered the palace on Yua's orders, stirring the Shang dynasty until it lost the people's hearts, fulfilling the rise of Shiqi and Jiangxia's grand enterprise of the investiture of the gods. By merit alone, they'd contributed more than Jiangxia. Yua wanted them erased not because they'd done wrong, but because they themselves were a stain on Yua's little scheme of revenge. Leaving them around was a nuisance. There's no suitable gear for you right now. Use this Reaper's scythe for the time being. I took out the last legendary grade piece of equipment I'd been treasuring. Wow, this weapon's imposing enough. Her eyes lit right up. In her past life, the three sisters had been dirt poor, without even a single decent treasure, which was why they'd ridden peach blossom horses and used mortal weapons to raid the camp. If you like it, keep it. I handed her the scythe, then spent 30,000 source crystals leveling her up to 3. Thank you, young master. She stroked the scythe, unable to put it down. Go check out the east gate. Someone over there has been missing you like crazy. I put on an air of mystery. Who? She looked puzzled. Who in this world would think of her besides her two sisters? Go see for yourself. I turned and walked toward the elven workshop. I hadn't looked closely since the last upgrade, and those elven trants were still wearing just 3 leaves. Pleasant on the eyes, sure, but dangerous once enemies closed in. I had to hurry and equip them. I opened it and looked. Sure enough, the level 6 workshop had produced new sets. Besides the Trent's Vine Armor set and the Sprite's Cicada Wing set, there was a sparkling, form-fitting set. The Goddess set. Superior Purple, Universal Type, plus 10% extra stats, wearable by all elven warriors. Without a second thought, I dumped every source crystal I had into it, but unfortunately only forged 13 sets. Nothing for it. I'd have to go rush Daji into opening chests at the east gate. Today's siege had switched to zombies and skeletons. Skeletons can blow horns too. What's the principle behind that? I wondered, watching the endless stream of monsters. The second wave was already underway, elite monsters making up the majority, but with level 6 defense towers and 3 heroes holding the line, they were easily blocked. The moment Hushime arrived, allies' combat power rose 30%, and Daji, Ba, and the elven warriors all turned considerably fiercer. Husband. The moment Daji saw me, she cut down the skeleton elite before her with 2 blades and threw herself into my arms. That bashful demeanor had Hushime, who'd been madly reaping with her big scythe, clicking her tongue. Since when did sister turn so meek and clingy? Is this still the 1,000-year fox spirit who could make even gods bow? Thank you. Daji wept for joy. She'd never dreamed she could truly reunite with her sister. What's this now? Once I've got money, I'll resurrect that reckless little sister of yours too, and get all 3 of you together. I waved my sleeve. MM. She nodded again and again. In the past, she'd never have dared to even hope for it. But with Hushime alive now, what was impossible? Business first. Hurry and open the chests. I need to save up to re-equip the girls. I signaled the sprites waiting on standby. Coming. Seizing the lull in the fighting, they hauled out all the chests. Hum hum hum. Daji's deft hands opened them, and the domain blazed with light. I collected a big batch of source crystals and realm stones, and, without a word, dumped it all into the elven workshop. A set was 14 pieces, each 2,000, so 28,000 per set. I got in the fray myself, fighting all the way to the 6th wave in the afternoon before scraping together 60 goddess sets. Treants got short blades at the waist and silver spears in hand. Archers and hunters were uniformly outfitted with goddess crossbows and goddess short blades. The archers were also slowly converting into hunters. That had always been their path. Once the ancient war tree grew a bit more, I'd dismantle the hunter training camp and move them into the tree. Future troops could be summoned directly and by design using troop tokens, saving on waste. Young master, will a gold monster come today? After the great battle, the four of us gathered atop the watchtower, Ba and Daji leaning against me on either side, while Hushime stood off to the side, a little at a loss. It's been 2 days, I hope so. I stared at the mist in the distance. Whatever comes, I'll make sure it doesn't leave. Ba clasped my arm tighter. She had the cloud-riding shoes and was the fastest. If something really went wrong, she could pull me away first thing. Daji noticed Hushime's unease and reached over to pull her down to sit, then burrowed into my arms like a cat again. With that tug, Hushime tipped sideways and fell right onto me. Swish. Her face went red in an instant. Sister. She hurriedly sat up straight, shot Daji a reproachful glare, and stole another glance at me. She had no idea what had gotten into her since being reborn as a human. She got shy, she blushed, and most unbelievable of all, she developed a thread of attachment to me, a man she'd only just met. Doing nothing at all, she still wanted to be a little closer. Just as she was lost in these wandering thoughts, the mist outside the domain changed, and a streak of golden light broke through. My expression shifted, and I shot to my feet. Finally here? Seeing this, Daji and the other two stood up along with me. Out of the mist walked a golden little skeleton, gripping a golden staff, its back hunched, slow and plodding, exactly like a little old man leaning on a cane. Big sis, this is the legendary gold monster that's supposedly so fearsome? Hushime looked at it, the corner of her mouth twitching. Second sis, don't judge by looks. Not one of these things is a pushover. Daji drew the sun moon blades, taut as a bowstring. Ba grabbed the thunderfire spear too, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on it. My heart skipped. If these two were both this cautious, then this thing was definitely no simple matter. Just then, the mist behind the little skeleton churned again. No way, 2 of them. Even Ba knitted her brows. One she was sure she could shield me from. 2. And she'd have to split her focus. And today was day 5 of the trial. This gold monster was surely far fiercer than that little divine calf from before. But what came out wasn't a monster. It was that black-robed, camel-leading figure. Now that's strange. The last day hasn't even come yet. What's he here for? Afraid I'll skip out on the debt. I stared at him, thoroughly baffled. The black-robed figure paid me no mind, leading his camel over to the spot where he'd set up his stall before, staring fixedly at the golden little skeleton. Whoosh. The little skeleton took one step and vanished outright. When it reappeared, it was already standing at the base of the elven watchtower. Spatial magic, teleportation? My pupils constricted. Without a word, Ba grabbed me and flew clear of the watchtower. Daji and Hushime tacitly retreated the other way, weapons gripped tight, ready to strike at any moment. Boom. The watchtower's durability instantly hit 0, collapsing into a heap of rubble. I swept it with the demon's eye, seeing through this thing's details completely. Golden little skeleton. Race, ghost race. Sex, male, resentment of a 2 lifetime single guy. Domain suppresses male enemies' stats by 50%. Grade, legendary. Level, 10. Constitution, 400. Spirit, 500. Talent, power of space. Skills, spatial shift, spatial lockdown, ethereal blade, spatial storm, necroaura. Description, once fell into a spatial turbulence and, blessed in disguise, won the favor of the laws of space, becoming a legendary monster. Holy son of the ghost race, of immense potential. You bastard, a skeleton that knows spatial magic? I looked at its stats, have down into red text, and cursed. Good thing the domain cut it in half, or this fight would be flat out impossible. Even as I opened distance with Ba, I flung its panel over to the 3 girls. Elven girls, hold the walls, close the gates, and beat the dog. As you command. 60 elven warriors answered in unison, raising their weapons and staring the thing down. 9 Phoenix War Soul. A point of light lit up between Hushime's brows, like a third eye opening. Boom. A wave of energy swept the whole field with her at its center. Anyone caught in it had their battle lust surge, combat power up 30%. The ghost race is of the Een. It fears supreme yang energy most. Flame of Heaven's Judgment, Sunblade. Hit it. The words had barely left my mouth when the space around me suddenly shuddered. I tried to run, but a force blocked me solid, as if I'd been stuffed into a palm-sized cell. The golden little skeleton was before me in a single step, extending one bone finger. Necroaura coiled at its fingertip. If that stuff touched my soul, I'd be done for right here today. Swish. At the critical instant, a wave of heat rushed at my face. The white light of Su Daji's sun blade blazed, grand yang power boiling, one slash cleaving toward the little skeleton. At the same time, Ba added the flame of Heaven's Judgment to the thunderfire spear, thrusting at its head like a fire dragon. The little skeleton sensed danger and whipped its golden staff around. Rumble. The space before it turned into a vortex, countless ethereal blades sweeping madly in all directions, both blocking the two women's attacks and pushing itself back out. The spatial lockdown trapping me broke along with it. My chance. I stepped out, leapt high, and rammed straight in with savage charge. In a flash of lightning, the little skeleton had just been pushed flying by its own storm and hadn't steadied itself when I slammed into it. Bam! A booming crack, and it was knocked flying backward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That was exactly the opening the elven warriors had waited for. Goddess crossbows and goddess spears hammered at it with all their might. The goddess crossbows were just a tickle to it, but the goddess spears were different. Trance had spell immunity, cleanse, poison spike, and power of nature, and those poison spikes could paralyze and slow. The golden little skeleton never expected to be this strong, yet ambushed by a few ants. Enraged to no end, it turned to vent on the trance. Several fire dragons descended from the sky, forming a cage that clamped down over it. Without a thought, its spatial shifted to dodge the flame of Heaven's Judgment, but a poison spike snagged it, slowing it by a hair, and its arm got burned. The keen-eyed Hushime caught its shift trajectory and slashed the Reaper's scythe fiercely at an empty patch of ground. Ding! The little skeleton, just materialized, took it dead on. A gash split at the corner of its eye. Ah! It actually let out a scream. This thing has to wait out the cooldown on the same spell. It can't cast back to back. The Reaper's scythe can wound its soul spirit. Ba saw it clearly and shouted at once. Daji and I will lock it down. Shime reaps. Yes. Su Daji and Hushime, far from resenting her taking command uninvited, looked thrilled. Both acknowledged Ba as their big sis. Just as the three joined forces to encircle it, something happened. That ever-watching black-robed figure actually walked toward the domain. What the hell's he playing at? I immediately peeled off the battle and rushed to the north gate. Mr. Merchant, is there something? I stared at the wandering merchant shrouded in the black robe, eyes full of wariness. He didn't speak, the soul fire flickering in his sockets, just quietly watching the golden little skeleton being ganged up on by 3 beauties. I glanced back and understood in an instant. This merchant was a skeletal frame too, ghost fire in its sockets, the same race as that little skeleton. Yet it had never targeted me. Even when it bared hostility, it was because it thought I meant to harm it. Which meant, this race was neutral. The golden little skeleton was obviously a special specimen, perhaps of great use to it. Bound by its neutral status, it couldn't act, it could only watch. Having worked it out, I spoke up directly. I take it out and sell you the corpse. How about it? The wandering merchant's soul fire flared violently. Understood. It didn't reply, but I'd figured out the trick. These merchants looked free, but were actually bound by rules too and couldn't interfere with the Void's laws. Confirming my thoughts, I turned and charged back into battle. Though I had only the one skill, Savage Charge, and no magic, my constitution was even a touch higher than the suppressed little skeletons, so joining in was still useful. Besides, I was crafty enough, and my team had 2 players who hard-countered it. This fight was winnable. Sure enough, once the girls grasped the rule that it couldn't cast spells back-to-back, they began coordinating. Su Daji and Hushime tacitly pinned it down in tandem, and Ba's flame of Heaven's Judgment finally caught the opening, coiling onto the little skeleton's body. Ah! Its soul fire ran wild, shrieking miserably, desperately trying to snuff out the heavenly fire. But the instant its necroaura touched the heavenly fire, it was steamed into black smoke. The flame of Heaven's Judgment sank in the moment it touched. It burned even the soul spirit. In the end, it could only abandon the cart to save the general, severing its own arm. But the flame's lingering force remained, and Hushime seized the chance. The Reaper's scythe swung again, going straight for its head. Beaten again and again, the little skeleton's madness erupted, and it finally unleashed its ultimate move once more. Spatial Storm. Boom. This time it held nothing back, staking everything. Its power doubled. The ethereal blades turned into a raging gale sweeping in all directions, even the surrounding space beginning to collapse. Danger, retreat. I savage charged over to Hushime, the nearest, wrapped an arm around her waist, and pulled back. Rumble. The domain's buildings got blasted indiscriminately, but the little skeleton was long gone, leaving only a spiraling deep pit where it had been. Damn it, it got away. Ba and Su-Daji flashed off in pursuit toward the north gate. They knew all too well how much I valued the gold monsters. Losing a watchtower and letting it escape, I'd be heartbroken. It can't escape. I let go of Hushime and immediately linked with the demon's eye. The demon's eye hidden among the ancient life tree's branches burst with black-red light, a blazing pillar of light shooting out, striking the little skeleton dead center just as it had shifted outside the domain. Boom. After the blast, it was knocked to the ground. With the demon's eye holding it down, Su-Daji and Ba caught up. Without a word, Ba's flame of heaven's judgment descended from the sky as a fire cage, binding the bone body, cracked and collapsed on the ground, good and tight. Su-Daji swung the sun-moon blades and slashed down hard. The little skeleton's soul fire boiled, its mouth opening to roar at the sky like a helpless child. But before these two calf-protecting women, all struggle was in vain. It was soon cleaved into several pieces, bursting out 7 gold chests. Hushime and I hurried over too. I immediately collected the chests and crystals, because that ever-watching wandering merchant was walking over at a slow pace. It raised a hand and tapped the air, a line of energy words surfacing. Hand me the corpse, and we're square. Deal. I made way without a word. These void monsters had no one to collect them after death anyway, and would be swallowed by the void the next day. Since it was proactively buying, I was glad to clear the account. The taste of carrying a load of debt really wasn't pleasant. The wandering merchant's bone claw grasped, and the scattered bone fragments all gathered into its hand. Then, leading its camel, it vanished into the mist. The long-absent settlement chime sounded. Ding. Battle over. Beginning settlement. Battle settlement. Enemies. 2,000 corpse monsters, 2,000 skeleton soldiers. Battle rating, SSS. Clear reward, 900,000 source crystals for 100,000 realm stones. Rating reward, 1.7 million source crystals, 800,000 realm stones. Domain building hall of heroic spirits. Finally here. Source crystals and realm stones kept piling up, but what really excited me was the Hall of Heroic Spirits. This was a huge treasure. With it, even if Su-Daji and the others died in battle, I could spend source crystals to resurrect them. No more living on tenterhooks. Young master, it's time for you to wear this. Seeing the Hall of Heroic Spirits, Su-Daji immediately took off the sky crystal earrings and handed them to me. What's a grown man doing wearing earrings? So girly. Besides, whoever heard of taking back a gift once it's given? I took the earrings and put them back on her myself, giving her bottom a slap in passing. Come on, let's go open chests. Su-Daji bit her lip and looked at me, all aggrieved. Only then did she understand. From the moment I gave her the earrings, I'd never once intended to take them back. Don't worry. If you really fear my death, then just guard me well from now on. That said, I turned to Ba and Hushime. You've both been at it all day. Go relax at the Moon Goddess Lake first. Daji and I will open the chests. Go on. Ba smiled and waved graciously. Sister's really changed. Now she's more like a little girl in love. Hushime watched the two of them go, gratification in her eyes, along with a touch of loss. Don't worry, you'll be the same before long. Our young master isn't the type to leave a great beauty like you out in the cold. I'd never be that foolish. I just hope you don't end up slapping your own face. All right, come with sis. I'll show you the Moon Goddess Lake. Back when she'd first reunited with Su-Daji, her elder sister had told her plenty of things, the magical Moon Goddess Lake among them. I pulled Su-Daji back to the ancient life grotto, and the girl still had a stiff face, looking sulky and glum. I hardened my heart and carried her straight into the tree house. Husband, what are you doing? It's still broad daylight. She glared with those fox-charming eyes, looking at me like she'd spotted a hungry wolf. The ancient said, if a woman's unhappy, once isn't enough, make it twice. Without a word, I tossed her onto the bed. Who said such twisted logic? MMM. The second half of her sentence, I stopped right back up. The treehouse was soon filled with thundering cannon fire, full of rhythm. An hour later, she'd gone soft as a kitten, nestled in my arms, unbearably obedient. Still twisted logic? I pinched her chin. The ancients truly did not deceive me. How utterly reasonable. She smiled bashfully, wrapped a jade arm around me, and sat up again. You really are a man-devouring little sprite. I laughed. Truth be told, compared to Ba, I liked this little sprite Sudaji more. She could fulfill every fantasy in my heart. Husband, what do you think of my second sister? On the way to the storeroom, Sudaji hugged my arm. By now her complexion was rosy and radiant, exactly like an 18-year-old girl fresh into a new romance, the fruit of nearly 2 hours of diligent tilling. I didn't fob her off. She may's a touch more voluptuous, but in looks she's only a hair below you. When she was reborn, she ignited her 9-phoenix bloodline. Her potential is no less than your 9-tailed heavenly fox. Looks and strength both, she's first-rate. I know husband is sparing my feelings. She leaned to my ear and murmured a few words in a low voice. A shudder ran through me. My lady, do you mean that? When have I ever deceived husband? Don't worry, second sis listens to me in everything. She pulled me dashing into the storeroom. There weren't many chests today. She'd opened most of them before the battle ended, and most of the source crystals I'd taken to forge goddess sets. The two of us didn't spend long before finishing. This time there were 8 gold chests total, and the last ones opened were all blues and purples. Husband, we've used up all our luck. Sudaji looked at the pile, deflated. Isn't there still one left? Try again. The last one didn't disappoint me. A flash of light, and a black, guardless long saber appeared before us. Heaven-devouring saber. Slot. Weapon. Grade. Legendary. Silver. Attributes. Constitution plus 500. Spirit plus 500. Skill 1. Devour weapons. Devours the essence of weapons and ores to grow. Skill 2. Devour souls. Devours other soul essence to raise the wielder's stats. Description. A dark demon stone conceived by heaven and earth, fallen into the depths of the endless fire domain, refined by the heaven-burning demon flame for endless ages, at last transforming into a blade of devouring. Holy crap, now I'm rich. The saber had always been my favorite weapon, broad, sweeping strokes, oozing dominance. Seeing the skills and description, I got so excited I hoisted Sudaji clean off her feet and kissed her hard several times. Husband, what is it? She grew happy along with me. With this saber, it doesn't matter what the other chests open into. Even if they hold nothing, we've made a killing. I put away the saber, scooped her up, and headed straight for the moon goddess lake. We'd just finished the fight outside, then gone at it even more fiercely in the treehouse. My whole body was long since slick and sticky. If I didn't wash, even I couldn't stand it. Atop the traveling palace roof, Ba was cracking sunflower seeds roasted by the sprites, glaring huffily at the pair frolicking in the lake. Those two, broad daylight and carrying on like that, not the least bit afraid of stirring envy. Hee, is Sister Sien jealous? Hushime teased. Then tonight I'll sleep with Big Sis, and Sister Sien can go teach the young master a lesson. Get lost. Ba flung her arm out, scattering seed shells all over her. Tomorrow I'll have the young master take you. You little tart. See if you're still laughing. The sprite holding the seeds beside them saw Ba's reproachful manner and shot her companion a look. That little companion understood at once and shot off with a whoosh. Xiaoyu, where's Xiao Fei off to? Ba's eyelid twitched, sensing something amiss. Nothing at all. Master doting only on Sister Daji made you angry, so I sent Xiao Fei to give him a little reminder. Xiaoyu's face was all earnestness. What? Ba shot to her feet, her big sis dominance instantly gone, her face full of shame and indignation. Beside her, Hushime clutched her stomach holding in laughter, nearly cramping up. Over at the lakeside, Xiao Fei hovered before me and Sudaji, mimicking Ba's sitting posture and expression, solemn as could be. Those two, broad daylight, and carrying on like that, not the least bit afraid of stirring envy. Master, these were Sister Sien's words. Don't you go leaving her out in the cold. That said, she obediently offered over the sunflower seeds. Who knew Sister Sien had such a girlish side? Sudaji, submerged in the water with only half her face showing, blew bubbles and laughed nonstop. Looks like tonight I'll have to wrong you and put you up in the traveling palace. I scratched my head, a little embarrassed too. Broad daylight, straight after a battle, and I'd soaked in the treehouse with her for hours. Even a fool could guess what we'd done. Bath finished, night fell. I didn't rush to favor the beauties. First, I set the Hall of Heroic Spirits beside the ancient life tree. One renovation from the Sun Moon Immortal Gourd, and the Hall of Heroic Spirits instantly became the Nirvana Divine Temple. Warriors resurrected by an ordinary Hall of Heroic Spirits would all be weakened, and too many times over gave a lord headaches too. The Nirvana Divine Temple was different. Besides weakening, there was a chance of strengthening or even awakening a new ability. Sick. Now this is the proper way to unbox it. I nodded, satisfied, and flung out 1,000,000 realm stones to upgrade the ancient life tree to level 7. The ancient tree climbed segment by segment, growing to over 1,000 meters tall, the domain's area rising to 50,000 square meters too. Then I burned through another 2,000,000 plus source crystals to upgrade every building that could be. One look at the balance. Only 40,000 source crystals and 800,000 realm stones left. Well, broke again. I smiled bitterly, but I didn't feel the least bit sorry. Money kept in hand doesn't breed. Only by spending it to grow stronger can you earn more. Life, it really is this hard. I sighed and pushed open the door to Ba's room. Don't listen to Xiao Fei's nonsense. I never said such a thing. Tonight you should still keep Sister Dodgy company. She hid under the covers, feigning composure. I ignored her, slid straight under the covers, my palms sliding into the feather robe to grasp a handful of slippery softness. If you don't want to go to the tree house, that's fine. We'll just do it right here and let Dodgy and the rest hear your voice. Not only are you slippery, you're a scoundrel. Unable to out-argue me, she simply closed her eyes. A gust of wind howled, and the two of us were in the tree house in a blink. Amid Ba's soft moans, the tree house resounded once more with a midnight symphony. Another sleepless night. Skinny dog, are you up to it or not? In the tree house, Ba hooked my chin, her face full of teasing. Damn it, you learn fast. I should never have let you two see that spiritual sustenance of mine. I was thoroughly chagrined. I had some cheap novels in my storage pouch, picked up from street stalls in Divine Moon City, meant to kill time when I was bored. These two had discovered and confiscated them. I'd figured letting them learn a few more positions. No, wait. Knowledge was all to the good. Who knew this thoughtless act would open the door to a whole new world for these two she-fiends? Compared to the Fujoshi of Blue Star, the two of them were downright innocent little girls. Even more unexpected, I'd taken the heaven-devouring saber and broken past 1,000 constitution, yet I still couldn't outdo her. One look at the stats and I got a shock. Ba had broken 1,000 too, and was even slightly above me. Young master, I'm only level 4, but the domain gives women a 10-fold stat boost. If you want to beat us sisters, you've got a long, hard road ahead. She straddled me, her face full of provocation. It's still my little Dodgy who knows how to be tender. Stats higher than mine, yet yielding to me at every turn, indulging all my unreasonable demands. Before I could finish, I'd started comparing in my mind. The next instant Ba suddenly turned into softness itself, sprawling onto me, her tears dripping onto my chest. I'm screwed. I sobered up in an instant. The greatest taboo when you're with a woman is thinking of another, and that little shift in my expression just now had been caught red-handed by this clever big sis. Sister Cien, everyone has things they're good at and things they're not. Past life and present you were a maiden untouched. It's not your fault. I hurried to make amends, gathering her into my arms. Only then did I notice this ever-strong great beauty was already misty-eyed with tears. Slap. Seeing her aggrieved, helpless look, I couldn't help giving myself a slap across the face. Enough. I know you didn't mean it that way. I just lost control of myself a bit. She reached back and, with tenderness, grabbed my hand. Skills can be learned slowly, but temperament, once it's set, it's hard to change. On that front, Dodgy is far below you. I held her tight, speaking from the heart. You sure know how to sweet talk. Looking into my eyes, she knew I wasn't lying, and finally let it go. It was then that I caught on too, struck by lingering fear. This big sis seemed able to see straight through people's hearts. The 6th day came. I was shocked to discover the invading monsters were a full twice as strong as day 5. Once the pressure came down, I had no mind left for tender little moments with them. In the face of my own dog's life, everything else had to step aside. Only by keeping my dog's life could there be any talk of enjoying all this before me. That day it was a ghost race army. 8 waves, no gold monster. Fierce looking, but still easily handled by us. Day 7 was still the ghost race, with air units added, gargoyles hurling stones endlessly. The last wave suddenly spawned a flock of frostbone dragons that nearly froze the elven hunters to death. Luckily Ba could cast heavenly fire, and save them. No gold monster that day either. The ghost race on day 8 were all deformed, like bodies of different races stitched together, covered in tumors, revolting beyond words. We fought until dark before finishing them off. Still no gold monster as usual, though now I didn't even hope for it to show. Everyone was worn out enough just handling the ordinary monsters. Difficulty rose, but so did the gains. 3 days of fighting, and I'd hoarded plenty of resources again, upgrading the domain to level 9. Now the domain was 200,000 square meters, equivalent to a small city. The defense towers had gone from 12 to 32, their attack power multiplying too. The heroes and elven warriors had each improved via the moon goddess lake. That anomaly Sudaji was the most extreme. With her charm boost, she got the moon goddess's blessing almost daily, her level keeping right up with the domain. At level 9, her constitution was 3,390, spirit 3,490. Ba was level 7, constitution 2,770, spirit 2,810. Hushime had arrived late. Though I'd armed her up, her level lagged a hair and her stats were just over 2,000. But no matter which of them, none was someone I could contend with. These days I rarely got to take the field. I could only fall back to the side and hold the line with the elven warriors. Last 2 days, the monsters will definitely be even stronger, so everyone be careful. Yes. Now I posted people on watch every night. The monsters no longer waited for dawn. They'd often come in the dead of night. Woo! Day 9's battle kicked off before the sky brightened. What came this time was no longer the ghost race. It was orcs. A change in the monsters race meant the difficulty was about to jump a tier again. This time, besides orc warriors wielding board axes and iron clubs, they pushed forward one giant catapult after another, the stone shells all imbued with fire tribute mana. Rumble. A sky full of fire rain crashed down, orcs surging up like a tide. My thorn venom wall had just worn down the first wave when its durability hit 0. Just as the orcs were getting smug, a black-red pillar of light shot out from among the ancient life tree's branches. Boom. A mushroom cloud detonated outside the north gate, clearing a swath of orcs. Even the catapults were gone. You 3, go smash the catapults in the other 3 directions. I shouted through gritted teeth. Yes. Ba, Sudaji, and Hushime's faces darkened, and they charged out the gates. But in the moment they were distracted, another large batch of ranged orcs poured out of the mist. Leading them were 4 shamans in loose, billowing robes, feet off the ground, absurdly fast, lunging at the gates the moment they appeared. Before the defense towers could land on them, they'd already flung out chains of lightning. ZZZTZZZT. Blinding currents darted wildly among my elven warriors. The Treants were fine, spell immunity. The archers and hunters weren't so lucky. The goddess sets blocked most of the damage, but that current still gave them a nasty jolt. The elven archers were too weak. One exchange, and they were shock dizzy. Right after, a sky-blotting arrow rain crashed down. The archers, riddled with arrows, died atop the walls. The hunters caught their breath, their bodies just regaining sensation, yet not one of them retreated. Teeth gritted, they stood atop the walls to avenge their fallen sisters. But the chain lightning kept suppressing their recovery, and soon more began to fall. The Treants charged up to cleanse the lightning off them, then rushed to the front rank, madly hurling spears at the orcs. Their spears could be recalled, endlessly reusable. But the orcs were simply too many, and the Treants began taking casualties too. Only day 9, and they're pulling this. Is this even still a trial, damn it? I was enraged, eyes going red, cleaving shamans while manually controlling the defense towers to blast the orcs at the base of the walls. But I was only one man. There was no way to cover all 4 gates, and I only managed to hold the north. That scene atop the walls had Ba and the other 2 weeping. You beasts, give us back our sisters. The 3 roared as one. Firelight surged skyward, blade light danced wild, and the catapults in all 3 directions were blasted to fragments. Done smashing them, they didn't pause a second, wheeling back to the domain murderous with killing intent. Cadden. Atop the north gate, I held the dying elven hunter captain, tears unstoppable. King, Cadden must break her word. I can't attend to you anymore. She reached out a blood-soaked hand and gently wiped away my tears, her eyes full of reluctance. Don't be afraid. We have the Nirvana Divine Temple. You won't die. I watched her turn into a streak of white light and shoot into the Nirvana Divine Temple. Then my gaze turned cold. Killing intent spread out from me inch by inch. Just then the mist churned again. Countless orcs riding giant wolves came howling out, brandishing wolf-fang clubs. Gripping the heaven-devouring saber, I leapt down from the gate like a meteor. SHHK? Blood sprayed. The wolf rider leader charging out front, wolf and man alike, was cleaved in two by a single stroke of mine. The heaven-devouring saber seemed to sense my killing intent too, bursting out a swath of brilliant red light. Within the red light, I was like a god of slaughter reincarnated, hewing wolf riders until severed limbs flew everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. The blaze cannon tower, frost tower, and entangling tower atop the north gate all hammered down like mad. Sisters, everyone reinforced the north gate. Protect the young master. One look at my stance and Ba's heart lurched. But the three of them had to hold the other three gates. The moment they let up, the monsters flooding in would be an utter catastrophe. Yes. Without a word, the hunters in trance assembled at the north gate, coordinating with the 9 defense towers to share the burden for me as best they could. At level 9 now, my stats could match an unweakened boss. Ordinary elites and semi-BOSSES were no match at all. I just couldn't withstand their sheer numbers. But right now I was like a man gone mad, my saber strokes like a downpour, monsters dying at a touch. Actually, I hadn't lost my reason. It was that the heaven-devouring saber's two skills, devour weapons and devour souls, had activated, madly devouring essence, restoring my HP and strength. That put me in a mysterious state, faintly grasping the true meaning of the saber arts. I didn't want to break it, so I just kept raging on. Devour soul successful, Constitution +1. Devour soul successful, Spirit +1. Devour weapon successful, Heaven-devouring saber essence +1. The prompts came one after another in my mind, until this wave of monsters was wiped clean. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ba and the other two cut down the last monster and all landed at my side, faces full of worry. Don't worry, I'm just training my saber. I gave the black blade a shake and smiled, but they still saw the rage and grief in my eyes. They knew the reason. Everyone in the domain, from these heroes closest to me down to the little sprites at the front and rear, I treated as family. Up to today's trial, occasional wounds happened, but no one had ever died. Yet today, only the second wave in, the elven warriors had already suffered over half killed and wounded. If not for the Nirvana Divine Temple, these people would truly be gone. Being able to resurrect them still couldn't smother the fire in my heart. Young master, from here it'll only get harder. We have to strengthen the domain with everything we've got. Ba said earnestly. I know. I patted Sudaji. Hearts in tune with mine. She nodded and headed for the storeroom. Ba and Hushime wasted no words either, going straight to the Moon Goddess Lake. The Moon Goddess's blessing was down to luck, but a single level up meant a bit more strength. I had the hunters go relax and heal at the Moon Goddess Lake too, and walk toward the Nirvana Divine Temple myself. A great deal of source crystals went in, light flickering wildly within the temple, finally condensing into one figure after another. King Kaden woke first. The instant she saw me, she wept for joy and threw herself straight into my arms. When this battle's over, I'll offer myself to you holding nothing back. She held me tight, her gaze fervent, not caring at all about her sisters whispering behind her. All right, as long as you're alive. I patted her perky bottom and gave her a promise. Yes. She was instantly back to full health and strode off with her sisters, wind at her heels. That girl was blessed in disguise. After Nirvanic rebirth, she'd jumped straight from superior purple to flawless gold, becoming a bona fide strongest hunter. Of the other 41 resurrected warriors, 20 were strengthened, 18 unchanged, and the remaining 3 lightly weakened in stats, but not one dropped a grade. Truly worthy of the name Nirvana Divine Temple. Far better than a hall of heroic spirits. Seeing half the elven archers had evolved into hunters, I breathed a sigh of relief. With their strength up, this fight was still winnable. But next time I absolutely could not let a ranged boss near the gates, or we'd still fail to hold. Resurrections done, I walked to the edge of the celestial fiend Nirvana pool and began the day's routine gacha. Hum hum hum. A flash of light, and things began drifting out of the pool. Looks like no new hero today either. I snapped my fingers and called the sprites over to clean up. Every gacha left a ground littered with baffling stuff. The sprites were long used to it, never wasting anything usable, sorting it by category into the storeroom. The ancient life tree was level 9 now, its interior space become a little Sumru world. With a single thought, I could expand the storeroom, never worrying about running out of space. Master, no new sister summoned today again? Xiao Yu and Xiao Fei landed on my shoulders, affectionately nuzzling my face. These sprites weren't the combat type. They just loved tidying, mending, and collecting things. There were now 80 of them, and they had all the domain's odd jobs arranged perfectly, sparing me a great deal of worry. Xiao Yu and Xiao Fei were their leaders and closest to me. My luck's not as good as your sister Daji's. Nothing to be done. I smiled and was about to leave. The Nirvana pool suddenly boiled. I whipped around and stared at the Nirvana pool, hardly daring to believe it. I tried many times. Summoning a hero wasn't guaranteed just by pulling more. And once one succeeded in a day, you'd never pull a second. That was exactly why I dumped 10,000 source crystals daily to gamble, just in case it worked. Today I'd actually hit it. Who will it be? If only it's the Jade Peepa spirit, then Daji's three sisters could reunite. I hoped inwardly. By my experience reading novels and playing games in my past life, once a set of heroes was assembled, something marvelous usually happened: an overall stat boost, a comprehended combo skill, or an activated bond. Splash! A vortex surfaced at the center of the pool, and a giant water lotus slowly rose. Atop the lotus dais, a figure wreathed in immortal spirit energy, holy and flawless, took form. Beautiful enough to steal one's breath. Yet that aura of holiness held her up in such a way that not the faintest sacrilegious thought could arise. What a vision! Eyes like autumn waters for a spirit, jade for bones. I couldn't help sighing in admiration. I was certain this was absolutely not the Jade Peepa spirit. A fiend, even reborn through nirvana, could never cultivate this kind of immortal spirit energy. What's more, this woman was pure and otherworldly, her big eyes carrying a thread of innocence and liveliness, without the faintest trace of seductive charm. The Lord overpraises. The woman atop the lotus dais paused a moment before answering softly. Splash! She stepped lightly across the lotus, striding out of the pool. The water mist wreathed around her, conveniently veiling that stretch of peerless scenery on her body. Face unchanged, I opened her stat panel directly. Princess Longji. Race: human. Grade: legendary. Level 1. Constitution: 50, base 5, 10x domain boost. Spirit: 90, base 9, 10x domain boost. Bloodline: immortal spirit body. Talent: water control and ice condensation. Skill 1. Healing: with the gentleness of water, raise the dead and put flesh on bones. Skill 2. Water dragon art. Description: originally a jade pool immortal maiden, daughter of the Haotian Supreme Emperor and the golden mother of the jade pool. When the investiture of the gods roster was decided, the Haotian Supreme Emperor sacrificed his own daughter to set an example for heaven's future. Longji was framed with an absurd crime and banished to cultivate at the azure-simmered battle tower on Phoenix Mountain. When the Great Investiture War began, she descended the mountain to aid Shichi, ultimately marrying the obscure Hongjin and dying in the 10,000 Immortals array. Whoa, it's actually her. Finishing it, I was overjoyed. Princess Longji, the #1 beauty and heiress of the Three Realms, just with a rather tragic ending. Sigh. Exactly as I guessed. Her tragic fate was arranged by that pack of bigwigs up top. So pitiful, she died never knowing she'd been sold out by her own father. Thinking of this, I patted the two sprites beside me who'd been stunned dumb. Quit spacing out. Hurry and take Sister Longji to change clothes. All right. Sister Longji is so pretty. Xiao Yu and Xiao Fei snapped to and took her hands, one on each side. Then I'll trouble you. Longji, as if still digesting the information in her mind, glanced at me a little bashfully. Lord, Longji will be back shortly. Off you go. I waved. Shouldn't what the Celestial Fiend Nirvana pool resurrected be Fiend race with Celestial Fiend potential? Daji had turned dark, so she barely touched the Fiend edge, but Longji was a genuine Jade pool immortal maiden. Calling her a Fiend was going too far. I stroked my chin and began to suspect the Fiend in this pool's name wasn't entirely proper. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ba, Sudaji, and Hushime landed at my side. Young master, who is she? Sudaji asked curiously. Sister Xian definitely won't know her, but you two sisters should have heard her name. I kept them in suspense. My good young master, hurry and tell us. Sudaji outright wrapped her arms around my waist, sneakily rubbing against me. This sprite was copping a feel off me again. Unable to refuse her, I could only confess honestly. Princess Longji. Huh? It's her. The moment Sudaji heard the name, her little face fell at once. Even the ever-haughty Hushime's face went ashen. Hongjin had been the commander of the Three Mountains Pass under the Shang years ago and had defected to Shichi for Princess Longji. They knew this well and knew Princess Longji's true identity too. Young master, is this Princess Longji very powerful? Ba had been a little disappointed to hear the summon this time wasn't from her era. Now, seeing the reaction of the Su-Daji sisters, her interest was piqued again. See for yourselves. I directly shared Princess Longji's details with them. Heavens, what a background. Ba's lovely form trembled. But Su-Daji and Hushime wore odd expressions. They never expected that a dignified heaven goddess would also be a discarded pawn. Compared to Princess Longji, we sisters count as lucky. Su-Daji looked at Hushime. Right. That sister probably died never knowing that so-called heaven-ordained marriage, that so-called life and death, were all schemed out by others. Hushime's expression was complicated. Being abandoned by Nuwa was miserable, sure, but compared to Princess Longji, sold out by her own parents, dying body and soul in the end, they were downright blessed. Rumble. Just then, deafening iron hoofbeats came from outside the domain. Leave the north gate to me. You hold the other 3 gates. The words had barely left my mouth when I flashed away, darting straight to the tree house. Just in time, Xiao Yu and Xiao Fei walked out with the fully dressed Princess Longji, clad all in white, otherworldly and peerless. Though she was now a human body, she still looked like an immortal maiden descended to the mortal world, making one's eyes light up. Lord, what's wrong? Seeing me spacing out, she reached out a jade hand and waved it before my eyes. We'd only just met, yet she inexplicably felt me especially familiar. You're too beautiful. It blurted out, and I immediately clapped a hand over my mouth. Damn it, when did I get so shameless? Uffed, but she laughed and said, solemnly, if I'm beautiful, then look all you like. This lord looked a bit dazed, but his gaze was sincere, far better than those immortals of Shichi, far better than that good-for-nothing Hongjin. No time, come with me. That said, I pulled out a big club and stuffed it into her hands. This is... She stared at the black iron wolf fawn club in her hands, dumbfounded. She was a pure, lovely maiden after all. What did handing her a big club even mean? No spare weapons for now. Use it for the moment, and swap it once we farm something better. Without a word, I pulled her leaping onto the wall, spending source crystals and passing to bump her level to 4. Amazing, stronger just like that. Feeling the surging power within her body, she was full of confidence. We'll talk while we fight. Just stay behind me. The 2 of us leapt down from the gate. Rumble, dust flying, the giant wolf riding orcs came surging madly again. The heaven-devouring saber left its sheath, and I entered that frenzied state once more. Princess Longji was very obedient, following dutifully behind me, now and then summoning a water dragon that swallowed a dozen-odd orcs in one gulp. That combat power had the corner of my mouth twitching. Well, the weakest is still yours truly. Should I just leave then? I still didn't leave. Strong as she was low level and had no gear. Killing small fry was fine, but when a boss came, I'd still have to step up. In the following waves, catapults appeared again. Luckily, with the first experience under my belt, I was no longer passive. The moment a catapult showed its head, I immediately activated the demon's eye and took out the one at the north gate first. Su-Daji and the others watched the mist too, charging out to blow up catapults the instant they spotted them. The elven warriors had wised up as well. The moment a catapult appeared, they retreated to the domain's center, out of range, and returned to the walls to clear monsters once the catapult was destroyed. The demons I charged fully once every 10 minutes, and I didn't stint on it. The instant the battlefield hit a crisis, I fired. Like this we held out to the 8th wave, and even slew the first boss, which burst out a gold chest. Young master, look what this is. Su-Daji opened the chest, and got a blood-red scroll. Blood-burning slaughter array. My spirit jolted. The elven warriors weren't weak. They could handle ordinary and elite monsters, but against anything semi-boss or above, they could only take a beating. I'd been racking my brain over how to twist their strength into a single force. Now the chance had come. Blood-burning slaughter array. Grade, legendary. Description, a slaughter array that stimulates potential, boosts combat power, and condenses war souls. Requires 20 or more people to activate. 20 or more. Then wouldn't that mean I'd found a bug and immediately gathered all the elven warriors to activate it together. Then the 60 regrouped and drilled the formation. Boom, boom, boom. Blood energy steaming. A blood-red apparition floated above each of the 3 phalanxes. What exactly is a war soul? My face was full of anticipation. Young master, a war soul is the fusion of faith and battle will. Usually a tribe's totem, or something the warriors revere. Ba was the Yellow Emperor's daughter and had campaigned at her father's side. She understood a good deal about the ways of the battlefield. Then what the elven girls revere should be the moon goddess. I stroked my chin, certain. I doubt it. Ba and Su Daji said in unison, exchanged a glance, and smiled knowingly. Why? These two women were definitely hiding something from me. Take a good look and you'll know, young master. Ba pointed above the three phalanxes. Hum hum hum. Light flickered, and the three apparitions condensed successfully at the same time. I turned to stone. It turned out the war souls the elven beauties had condensed were, of all things, in my likeness. With the king, victory in battle, conquest in attack, kill, kill, kill. Archers, hunters, and treants all turned in unison to face me, raising their weapons and roaring madly. In that moment, forget me and Ba and the others. Even the newly joined Princess Longji had her blood boiling, goosebumps rising all over. Rumble. The mist churned. The orcs attacked again. Go. Let this king see your resolve. I waved a grand hand. Boom, boom, boom. The three phalanxes leapt up as one, landing neatly outside the domain. Keep an eye on them. Don't let anything happen. Just watch. Young master, leave it to us. The four great beauties exchanged a glance and charged out too. This is the life a lord ought to lead. I hopped onto the gate tower, watched the elven warriors slaughtering all around, and lay back in comfort. The warriors could hold their own now, and I had four heroes. I could finally be a kept man. The surprises kept coming. In the ninth wave, Su Daji opened a ghost human race made troop token. This wasn't a combat troop, it was a domestic type. Housework, cooking, expert at everything. Master, you don't want us anymore? The instant Xiao Yu and Xiao Fei heard the maid's abilities, their faces went all aggrieved. Who said that? In hearing the way, there's an order of precedence. In the arts and crafts, there are specializations. Everyone has what they're good at. I can't rely on you for everything. From now on, you'll specialize in cleaning the battlefield, maintaining buildings, and managing our treasury. I gathered the two little things into my arms and tapped their little heads. Hee, whatever master says. The little ones were instantly happy again, nuzzling my face nonstop. I brought them to a spot beside the elven flavor house, took out the barracks and troop token, and flung them out. Hum. Light flickered, and a quaint, simple house appeared before us, the ghost human-made house. Without a word, I trained a full complement. 20. Creak. The heavy door opened, and 20 slender-waisted, long-legged beauties, little jade-colored horns on their foreheads, dressed in black and white maid outfits, walked out, lining up before me heads high and chests out. Quite the magnificent scene. Master. The maids placed their hands before them and bowed respectfully. I opened the stats and looked, eyes lighting up. Ghost human race maid. Level 1. Grade. Perfect. Constitution. 100. Base 10. 10x domain boost. Spirit. 100. Base 10. 10x domain boost. Skills. Cooking, brewing, flour arranging, cleaning, repairing. Description. Perfect maids from the ghost human race. Absolutely obedient to their master. Masters of all domestic arts. From now on, the elven flavor house is in your hands. Ask Xiao Yu and Xiao Fei whatever you don't understand. Go prepare dinner now. I tapped the two little things on my shoulders. Yes, master. The maids bowed and walked toward the elven flavor house. Master, we want to go check it out. Xiao Yu and Xiao Fei propped their little hands on their hips, faces full of indignation. Go on, but no making trouble. The domain is our home, and it's their home too. Understand? It's this quiet, actually. Having arranged the maids, I returned to the gate tower. Young master, we've killed off all the bosses, and the elven sisters have cleared out the small fry. Of course it's quiet. Su Daji flew down to my side and, like a loach, instantly slipped into my arms. That's true, but the atmosphere just feels off. Ba came back too, lovely brows tightly knit, not relaxing in the slightest. Truly worthy of Sister Xian, you sensed it too. I nodded, gratified. I'd always trusted Ba's perception. There does seem to be a calm before the storm feel. Princess Longji held the Wolf Fang club, her face wary. Pure and sprightly as she was, gripping such a big club looked jarring no matter how you cut it, leaving me torn between laughter and tears. Smack. I planted a palm on Su Daji's perky rear. My beloved consort, go open chests. Look at what thing Longji's stuck holding. Just that one careless term of endearment made Ba, Hushime, and Princess Longji's hearts clench, a stab of pain. Ba was all right. She was already my woman, genuine and true. But Hushime and Princess Longji felt a little flustered, not understanding why they'd react this way. All right, whatever your majesty says. Su Daji tiptoed and kissed my cheek, then contentedly ran off toward the tree house. That beloved consort had her heart blooming with joy. The 4 bosses in the 10th wave were all strong, dropping 4 gold chests. This time she was determined to open something good and prove my favor hadn't been for nothing. Young master, if today's monsters are this fierce, tomorrow's the last day. It'll surely be more terrifying. We can't be careless. I drew a deep breath. That's why I'm going to arm all of you to the teeth, especially Longji. I turned to look at her. You can heal and specialize in water arts, complementing Sister Xian's heavenly fire perfectly. You'll absolutely slaughter all around. Rest assured, young master, Longji will do her utmost. She gripped the wolf fawn club, hesitation in her eyes as she looked at me. Longji, once you've come to the domain, your family. If you have any doubts, just say them. I took her jade hand. Somehow, feeling the warmth of my palm, her uneasy heart instantly calmed. Can I really never go back? She was a little embarrassed. She'd been a jade pool immortal maiden, a heaven's princess. Though banished, she still yearned constantly to return to heaven. Princess, you got sold out by your own parents, and you still want to go back? The blunt-tongued Hushime looked over in astonishment. Nonsense. Father Emperor and Mother Empress were so good to me. She was actually doubting inwardly too, but unwilling to face reality, clinging to a thread of hope. So she turned her gaze to me, instinctively feeling I wouldn't deceive her. Longji, what do you think the purpose of the Great Investiture War was? I didn't answer directly, asking back instead. To comply with the heavenly way, of course, to slay the tyrant, bring peace to the mortal world, and use the Investiture War to select able ministers and generals for heaven. She didn't hesitate. Tyrant. King Zhou had been on the throne for years and wasn't worshipping Nuwa for the first time. Why was it precisely that time he insulted her? Even if he was a tyrant, the Shang still had able ministers and generals like Wen Zhong, Shang Rong, Bai Gan, and Huang Feihu. Just swap out the ruler and it's settled, no? I stared at Longji, hammering down sentence by sentence. What crime did the ministers commit? What crime did the common folk commit? Why did there have to be a war? Of the 3 realms, heaven, earth, and man, the human sovereign was originally of the number 99, sheltered by the heavenly way, standing on equal footing with heaven and earth. But after the Great Investiture War, 99 was cut down to 95, and a dignified human sovereign became a son of heaven, forever a rank beneath. Don't you find that laughable? She opened her mouth, but said nothing. And another thing, the Investiture War was said to select talent for heaven, so the roster of the listed was surely settled in advance. Your old man is the boss. Could he not be involved? Heaven was the ultimate beneficiary, so it had to set an example. Pay some price, no? I didn't spell it out fully, but Longji was the strongest second generation of the 3 realms. How could she fail to understand? Her face went white in an instant. So it wasn't just her. The entire human race, everyone on that roster, were all sacrifices. She'd never been able to figure it out. A princess of noble station, banished to the Azure Simmered Battle Tower on Phoenix Mountain, just for one wrong word at the peach banquet. Now she understood. From beginning to end it had been a setup. Princess, and there's also that marriage of yours. Hushime stepped forward too. Heaven-ordained marriage. You're the daughter of the Haotian Supreme Emperor, whose face is big enough to dare decide a marriage for you. She and Longji shared the same affliction, both abandoned by Nuwa, and once she opened her mouth, she jabbed straight at the heart. Young master, Longji's eyes rimmed red, tears falling like a broken string of beads. I sighed and gathered her into my arms. That place is nothing but scheming and backstabbing. No loss and not going back. Besides, you've already nirvanically become human. You couldn't go back even if you wanted to. From now on, just stay here with me in peace. She sprawled in my arms, weeping heartbreakingly. Only when she sensed Boz and Hushime's gazes did she suddenly break free, wiping her tears with a red face. Longji has lost composure. I've made fools of myself before you 2 sisters. Enough. Hushime pulled her up. Any hero the young master can resurrect has some unbearable past. Since we come from the same place, let's grow closer going forward. She tossed me a flirtatious glance and pulled Longji off to the side to whisper secrets. Bob bumped me. Nice tactics, young master. Deceived another innocent little girl. My darling sister Xian, don't wrong me. Everything I said was the truth. Taking in a homeless, innocent maiden, what did I do wrong? Enough. As if I don't know what you're like. She rolled her eyes, and I yanked her into my arms, hands roving. Her whole body went soft and trembling, yet she didn't dare cry out loud, afraid of alarming Hushime and Longji over there, so she could only whimper softly. That sound had my whole body heating up. Luckily, Sue Dodgy came running over just then. One look at the two of us pressed together, and she laughed. Oh my, I step away for just a little while, and you're already glued together? What greeted her was my outstretched hand. Stop it, the sisters are watching. She fended off my mischievous hand and pulled out the treasure she'd opened this time. Treasure light shot out in all directions, dazzling enough to blind. A water attribute treasure sword? Isn't that convenient? I took the sword, and a gentle coolness slid up my arm and into my whole body, wonderfully comfortable. Black ice sword set. Slot. Weapon. Grade. Legendary. Silver. Attributes. Constitution plus 160. Spirit plus 260. Skill. Power of Go Water. Passive. Counters fire attribute enemies. Damage doubled. Description: a peerless treasure sword forged from black ice jade imbued with the essence of Go Water. With a lift of the hand, it can freeze 10,000 li. Badass. I stroked the blade, sighing again and again. This was the most beautiful sword I'd ever seen. More beautiful even than Rukia's Sodi no Shirayuki. Over there, Longji, mid-whisper, seemed to have her soul hooked and suddenly looked up sharply. The instant she saw the black ice sword, her eyes couldn't tear away. Young master. She ran over in excitement, staring hard at the sword. The heartache, whose Shime had just mostly healed, came surging back to life at the sight of the sword. This sword is yours from now on. I handed it over without hesitation. She excelled at water arts. This sword was tailor-made for her. And this too. Sudaji pulled out a piece of crystalline, translucent armor. Black ice armor set. Slot. Armor. Grade. Legendary. Silver. Attributes. Constitution plus 200. Spirit plus 200. Description: a treasure armor forged from black ice jade imbued with the essence of Go Water. Legend says that completing the black ice set grants great power and a mysterious gift. A legendary set, 2 pieces at once. My eyes lit right up. Dodgy, you really are my lucky star. I swept her into my arms with a laugh. She was overjoyed too. At last she hadn't let my favor go to waste. Just then, the mist outside the domain's north and south gates began to churn. A figure gripping a skull staff and hidden within a robe, and a big fat man suspended in midair, drifted out of the mist. 2 gold monsters. Bah, and the others instantly went taut. Don't panic. I stuffed the black ice armor to Longji while sweeping over them with the demon's eye, sharing the stats with the heroes. Golden, Orc Prophet. Race, Orc race. Sex, female. Grade, legendary. Level, 13. Constitution, 3000. Spirit, 5000. Talent, Fire Control. Skills: Fireball, Firewall, Fire Dragon, Hellfire, Prairie Blaze. Description: daughter of the former Orc race prophet. Hid her sex for the tribe and served as prophet all along. Golden Ogre Shaman. Race: Orc race. Sex: male, resentment of a 2-lifetime single guy. Domain suppresses male enemies' stats by 50%. Grade: legendary. Level: 13. Constitution: 1400. Spirit: 2600. Talent: Lightning Control. Skills: Heaven Thunder Body Tempering, Heaven Thunder Flash, Chain Lightning, 5 Thunder Skull Smash. Description: Chieftain of the Orc Shamans, Master of Lightning Arts, cruel by nature. You bastard, hiding her sex too? What kind of freaky move is this? I gave up. This monster's stats were too broken. Only 3 levels higher than the Golden Skeleton, yet its stats had multiplied several times over. I couldn't fathom the principle. But thinking of my own beauty heroes and their gear, it seemed I sort of understood. Young master, how do we fight? The women instantly took positions in all 4 directions, shielding me in the center. The 3 great elven phalanxes merge into one 60-person array to besiege and slay the Golden Ogre Shaman. The heroes gang up on the Golden Orc Prophet. I glanced at their respective stats and divided the labor at once. I didn't fear a straight-up melee. What I feared was that both had wide-area spells. If I really let them charge into the domain and run wild, the buildings, sprites, and ghost human maids would all suffer. They had to be blocked outside the domain. Yes, the elven warriors merged their arrays at once, 60 becoming one body, charging straight at the Golden Ogre Shaman. Roar! Seeing this swarm of ants dare charge at it, as if insulted, it roared and flung out chain lightning. The Treants had anticipated this move and cast cleanse on the warriors in advance. The chain lightning landed, made a circuit, and dispersed. Unharmed, they surrounded it, trapping the shaman in the center. They kept shifting formation, grinding it down slowly with patient effort. Though ordinary warriors, Their stats no match for the heroes. They had the blood-burning slaughter array to twist their strength into one force. With the king, conquest in attack, victory in battle, kill, kill, kill. The elves circled the shaman attacking in turns, sharing the damage together, every one of them thrilled to the skies. To think that back when they first saw a gold monster they could only hide under the defense towers, now they could go head-to-head. On the other side, the four great beauties poured damage madly onto the orc prophet. Boom. The earth split, magma surged, out to burn Su Daji and the others to ash. The prophet had cast hellfire. And it wasn't over. She raised a firewall to wrap herself, hoisting her staff high, plainly about to unleash an ultimate move. Freeze. At the critical instant, Longji plunged the black ice sword into the ground. Crack, crack. Cold energy exploded, the boiling magma instantly frozen over. At the same time, a water dragon roared out, sweeping straight at the firewall. Kill. Ba made her move. The flame of heaven's judgment turned into a fire dragon lunging at the prophet, out to lock her down. But the prophet controlled fire too, and blocked the heavenly fire with a single hand. Not everyone could withstand heavenly fire. Her fire shield was continuously melting away, but she didn't care. She was just buying time, waiting for Prairie Blaze to take shape. Su Daji and Hushime weren't about to grind it out with her. The sky abruptly darkened. Su Daji was lifted midair by a demonic gale and drew the Sun Moon blades. She swung the Sun Blade, using Grand Yang power to devour the flames, then channeled Grand Yin power with all her might, the Moon Blade turning into a spinning spike stabbing at the crown of the prophet's head. Hushime was even more vicious. She poured all her mana into the Reaper's scythe, did a backflip, and hooked hard, hooking straight for between the prophet's legs. That scene had my own crotch aching. SSS. That woman is no good person. I sucked in a cold breath and reflexively covered my own down there. Master, dinner's ready. It can be served anytime. A voluptuous ghost human maid walked up behind me, gently resting her hands on my shoulders and thoughtfully kneading. Massaging their master to relax was part of their job too. Cursed humans. The firewall was torn by the water and fire dragons, its ultimate move crushed by the sun blade. The orc prophet was overcome by rage. Just then, the moon blade and Reaper's scythe came whistling in. So what if she wore armor and robes? Could they block Su Daji and Hushime's full-force strikes? The two gripped legendary grade weapons. Save for slightly inferior level and stats, they lacked nothing. Her head pierced through, her vital gate below stabbed clean. She let out a shrill scream. Even I couldn't bear to watch that scene. Orcs shall never be slaves. On the brink of death, she roared out the slogan she'd struggled for all her life. I admire your courage, but our stances differ. Rest in peace. Ba spun her spear in a flourish and sighed helplessly. The war kept escalating, the opponents growing stronger and less like those monsters whose wits had been devoured by malice. Boom. Over there, the 60 elven warriors also took down the first gold monster of their lives. Without my noticing, the girls have grown up too. I stood, my face full of gratification. Ding. Battle over. Beginning settlement. The settlement chimes sounded, and Day 9's battle was declared over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ba, Su Daji, Hushime, and Longji landed at my side at the same time, eyes full of excitement. Good work. I wrapped an arm around Su Daji's and Ba's waists, one on each side. Hushime watched the two sisters enviously, thinking who knows what. Longji let out a long breath, revealing a smile she hadn't shown in ages, so sweet. Small as this domain was, it had no scheming, no false pleasantries. She felt utterly at ease. As for me, this mysterious lord, she felt more curiosity than anything. With me openly embracing beauties left and right before her, she not only didn't find it off-putting, she was even a little envious of Su Daji and Ba. That thought was unbelievable even to her. Warriors, beautifully done. Tonight's dinner is the ghost human maid's debut. Go bathe and change first. Relax, then dine together. I looked at the rows upon rows of spirited elven beauties below the wall, my eyes full of approval. Yes. Their eyes lit up and they charged for the moon goddess lake in unison. Once a gold monster fell, today's war was as good as over. No more enemies would come. And even if someone really did ambush, the defense towers could hold for a while. Master, then this servant will go prepare first. The sexy maid rubbing my shoulders bent slightly, moved, and walked toward the elven flavor house. We're off too. Ba tossed me a flirtatious glance and ran off, pulling Hushime and Longji. Husband, I'll go open chests. We'll go to the moon goddess lake together later. Seeing the sisters all gone, Su Daji slipped into my arms, tiptoed and pecked my lips, and dashed toward the ancient life tree with a red face. I looked at the flock of lovely ladies filling the domain, feeling like I was dreaming. Not long ago, I'd been a little beggar struggling bitterly in Divine Moon City, unable even to eat. In just a few days, I had my own domain, heroes, and soldiers. As long as I make it through tomorrow, I'll have truly gained a foothold in Divine Moon City. I drew a deep breath and opened the domain panel. Ancient life tree, prepare to metamorphose. Without even a blink, Yi Kan, dumped every last realm stone in my hands in one go, driving the domain straight to level 10. Rumble. The sky instantly changed color, spiritual energy pouring down like it was free. The ancient life tree gave a satisfied low hum, its body shooting up madly, the ground beneath its feet expanding outward with a whoosh, stretching to 500,000 square meters in a blink. 10 minutes later, it fell quiet. Now it was like a giant sky-covering mushroom, sheltering the entire domain beneath. The tree hollows on its body had grown from 80 to 100, the sprites' nests, which meant a level 10 ancient tree could support 100 sprites. King, I have metamorphosed successfully. The domain's people shall receive the baptism. The words had barely fallen when countless radiances draped down from the ancient tree, sinking into every elf's body. Wow, my grade went up. The elven warriors leapt high. It's the mother tree. The mother tree has metamorphosed. The trance, most sensitive to the power of nature, dropped to their knees first thing, kowtowing to the ancient tree in gratitude. I wasn't left out either. A force wrapped around me, my stats surging up a notch. I opened the panel at once. Domain. Level, 10. Area, 500,000 square meters. Building, Eternal Ancient Tree. Residence, 184. Grade, Epic. Traits. Power of Xuanzu. Forged from the Lord's resentment of a 2-lifetime single guy under the blessing of a mysterious power, a top-grade trait. 1. Suppresses male enemies' stats by 50%. 2. Raises domain women's full stats to 10x the original. 3. 100% chance that summoned heroes and troops are beautiful women. 4. Each additional Dao companion, plus 1% to own stats. 5. Level insufficient. Power of nature. The ancient life tree revives. The power of nature awakens. 1. Can train sprites. Number 100. 2. Each great metamorphosis of the ancient tree baptizes all ancient trees and elven people, raising them 1 grade. 3. Level insufficient. Life leaped forward. It's become an eternal ancient tree. I nodded, satisfied, and scanned down. When I saw the 4th item, a jolt ran through me, and I reflexively felt at my own kidneys. Dao Companion. Add stats. I turned to look at the moon goddess lake, a stretch of glistening white in the water, my heart drumming. Was this a good thing, or a death warrant? But upon seeing the 2nd item under power of nature, my heart, worried for my kidneys, dropped right back into my belly. Each time the ancient tree greatly metamorphosed, the domain's ancient trees and elves all rose a grade along with it. Take the trance, originally only flawless grade, now straight to perfect. 1 more metamorphosis and they'd touch legendary, standing on equal footing with heroes like Daji. My breathing quickened, and I stared at that big tree, eyes shining. Eternal ancient tree. King, what is it? That voice was gentle as a mountain spring, and my restless heart was instantly soothed. When's your next great metamorphosis? Life is profound and unfathomable. Even I do not know. If even you can't sense it, then it's a long road ahead. I sighed, knowing I'd gotten ahead of myself. This kind of thing couldn't just come on command. Fine, dump resources. I waved a grand hand, 5 million source crystals down, and pulled the moon goddess lake to level 10 as well. The further the trial went, the stronger and more numerous the monsters, and the domain's income rose with the tide. But maxing out all the buildings in one go was still a bit tight. I always prioritized upgrading the moon goddess lake. It directly determined all the heroes and troops levels. The lake's surface blazed with faint light, its waters expanding, the radiance condensing into a little moon atop the lake, illuminating the whole lake gentle and translucent. Wow, now we can soak in baths in the middle of the night too. The elven warriors leapt at the sight of the moon in the sky, not caring in the least that their spring scenery was spilling all over. Besides me, everyone in the domain was female. What one had, all had. Who feared whom? As for me, I was their king. The moment I spoke, they'd offer themselves without so much as a blink. Hum hum hum. I maxed out the defense towers, the elemental wall, and the Ancient War Tree one by one. The Ancient War Tree broke to level 10, its training cap rising from 20 to 40. I didn't drill new hunters. I just dismantled the Elven Archer training ground and moved all the veteran archers into the Ancient War Tree, converting them into true Elven hunters. In games, troop types can't convert into one another, but here it was different. Person or tree, all could commune and pass on their heritage. I had a couple of words with the Ancient War Tree, and it was done. Over at the Ancient Tree of Knowledge, without a word, I drilled 20 treants, brought them to the workshop, and used goddess sets to swap out the 3 leaves on their bodies. Girls, go bathe at the Moon Goddess Lake first, then eat with everyone. I ruffled the head of the lead treant. As you command. The treants bounded and skipped toward the lakeside, curious about everything in the domain, yet utterly obedient to me. Wow, new companions again. The treant Captain Qinyao, spotting newcomers, immediately led her people out to greet them. Husband, I saw the domain's new traits. Somehow Daji had circled behind me and gently hugged me. You're my Dao companion. Of course you can see them. I turned and gathered her into my arms, my gaze full of doting. You should rein it in a bit before the sisters going forward. You dote on me too much. They may not say it, but they're definitely uncomfortable inside. Daji hugged tighter, worry and infatuation both in her eyes. You're thinking of your sisters as far too petty. We're all people living a second life. Who'd fuss over this? Besides, how much you weigh in my heart, they know full well. I tweaked the bridge of her perky nose. Once the new traits spread out, they'll all sooner or later be my true companions, and then I'll dote on all of you together. That said, I scooped her up in a princess carry and headed straight for the Moon Goddess Lake. Husband, that matter, should I tell Shime tonight? Tonight I've promised Kadin. Let's wait until tomorrow, after we've made it through the trial. Daji recalled the scene of Kadin dying in my arms and obediently nodded. There'd be plenty of time ahead, no rush. The king's here. The instant they saw the two of us, the girls all erupted, scooping up lake water to splash us. Xiao Yu and Xiao Fei flew up out of the water, bringing over 2 cups of well water from the moonlight well. That water restored HP and mana, and beautified the skin too. After battles they loved gulping a couple mouthfuls. You two clever little rascals. Weren't you keeping watch at the flavor house? What are you doing here? I took the cups and tapped their little foreheads. Don't even mention it. It's too demoralizing. Xiao Yu's head drooped. From now on, let's just clean the battlefield and guard the domain. Xiao Fei pouted, resigned to her fate. Leave the professional work to the professionals. You two just do what you're best at. I ruffled them and spread my arms, and the 2 little things happily set to undressing me. Before long, I was comfortably soaking in the lake. The elven warriors tactfully swam off, yielding the spot to the several great heroes. Having washed away all the fatigue, the girls entered the flavor house. The ghost human maids in black and white maid outfits began serving dishes. The instant the lids came off, I understood why Xiao Yu and the others were demoralized. It turned out these maids didn't just toss ingredients together. They selected the ingredients, put them in the wok, and stir-fried with real fire and real oil. Scientifically proportioned food had enough nutrition, sure, but how could it compare to dishes with that fresh-from-the-wok fragrance? The aroma of that mapo tofu and preserved vegetable braised pork alone could grind Xiao Yu and the others into the dirt. Once the trial's over, I'll buy you a batch of recipes and add a few more dishes to the Flavor House's menu. I took a bite and couldn't help nodding. This flavor beat even the high-end restaurants of Divine Moon City. Professionals are professionals. Thank you, master. The maid's eyes lit up. The ghost human race was low in status and short on resources. From childhood, they were picked out to train in housework, cooking, and the art of serving people. Only this way could they survive. In their eyes, this maid outfit was sacred. Without ability or looks, one wasn't even qualified to wear it. My buying them recipes may not acknowledge them. Our place here is different from elsewhere. From now on, this is your home, and no one will dare bully you again. Call everyone to eat together. Yes. After the meal, the warriors who hadn't gotten the moon goddess's blessing all soaked into the lake. Tomorrow was the decisive battle. Everyone wanted to enter in the best possible state. The treants drilled through the night, hoping to blend the 20 newcomers into the great array as fast as possible. The blood-burning slaughter array required the scroll for enlightenment, but it could also be passed person to person, just a bit slower. Tonight, both Daji and Ba behaved, not clinging to me, moving into the traveling palace to discuss tomorrow's battle. And Kadin had long since been arranged into the tree house by Daji. King, the moment I entered, Kadin came to greet me. I'm here. I smiled and gathered her into my arms. The elven hunters were fighting or drilling day in, day out. I'd assumed they'd be hard-muscled all over. Turned out I'd guessed wrong. Catelyn didn't have that much muscle on her, but was instead surprisingly soft. King, hunters mainly do stealth, pursuit, and assassination. Flexibility is highly demanded, so this subordinate isn't lacking. She was quite bold, and as she spoke she set to undressing me. In that case, this king must appraise you thoroughly. I smiled, embraced her, and toppled onto that soft bed. Before long, the room resounded with sounds that set the imagination running. The next day, I woke amid a stretch of softness. Husband, Dodgy lay sprawled on the bed, propping up her cheek, gazing at me with tender affection, unable to look enough. When did you come? I glanced beside me. Catelyn was long gone, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Stop looking, today's the final battle. Catelyn's the captain, and she went off to drill the troops first thing. That girl's tough enough, wrung out by you all night, and still this energetic. As Dodgy spoke, she suddenly climbed onto me slyly. So how did the hunter captain taste? Excellent, of course, but compared to our Sue the little sprite, still not up to the mark. Such a sweet mouth. Did you steal a sip of honey last night? Stop messing around. What's the situation outside? I pinched her nose and sat up holding her. A bit uncanny, not a stir all morning. But with Sister Cien and the others holding things down, nothing can go wrong. Let's go eat breakfast first. Dodgy picked up my clothes and started dressing me. I was long used to this thoughtfulness of hers, enjoying it in comfort. Ever since becoming Lord, I'd lived a life of being clothed and fed by hand. The Beauties reveled in it. Why should I put on false modesty? What does a person struggle and strain their whole life for? Just for a little comfort. Out of the tree house, 80 elven warriors were sharpening their blades, killing intent surging skyward. Ba, Hushime, and Princess Longji sat cross-legged atop the wall. The moment they saw me come out, they turned in unison with sweet smiles. Those 2 gold bosses yesterday were really fat. Dropped 18 gold chests, opened 2 black eye set pieces, and a pile of gear, all of which I gave to Princess Longji. Plus 2 skill books. I gave Prairie Blaze to Sister Cien, and took it upon myself to give 5 Thunder Skull Smash to Second Sis. Husband won't be angry, will he? Dodgy hugged my arm, a little guilty. Exactly what I wanted, truly worthy of being my capable wife. I nodded in approval. The black eye set paired with Princess Longji, Prairie Blaze to Ba. The attributes matched, nothing more to say. The issue was Hushime. Right now, she had only the 1 morale skill, 9 Phoenix War Soul, which gave allies a 30% combat boost. Attack skills, not a single one. A dignified mage, reduced to swinging a big scythe to grapple with people. So pitiful my heart ached for her. The domain happened to lack a lightning specialist, and today was the grand decisive battle, so I wasn't shy. I stuffed 5 Thunder Skull Smash straight to her. Hee husband is so good. The moment the 2 of us stepped into the elven flavor house, the ghost human maid sprang into action. No need to ask, Sue Dodgy had greeted them long ago, and even breakfast was tonic fare, yam porridge, goji pastries, leaving me speechless. Luckily this bunch of maids were good-looking and their craft was top-notch, or I'd really have thrown in the towel. Just halfway through eating, a familiar sinister laugh drifted in from outside the domain. That flavor, 1 sniff and you knew it was a villain. Finally here. I flashed away, already charging out of the flavor house. Sue Dodgy chased right after, not forgetting to carry that carefully prepared drink in her hand. What are those things? She held the drink up to my mouth, staring at the several colossal figures in the mist, her eyes going straight. Demon race generals, a whole batch of semi-BOSSES right off the bat. TSK, they really think highly of me. I took it and downed it in one go. I'd long anticipated how intense the last day of the trial would be, but I'd still underestimated the Void's law's determination to kill me. Master, Xiao Yu and Xiao Fei fluttered down onto my shoulders just then, each cupping a steaming cup of something with golden light shining through the mist. What is it? I looked at the 2 little things. Usually a bit mischievous, but they were sensible and wouldn't cause trouble at a critical moment. A new drink the maid sisters developed. The main ingredient is the Hercules beans the Trant sisters grew. Master will know once you drink it. Xiao Yu stuffed this soy milk-like drink into my hands, and Xiao Fei handed her cup to Sudaji. Without much fuss, I tipped my head back and downed it in one gulp. The next instant, a wave of feverish heat surged up within my body, forcibly gushing out a burst of power. My combat strength rose by 10%. I flipped open the panel in passing. Hercules soy milk. Grade, rare. Attributes, restores vitality, boosts combat power by 10% for 1 hour. Description: ground and blended from Hercules beans, a mutant variety of spirit beans, briefly boosts combat power. Good stuff. Mass produce it right away and send it up to all the warriors. We were just waiting for those words, Master. The two little things exchanged a smile and flew excitedly back to the flavor house. In a blink, a flock of sprites flew out, each carrying a cup of hot soy milk. The four great heroes had already charged out of the domain, blocking those 4-meter-tall, giant fleshy-winged demon race creatures. I turned and gave the order. Warriors, 20 per group, forming slaughter arrays, split to guard the four gates. If you can't hold, retreat behind the defense towers to recover. Leave the resupply to the sprites. Yes, the elves roared in unison. I drew the heaven-devouring saber and charged straight for Hushime's sector. She had the tacit understanding down. She immediately withdrew from combat and ran off to buff the elven warriors. I'd instructed them long ago. Sudaji and the others were not to slug it out. Keep their distance and retreat into the defense tower's fire zone before counterattacking. Grind down the enemy's HP with the least effort possible. Because everyone knew all too well, today's battle was sure to be brutal. Human die. A demon race general swung a great blade, its force able to tear space apart with a single cleave. Boom, boom, boom. The Blaze Cannon Tower, Hellfire Cannon Tower, and Chain Lightning Tower all opened fire, firmly halting the demon race general's advance. Sudaji's bewitchment came out, throwing everyone into confusion. Then she whipped up a demonic gale that swept the enemies aloft, the sun-moon blades leaving their sheaths, reaping madly. Ba was even more insolent. She had a true yang body and could control heavenly fire. The flame of heaven's judgment seemed to have a will of its own, coiling around those muscular demon generals, and the thunderfire spear swept out fiercely. Boom. The area outside the domain instantly became a sea of fire, burning that pack of demon generals until they howled. The moment they died, their soul bodies crawled back up and turned to attack their own kin. In a word, Ba alone could hold off 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses. Hushime, back on the field after buffing, began to show her might too. Before, with no attack skills, she could only fight up close. Now it was different. 5 Thunder Skull Smash came crashing down, and the demon generals were all blasted dizzy, unable to move, forced to watch helplessly as she claimed their heads. Princess Longji joined late, but with the 4 Black Eyes set pieces on, her stats were not the least bit inferior to Ba's or Sudaji's. One thrust of the Black Ice sword froze the ground solid. With the power of Gui Water buffing it, the Water Dragon art seemed to come alive, biting off a demon general's head in one gulp. The semi-boss grade demon race generals had no power to fight back in their hands. Puny humans, cease your savagery. The first wave wasn't even cleared when the mist churned again, the commotion bigger than before. When those monsters poked their bodies out, my brow furrowed. Demon dragons. Over 20 meters long, they breathed dragon fire at us the moment they emerged. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon fire slammed into the ground, blasting out a magma zone in a blink. Rough going. A little gecko sticks on a pair of wings and thinks it's a true dragon? I stomped the ground. Boom. I shot up from the earth, the heaven-devouring saber carving a cold arc through the air, cleaving straight at the lead demon dragon. Clang. The demon dragon thrust out both claws, forcibly catching my blade's edge. Young master. Seeing this scene, Hushime's heart trembled, and then she blazed with fury. Beast. You dare wound my young master. I'll exterminate your entire race. Rumble. Heaven thunder rolled, countless electric serpents blasting madly at that pack of demon dragons trying to gang up on me. She grabbed the Reaper's scythe and charged unhesitatingly into the dragon horde, becoming her scythe warrior self once more. You dare even catch the heaven-devouring saber. Who gave you the guts? Chi force burst out all over me, blood energy steaming in wisps. Die. I pressed down hard, and the demon dragon's claws snapped clean off on the spot, my blade cleaving straight into the crown of its head. Devour Soul successful, Constitution +10. Devour Soul successful, Spirit +10. Devour Weapon successful, Heaven-devouring Saber Essence +10. Several messages popped into my mind. Tisk, Dragon Claws can replenish the Heaven-devouring Saber's essence too. Fine forging material. A notch stronger, my spirits lifted, and I plunged into the dragon pile again. Hushime was strong, sure, but ants could bite an elephant to death. A delicate beauty like her burrowing into a dragon horde really wasn't wise. Swish, swish, swish. I landed on the back of a demon dragon, using it as a mount, riding and hacking as I went. King, will aid you. The Treant slaughter array, done clearing the demon generals, freed up. 20 condensed into one body via the blood-burning slaughter array, no longer fighting solo, striking together. The instant they finished charging and hurled their war spears, the war soul apparitions above their heads struck simultaneously. SHHK? Blood sprayed. 20 spears twisted into a single giant spear, running a demon dragon's head through in one blow. A flash of light, and the spear returned to their hands. SHHK? Second one, third one, fourth one. Before the blood-burning slaughter array, semi-BOSSES couldn't stir up any waves at all. After a round of slaughter, the demon generals and demon dragons were all wiped out. Good work, sisters. The moment the warriors returned to the city, the sprites came up to them, offering moonlight well water and Hercules soy milk. Young master, by past experience, today should be 12 waves. The first 2 are semi-BOSSES, and after that. Boss stared at the distant mist, her expression grave. Soldiers come, generals block. If the next wave is still semi-BOSSES, leave it to the warriors, you all support. The first 2 waves had proven it. Hunters and Treants could both hold their own. So within the range they could withstand, I wanted to let them train more. All right, then I'll hold off for now and just handle healing. Princess Longi nodded. Besides the water dragon art, she had a hand at raise the dead healing. With her around, the warriors' endurance doubled. I'll handle buffing. Hushime nodded too. Sure enough, the next 2 waves were uniformly semi-BOSSES. Even without me and the heroes taking the field, the elven warriors slaughtered all around. It's just that the blood energy burned rather frighteningly. Luckily, Princess Longi roamed about healing, and the sprites attended with well water and soy milk, so their stamina held up. The 4th wave wasn't even out when a streak of black emerged from the mist first. It's him. One look and I saw it was the wandering merchant leading the gray camel, and my brow arched. Young master, this guy showing up means this wave of monsters is very strong. It'll definitely drop good stuff. Maybe even the goods it wants. After last time, Ba understood instantly. I didn't make a sound, glancing back at the pile of buildings behind me, and suddenly had an idea. Watch the mist closely, hold the gates, I'll be right back. Before I finished, I'd already charged toward the black-robed figure. Mr. Merchant, how strong are you? I walked up to him, not even glancing at the goods in his boxes, my eyes fixed straight on him. The wandering merchant tilted its head to look at me, not knowing what devilry I was scheming, but still extended its smallest skeletal finger and gestured in the air. One finger, annihilate all of you. Holy crap, Big Bro's incredible. My eyes lit up. Big Bro, a big deal. Dare you take it? What deal? Recalling that loan from before, and that golden skeleton corpse, the soul fire in its sockets flickered. These myriad world merchants had business quotas. Only by meeting them could they claim cultivation resources. The golden skeleton corpse I'd given it last time, though shattered, was of great benefit to its cultivation, worth a whole cycle's performance, far exceeding the million source crystals I'd borrowed. Naturally, it wouldn't tell me this. But what it knew even less was that the thing was worth not a copper to me. Big Bro, ever heard of insurance? My eyes rolled, and an idea came. What is insurance? The soul fire flared bright. The loan had given it a taste of the sweet stuff, and now insurance popped up. Surely something good. Insurance works like this. You don't spend a thing. I even pay you a big premium on top, and then I explained the ins and outs of insurance, laying out the things I wanted to insure. After a round of haggling and weighing pros and cons, the black-robed figure decided the deal had potential, drew up a contract on the spot, and accepted my policy. Just as I finished, the 5th wave arrived right on cue. As expected, after such a long stretch, what came was no longer semi-BOSSES. It was true bosses. 8 of them right away. Charm-Eye Demon Concubine. Level, 15. Grade, Perfect. Constitution, 3000. Spirit, 3500. Skills, Bewitchment, Mind Arrow, Chaos Poison Smoke. Description, Lord of the Succubus race, graceful and alluring, able to make one lose themselves in her beauty and die in ecstasy. Dodgy, you've met your match. I eyed Sue Dodgy's captivating face, teasing. Ugly as that, and still bewitching the masses. Look how full of themselves they are. Sue Dodgy, full of disdain, turned to glare at me. You're not allowed to fight. These few ugly freaks, leave them to us sisters. Right. Ba, Hushime, and Princess Longi nodded in unison, like chicks pecking rice. The elven warriors' eyes each burned with fire too. Shameless monsters, using such low, filthy tricks to seduce our king. you're dead for sure. Actually, you couldn't blame the beauties for bristling. Those 8 charm-eyed demon concubines really were a touch too seductive. Skin like snow, curves front and back, figures not the least bit inferior to Boz or Sudaji's. And more fatally, they wore no tops, and below just a small scrap of cloth that couldn't cover all the scenery. That half-glimpsed, half-hidden quality had one's imagination running wild. Little brother, come play. The demon concubines held long whips, lightly biting their jade fingers, eyes silky and enticing, staring straight at me. Even with beauties piled all around me, goosebumps rose all over. Damn, one Sudaji I could withstand, but this was 8 of them, and the topless kind at that. Was this trying to kill me? Cursed. Sisters, finish them off. The demon concubine's unbridled provocation finally set Sudaji utterly ablaze. Boom. A flash of red light, and 2 foxtails suddenly shot out from behind Sudaji, whipping up a demonic gale as she charged out. Damn. She'd actually broken through her bloodline in this very moment and grown a second foxtail. Whoa. Usually she looks so delicate, but she's this terrifying when she gets angry. I looked at the charm-eyed demon concubines fallen on the ground and couldn't help sighing. This bunch of succubi relied on their sex advantage to be immune to the domain's suppression, yet they were still pinned underfoot by Sudaji and the others. Sudaji planted a foot on a charm-eyed demon concubine's face, sneering coldly. War is war. Stripping naked to seduce my man? You're courting death. The elven hunters behind her wore killing intent on their faces too. Especially Cadden. If her companions weren't holding her back for dear life, she'd probably have charged up to use them for saber practice long ago. The other directions were much the same. That violent woman who she may outright chopped a charm-eyed demon concubine's head off with one stroke, vicious beyond bounds. I'm so mad. Sudaji returned to my side, still not appeased. You've already killed them all. What's there to be mad about? I gathered her into my arms and soothed her along her back. Damn succubi, shameless is one thing, but this stingy too. She glared at the 2 gold chests in her hands, fuming. 8 boss-grade charm-eyed demon concubines, and only 2 gold chests dropped, the rest all silver. No wonder she was furious. Ba ran over too, her face full of grievance. I can't swallow this. I've got to kill a few more waves later, or I won't sleep tonight. Helpless, I pulled her into my arms as well. Kushime and Princess Longi hadn't yet broken through that layer of relationship with me, so they were too embarrassed to act coquettish, but their ashen faces made it clear they weren't happy either. I reached out and took both their hands, and said helplessly, fine. From here on, unless it's a gold monster, I won't step in, and I'll let you vent. Happy now. Feeling the warmth of my palms, the heaving of their chests slowly settled. Kushime had long had her heart on me, that I understood. But Princess Longi settling in this fast surprised me. It seemed the girl had truly accepted reality and made this her home. What's this? Sudaji opened the 2 gold chests and got a bloodthirsty butcher troop token. There was also a palm-sized orb, giving off a faint glow, gentle as moonlight. Boss stared at the hazy pattern on the orb. Isn't that just a little moon? It really is. The women crowded around, faces full of curiosity. Just then, the mist outside churned again. 8 colossal figures strode out, over 5 meters tall, 2 1-meter horns atop their heads, oozing pressure. Give me the stuff, you all go vent. One look told me they were male demon race, so I couldn't be bothered to move. With the domain suppression, as long as it wasn't a gold monster, there was no need for me. Righto. The women, bottling up their fury, leapt down from the wall without a word and pounced on that pack of punching bags. I fingered the orb and opened the stat panel. Grandine Stone. Grade, Legendary. Description, a world wonder, originally a stubborn rock in the Grandine immortal realm, transformed into the Grandine Stone after being tainted by the moon goddess's aura. Something secret seems to be recorded upon it. Grandine immortal realm? Isn't that the moon goddess's turf? Finishing it, I was so excited my hands trembled. This wasn't Earth, nor Azeroth. The moon goddess was the lord of the Grandine immortal realm. Every moon in the world was her traveling palace. From a demon race boss's chest, of all things, a world wonder drifted out from the Grandine immortal realm. I gently stroked the mottled symbols on the stone, wanting to probe its secret. The next instant, I found myself in an unfamiliar place. Before me, a peerless beauty sat cross-legged on a cold jade bed, both eyes tightly shut, eyes like autumn waters for a spirit, jade for bones, a faint halo enveloping her. As if sensing me, she abruptly opened her eyes. Carrying my karma on you, and you've obtained the Grandine Stone too. Interesting. She smiled faintly. In that moment, heaven and earth seemed to live anew. Crystalline waterflowers blossoming across the surrounding rocks and ground. Before I could react, she raised a hand and pointed at the spot between my brows. Heaven spun, earth whirled. When I came to, I was already standing back on the wall. The Grandine stone in my hand rose into the air, flying toward the moon goddess lake and merging into that little moon above it. Whoa, what's happening? My face was blank. A passage of profound scripture suddenly surged into my mind. A rough scan of it shook my spirit, and I straightened my back at once, focusing to read. The moment I entered the state, the bright moon over the moon goddess lake radiated wisps of gentle energy, connecting to me. In a daze, I seemed to see that peerless beauty upon the moon again. Husband seems off. Below the wall, Sudaji ran a boss's head through and looked back at the wall with worry. Slaughtering was slaughtering, but her heart was full of me. She had to glance back now and then. Now, seeing the bright moon over the lake had changed, and me sitting cross-legged and still, her heart clenched. Ba and the others noticed too. So the several great beauties erupted once more, dispatching the 8 bosses of the 6th wave in short order and swiftly gathering at my side. And I was sunk in a mysterious state, arriving in a strange space. All around, above and below, was empty, only endless starlight twinkling. Isn't this the mysterious space I entered when forging my lord's heart? My heart brightened. Endless star radiance condensed, slowly forming a bright moon suspended in the space's center. In that moment, I felt earth-shaking changes within my body. Congratulations, Lord. You have condensed an energy core, cast off the rookie Lord status, and become a planetary-grade Lord. Congratulations, Lord. You have unlocked the hero template function. The moment the prompt sounded, I snapped my eyes open and smiled. Young master, are you all right? The 4 great beauties surrounded me, big eyes blinking, full of worry. I'm fine, never better. I spread my arms and gathered all 4 in together, fire burning in my eyes. The hero template was a planetary-grade lord's ability, able to directly apply the stats and skills of the domain's heroes, and without affecting my own gear bonuses. In other words, even if I hadn't truly grown up, I'd forever be stronger than the heroes. Don't let my earlier bluster of slugging it out with bosses fool you. My stats actually lagged Sudaji and the others by several streets. As the siege monsters grew fiercer, all I could manage now was to tussle with a semi-boss. Run into a true boss, and I'd be one-shot 9 times out of 10. Not to mention the matter in bed. The stat gap was too big, and I got worked over into leaving clinging to the wall every time. Sudaji was all right, obedient and yielding. Ba was another story. She came at me to torment me every time. Now, with the hero template, I could finally rise up and take my revenge. How could I not be excited? Ordinarily, a rookie lord who wants to reach planetary grade has to first hit level 10, then cultivate a suitable technique to condense an energy core. And those techniques were mostly clutched in the hands of the various academies. If not for this fortuitous encounter of mine, I could only have followed the same path as everyone else, grinding the trial and returning to the academy for teaching. But now I'd arrived in one step, incomparably satisfying. That beauty, ice skin, jade bones, an aura a cut above Princess Longji and Ba. Could she be the legendary Lord of Grandine, the moon goddess? The moment I considered this possibility, my breathing quickened. That was an undying, imperishable bigwig, and I'd actually run into her. Young master, why do I feel the moon over the moon goddess lake got rounder and brighter? Kushime gazed at the lake's surface, her face full of puzzlement. At this point, the elven beauties walked over too. King, our strength seems to have risen. The ancient tree's life force grew stronger too. The crops in the spirit fields are growing faster. The elven hunters and treants chattered all at once, light shining in their eyes. Xiao Yu and Xiao Fei came to join the fun too. Master, the moonlight well's energy is stronger, and it's bubbling. I looked at these festive faces one by one and raised a hand to press down. It's normal, because our domain has won the favor of Lady Moon Goddess. Moon Goddess. King, you saw the Moon Goddess? The elven beauties all held their breath, staring straight at me. Sudaji and the others exchanged a glance, faces full of anticipation too. They recalled that strange state of mind just now. Indeed, and what's more, I smiled and looked toward the distant mist. The 7th wave descended right on cue, giant goat demons draped in white robes and gripping staves, one after another. Without hesitation, I applied Ba's hero template, drew the heaven-devouring saber, and slashed down fiercely. Boom. A streak of firelight split the sky, transforming into a heaven saber cleaving down. The lead goat demon reacted with lightning speed, tapping forward with its staff. A flash of golden light, and a golden giant shield covered in profound patterns appeared from nowhere. But under my flaming heaven saber, it couldn't hold out even a single breath and shattered outright. The heaven saber's residual force split the goat demon's forehead, not dead, but gravely wounded. My flame of heaven's judgment. Ba's mouth fell open, staring at me in disbelief. Daji froze for a moment. Then her alluring eyes lit up and she threw herself into my arms. Husband is amazing. At this point, she'd long forgotten the private agreement, calling me husband right in front of everyone. This is nothing. Having finally turned the tables, of course I had to show off properly before the women. I slashed again. Boom. The area outside the north gate instantly became a sea of fire, sealing off all the goat demon's escape routes. Prairie blaze. Ba was thoroughly stunned. Then I showed off Daji's demonic gale, Hushime's 5 thunder skull smash, and Princess Longji's water dragon art, leaving the several great beauties utterly dumbfounded. Confess honestly, what's going on here? Ba leaned close and bit my ear as she asked. Ahem, I'll tell you once we've survived this calamity. And don't run off then, sister, I pinched her chin, my face full of smugness. Ba didn't understand, but competitive as she was, how could she admit defeat? She muttered under her breath. Little skinny dog, wanna beat me? No way. As we spoke, everyone charged into the battlefield again. This wave's goat demons had doubled in number, 32. No, first 16. With me, a fresh force. Added, everyone cleared them easily. But the moment the 8th wave arrived, no one could laugh anymore. 32 bosses emerged at once, 8 per direction. Even with everyone's strength greatly boosted, there was no handling it calmly this time. Luckily, Daji, stimulated by the charm-eyed demon concubines, had broken through her bloodline again and grown a second foxtail, comprehending a new skill, Sweeping Gale. Once the raging wind rose, it could always blast the bosses back, blocking them outside the domain. Hushime too had her 9 phoenix bloodline forced out by the fighting, comprehending the 9 heaven divine eye, able to see through everything about her opponents and strike straight at their weaknesses. Frightening as this battle was, it held no real peril. Young master, something's off. Retreating into the domain, the women crowded around first thing. The thoughtful sprites came up to deliver supplies too. First 4 waves semi-BOSSES, middle 4 waves bosses. This 9th wave might just be a gold monster. My sword brows arched, and I scanned outside the wall, smiling. But the bigger the challenge, the bigger the reward. Relax, nothing will go wrong. I believe in the young master. Daji and Hushime stood behind me, one on each side, rubbing my shoulders, faces full of confidence. Only Princess Longji sat off to the side, glum, self-reproach in her eyes, along with unwillingness and a thread of grievance. Ba had the flame of heaven's judgment, soul control, and prairie blaze, and had always been the domain's pillar of strength. Daji and Hushime had both activated bloodlines and comprehended new arts in battle. But she, the treasured pearl of the Haotian Supreme Emperor and the golden mother of the Jade Pool, a heaven's proud daughter renowned throughout the 3 realms, was utterly unremarkable here. If not for the black ice set holding her up, she couldn't compare to these sisters at all. This time, had I not stepped in, the monsters would have charged in already. As she sat lost in confusion, I walked over and swept her whole self into my arms. Young master, you. This abrupt move left her shy and nervous. The sisters were all right there. But when she looked up, Daji and the others were long gone. Stop looking, they've gone to keep watch. I wrapped both arms around her waist, pressing her closer. The sisters are so good, looking out for my feelings at every turn. Listening to my strong heartbeat, Princess Longji sighed. She wasn't foolish. She knew the others were creating a chance for her. Because they used to be just like you, I said in a low voice. But now, we're family, including you. Princess Longji turned her head and looked at me earnestly. Young master, Sister Daji said that being your Tao companion raises the odds of the moon goddess's blessing. Is that true? Becoming a Tao companion has a prerequisite. You have to like it, have to be willing. You're still muddled right now, so how about we take it slow? Young master likes me, right? If I didn't like you, why would I be holding you? Come on, a pure yet alluring top-grade beauty like Longji. Anyone whose eyes weren't blind would like her. I don't understand what liking is. But with the young master holding me, I don't feel averse. I even feel a little secretly delighted inside. That should be liking, right? Watching her earnest, innocent way of pondering, I couldn't hold back and kissed her directly. She was different from Daji's seductiveness, Hushime's charm, Ba's dominance. Just a pure, kind little girl. These beauty heroes filled every fantasy I'd ever had of women. I felt rather grateful. Grateful I hadn't given up 6 years ago. Otherwise, how could I have this life today? Rumble. Just as we were being tender, the mist outside the domain suddenly churned madly, thunderclaps rolling. Here it comes. I shot to my feet, and Longji drew the black ice sword too. Boom, 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 boom. For streaks of golden light burst from the mist, pouncing straight at the 4 gates. East, south, west, north. Bam, 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 bam. For booming cracks, and 4 defense towers were smashed on the spot. As the golden light scattered, 4 figures took form. Golden Heaven Demon Guardian. Race, Demon Race Sex, Female Grade, Legendary Level, 15. Constitution, 7,000 Spirit, 5,000. Skills, Blacklight Demon Shield, Dark Demon Cloud, Demon Element Kill Arrow, Blood Escape, Formless Demon Claw. Description, powerful guardians defending the Heaven Demon Hall, favored and instructed by the Heaven Demon, tainted with the Heaven Demon's aura. Worshippers of the Heaven Demon, they will never permit anyone to oppose it. Finishing the stats, I bellowed at once. Hunters and transfuse. 80-person blood-burning slaughter array. Gang up and slay one. The last day was vicious as expected, dispatching 4 gold monsters immune to the domain's suppression all at once. This was damn well aimed at me. As you command. The hunters and trance heard the gravity in my tone and moved instantly. Through this stretch of real combat, they had the blood-burning slaughter arrayed down cold, quickly fusing into one and pouncing on one of them. Heroes pair up 2 by 2, leave the last one to me. I applied Ba's template and, dragging the heaven-devouring saber, charged at another Heaven Demon Guardian. Young Master, Ba, Daji, Hushime, and Longji all felt their hearts lurch, but still gritted their teeth and charged in. Letting the Lord fight alone was a dereliction of their duty as heroes. They were too weak. Those who defy the Heaven Demon die. Seeing me pounce menacingly, the Guardian immediately abandoned the defense towers. Formless Demon Claw. A pair of giant claws wreathed in demonic energy condensed in the air, grabbing fiercely at me. A puny Guardian, and quite the big talk. At a stir of thought, the heaven-devouring saber ignited with flame. Dragging the saber one-handed, I leapt aloft, spun midair, and flung the blade at the demon claw. Boom. The blade light transformed into a flaming giant dragon, crashing hard against the giant claw. Red and black cloud masses churned in the air, the flame of heaven's judgment and the demonic energy devouring each other. The first collision, of all things, came out a draw. A level 15 gold monster really is no joke. I dared not underestimate her further. Ba was level 10 now, her base stats with the domain traits tenfold boost already at 3,000. Adding the Wildfire Divine Pearl, Thunderfire Spear, and Cloud Riding Shoes. Both her constitution and spirit were over 5,000. Applying her template and stacking my own gear, I was another 1,500 higher, not far off from this guardian. But I had one shortcoming: level. Level suppression, that thing. The bigger the gap, the harder it pressed. Human, I smell danger on you. I cannot leave you be. Just one probe, and she'd grown wary of me. That depends on whether you've got what it takes. I gripped the saber two-handed and madly channeled heavenly fire. A fire dragon soared aloft, sweeping toward the guardian. At the same time, I carved a huge circle in the air with the saber. Prairie blaze, great flame ring. Endless firelight surged skyward, forming under my control into a massive ring of fire, flanking and alongside the fire dragon. Prairie blaze can be used like this too? In the distance, Ba looked back at this scene and her eyes lit up sharply. In that moment, she comprehended it. Little did she know, the inspiration for this move of mine actually came from Fire Emperor Ace. Petty tricks. The guardian's mouth stayed defiant. Dark demon cloud. Demonic energy gushed, wrapping her whole self. She crossed her hands and pointed at me. Blacklight demon shield. Courtesy for courtesy. She wanted to trap me into a target too. But when I struck, I'd never intended merely to trap her. In the distance, deep within the eternal ancient tree, a giant eye slowly opened. Layers of leaves couldn't block the light shooting from that red pupil. Demonic judgment. Whoosh. A black-red beam shot out, so fast she couldn't dodge, blasting into the guardian's body. Impossible. Not even in her dreams could she imagine seeing a demon's eye on human turf. Boom. The guardian exploded into a burst of blood mist on the spot. But I furrowed my brow. A level 10 demon's eye was fearsome, sure, but to one-shot a gold monster with 7,000 constitution, it still fell a bit short. Sure enough, the blood energy recondensed in the distance and turned back into that guardian. Turned out she'd triggered blood escape at the last instant, salvaging her life. A mere human. Why do you have my race's demon's eye? Her aura wilted, and she glared at me in fury. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with her. Seizing the moment she'd just recondensed her body, I switched straight to Hushime's template and smashed a 5 thunder skull smash at her. Rumble. Under the heaven thunder, the just recovered guardian couldn't withstand it at all. Her helmet blasted to pieces, revealing a nation-toppling face. The heaven demon really knows how to enjoy. Even a guardian looks like this. I was a little startled, but my hands didn't stop. Under the 9 heaven divine eye, I could see her weaknesses clear as day. The heaven-devouring saber arrived in an instant, thrusting straight at her chest. Blacklight demon shield. Having just used blood escape and taken the 5 thunder, she was paralyzed all over and couldn't move, but battle-hardened as she was, she didn't panic in the least. Hands forming a seal, she condensed a demonic energy shield before her. At the same time, 2 fingers pointed at her own temple. Purple light lit up in both her eyes. Demon element, kill, arrow. SHHK? At the very instant the heaven-devouring saber pierced through the demonic shield and plunged into her chest, my soul took a heavy blow too. I let out a scream and, releasing my grip, tumbled down from the air. The heaven-devouring saber emitted a terrifying suction, madly devouring her life essence. What is this? She tried to pull out the saber, but her oil was spent and her lamp dry. She hadn't a shred of strength left. In the end, she fell to my side, scattering a ground of crystals and several gold chests. That damned thing, trying to drag me down as a burial mate, even in death. I forced through the sharp pain, crawled over, and pulled out the heaven-devouring saber. A flash of light from the blade, feeding life essence back into me in a steady stream. Phew. I drew a deep breath and finally recovered. My whole body was long since soaked with sweat. Human boy, you truly are worth this seat's personal effort. A domineering, insolent voice suddenly rang out above the domain. I looked up, just in time to see a palm the size of the moon goddess lake descending from the sky, striking down at me. Holy crap, they really pulled out the big one. Feeling that giant hand's terrifying pressure, I dove without a second thought toward the nearest moon goddess lake. The last day, I'd anticipated a big gift package, but never that it'd be this big. Splash. The instant I plunged into the lake, the giant hand pressed down too. If they don't step in now, I'm going to check out right here. I cursed madly in my heart. Perhaps hearing my call, a black shadow arrived outside the city in an instant. A tremor that shook the 9 heavens. That black shadow had, of all things, blocked that giant hand with a single finger. A puny wandering merchant. You dare undermine the void's laws? An illusory figure surfaced outside the domain, wreathed in demonic energy all over, its face indistinct. The black-robed figure said nothing, only wrote a line in the air. The void's laws did not attack me. That illusory figure froze on the spot. Right. The Myriad World Merchant Alliance was a neutral power that never provoked the void's laws first. And this little wandering merchant, low in status, had even less nerve to break the rules. But what was this before it? Who are you? I popped my head up out of the lake, interrupting its train of thought. The slower this damn thing thought, the more it favored me. Even if I couldn't beat it, as long as I held out the full 10 days, I'd pass all the same. Human, why don't you tell me first? How did you get the merchant to both not break the rules and protect you? It didn't answer, instead trying to draw the words out of me. Take a guess. I sneered coldly, switched to Daji's template, and fished out those several gold chests underwater. Daji had activated her 9-tailed heavenly fox bloodline last time, and today broke through her bloodline again, so my own Charmbone natural endowment leveled up along with her. Her base charm was 40 points. Adding the domain boost and gear, it was now 420. Applying her template, I enjoyed this benefit too. A flash of light, and several items fell into my hands. Vermilion bird set. I grabbed a fiery red piece of armor, overjoyed. It hadn't been long since I got the black ice set, and the second set had come. The fire attribute kind matching Ba, no less. What's this now? A scroll caught my attention. Unfurling it, my spirit lifted, and I bellowed. Everyone abandoned the fight. Back to the moon goddess lake. At this point, The blood-burning slaughter array had just ground their opponent to death. An 80-person array, paired with the Elven Trent's support, was simply a clean sweep. Cursed, Ba and the others looked full of unwillingness. Give them a bit more time, and they could have slain their opponents. But they didn't dwell on it long. In their hearts, nothing was more important than me. Seeing them withdraw, the illusory figure had meant to launch a sneak attack, but one glance at the black-robed figure below, and it withdrew its palm, all the same. Actually, I'd broken a sweat too. Merchants had rules. They couldn't be hired to protect a lord. Even after I'd instilled the concept of insurance in the black-robed figure, I hadn't swayed it. In the end, I settled for the next best thing. I insured several of the domain's key buildings. The black-robed figure waited and decided it was feasible. This was merely a transaction, involving no protection of a person, and proposed by the customer himself. That it could issue the contract smoothly proved it hadn't broken the rules. As for this transaction of ours, that illusory figure had no idea, still assuming the black-robed figure was protecting me, and thus missed the prime moment for nothing. Young master, what's going on? Daji leapt into the lake, leading a whole troop of beauties, surrounding me in the center. Look what this is. I handed the scroll into her hands. 4 symbols array. The 4 saw the contents clearly, and were all so shocked their jaws dropped.